Every symptom tells a story. It's the story of this person. It's the story of biology. Dr. Hammer had access to a lot of cancer patients. He began asking them, did you have something shocking, something unexpected happen to you prior to this cancer? In 100% of the cases, there was always a shock. But then he noticed a pattern to the type of shock and the type of cancer.
My mom and I stopped speaking. Around 18 months after we stopped speaking, I developed a rash on the right side of my forehead. I knew about GNM, but I didn't know the specificity of that situation when this was all occurring.
Biological is life logic. For this species to survive, we have a hierarchy for how things function. What is the melanoma is saying, I'm feeling attacked. The shoulder pain is saying, I'm feeling devalued in my relationship. There is nothing malignant in nature. This is the system that gets the fear away.
How do we reconcile what appears to be belief impacting physiology and belief eliciting symptoms?
I believe that the laundry detergents were toxic. Is that toxic for me because of my belief system? Is it still equally as toxic for the other person? The symptoms are real, the experiences are real, but the explanation for why the symptom is there is completely erroneous. When you're having adaptations, your tissues at that localized site, they're doing something. The tissues grow during the conflict active phase. The area of the brain and the area of the organ are going to be swollen during the healing phase because all healing happens in a fluid environment. Dr. Hammer saw that there's certain time frames for certain tissues. Nature's like, okay, if you don't resolve this within a certain period of time, your healing phase is going to be so intense.
Dr. Melissa Sell, thank you for joining me.
Alex Zek, thank you for having me.
So I was going to mess with you like I messed with Joel, but I decided not to text Steven, your partner, and do that. But yeah, I don't know. I really wanted to, and I decided not to, just because I thought that was so funny what I did to Joel, but that's okay. I want to frame this conversation by sharing my own personal experience with GNM. And I say this as someone who still has some skepticism around GNM, but I think the best teacher in life is our own direct experience. And my direct experience has shown me the accuracy, like the hyper specificity of GNM. So one of them I called you, actually, because I wasn't sure how to resolve it. And you, for lack of a better term, told me to stop being such a little biatch. But that's not exactly what you said.
Exactly.
You're like, no, that's not what you said at all. You're actually very kind about it. But you're basically like, you're making it a thing. And that's why, it's developing this way. But the first one, so my mom and I stopped speaking. And that happened. It's still happening. We're still not on talking terms. But when it initially happened, it was very shocking to me, right? And there's a lot of background context there. But then around 18 months after we stopped speaking, I developed a rash on the right side of my forehead, specifically the right side of my face on my forehead that kept coming and going. And I'm left-handed, and my mother's side is my right side. I didn't know any of that. I knew about GNM, but I didn't know the specificity of that situation when this was all occurring until I thought about, okay, separation conflict. And I actually think I texted you related to this specifically and said, hey, I'm thinking that because I'm left-handed, right side of my face, that's my mother's side. It's related to my self-image because my mom's like speaking online about a lot of this stuff. What are your thoughts? And you basically confirmed that. And that was really specific. The second one is I was dealing with some issues that, would be called colon cancer. Like I took an at-home test, which is not definitively proof of colon cancer, but it did indicate that I had like blood in my stool and some markers. Maybe I don't really remember how the test works, but the point is I had that corresponding with symptoms of colon cancer. And I know for sure that I was very, very angry at that time, but I was coming from the, I guess you could say, subconscious perspective that I just need to not be so angry about this. I need to just move into compassion. And that was fake. I needed to be angry and I needed to feel the anger. But nonetheless, that's the situation where I called you and discussed it with you right when I took the test that said that it was positive. But so I want to start with that context. Like for me in my own life, it has been incredibly hyper-specific and on point with respect to my symptoms as it relates to conflicts. But I don't know if you have anything to share or like any thoughts on that.
It's just, that's how it works. It's just how it works. And that's the thing that's so cool for people is you share, this is your biological code. This is how your biological code functions and operates. And once a person hears it, I was just speaking at the Reclaiming Birth conference. And, I just gave tons of examples of these are different conflicts a woman can experience during her pregnancy, during her birth with her baby. And moms came up to me after, they're like looking at each other at the table saying, oh my gosh, how does she know that that was my experience? That was my symptom. And when you understand the biological code that Dr. Hammer discovered, it's just, it makes perfect sense. And that's what people always say. This makes perfect sense because it is the logic of nature. So when you are wanting to separate, your face to the world, your public image, and your mother is saying something, yes, it's not going to show up on your partner side. It's going to show up on your mother side. And this is when I talk to people all week long, and always the stories, they're so brilliant because it's just the map showing itself again and again and again. A woman just recently tells me about she got diagnosed with melanoma. And where specifically was the melanoma? On the back of her left shoulder as a right-hander. And what had happened is she had a text message from her mother that was absolutely an attack against her. And so for your example, with the outer skin, that's a separation that leads to a rash. The dermis skin, which leads to the melanoma, is the attack conflict. So it's that specific. The flavor of the experience determines the way that it shows up on the body. So the way that the psyche, not the conscious mind, but the way your psyche perceives the event is how the biology translates and does exactly what it needs to do to adapt to that situation. So also, along with your rash, you also had short-term memory loss because that's part of because to be separated in nature, a child from a parent is the worst possible thing. So nature assists you, nature is merciful, and you actually get short-term memory loss to help to forget the person that you're wanting to separate from. And so each of these adaptations has a meaning and a purpose. So for the woman who felt attacked, her body built a shield, a protection, a melanoma, a thickening of the skin in a particular area where the conflict was perceived. And so that's the beauty and the brilliance and the mind-blowingness of this system is it's so accurate and it's so specific to the tissue level, to the exact flavor of your experience. And every symptom tells a story. It's the story of humanity. It's the story of this person. It's the story of biology, because it doesn't just apply to humans. It applies to animals. It applies to plants.
I don't know if it's appropriate to go in this now. You kind of answered a little bit, or whether we should go into the foundations of GNM, because I feel like if someone's just tuning in for the first time, they're probably going to be lost at this point already. Like, what the hell are they talking about?
Go listen to episode 6.
Yeah, we can throw in the show notes, episode 6. We'll discuss some of the foundations. One question I have on that related to what you just said, though, is like, in some ways, I could have perceived some of the elements of my separation from my mom as an attack. How come I didn't develop melanoma related to that? Is it all based on like my individual psyche and its response to that situation?
Precisely. So we can put different words on it after the fact. And that's where I think a lot of confusion does come in, where a person's like, oh, well, it kind of felt like this, or I could have kind of perceived it like this. Your biology told us how you perceived it. And so the symptom doesn't lie. The symptom tells the specificity of how your biology, how the ancient part of you, beyond the conscious mind, beyond your thought process. Because after the fact, we can, philosophize and we can psychologize and we can say, well, it was kind of like an attack. But if your biology showed a rash and not a melanoma or a zit, a pimple, then we know that it was perceived as a separation.
Got it. Okay. All right, let's get into some foundational stuff now for those who are just listening or watching for the first time, have never heard of German New Medicine, or maybe confused about German New Medicine. This is a very basic question. What is German New Medicine?
So this is the discovery of the 5 biological laws by Dr. Reich Gerd Hammer. And his story, I guess I can just repeat it again here because it is worth repeating. So in 1979, Dr. Hammer's 2 children went off on a trip to the Isle of Cavallo, and his son, there was this crazy situation with a crazy exiled crown prince of Italy, and he shot off a gun out at sea, and his son was sleeping on a boat, and he was shot, and the injury was very bad, and he was airlifted to the hospital and went through dozens of surgeries, had his leg amputated, and it was a very dramatic and political situation that he was involved in, because here we have the crown prince, and there's actually a documentary on Netflix called The King Who Never Was, that they don't speak favorably of Dr. Hammer and, his later discoveries, but it does give you the context of the story and what happened. which, kind of just fills in some of this context, because at first the prince said he did shoot the gun. And then later on, he said that he didn't shoot the gun. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of drama surrounding that. And really what ended up happening is, yes, Dr. Hammer's son ended up dying, but it was because of the morphine, because he overheard eventually that the hospital and the royal family didn't want this young man to survive, because to have an injured, crippled person as a result of something that the crown, it was just too dramatic. And so, Dr. Hammer, his son was killed by morphine. And so that was absolutely devastating. His son is so handsome when you see the pictures, and just imagine 17, just the beginning of this young man's life. And he died in his father's arms. And then in the months following that, Dr. Hammer discovers he had testicular cancer. And so he ended up having a surgery, and but he, at the time, he had the inclination. There has to be a connection between what happened to me and, between the loss of my son and this cancer. There's no cancer in my family. I've always been healthy. This seems directly connected to this circumstance. And so he went on to be the head of an oncology unit in Bavaria. And there he had access to a lot of cancer patients, where he started to ask questions about their story. So he started seeing this cancer in these patients, and he knew that there's a story behind this. And so he began asking them, did you have something shocking, something unexpected happen to you prior to this cancer? And in 100% of the cases, there was always a shock. But then very specifically, he noticed a pattern to the type of shock and the type of cancer. So the men with testicular cancer, so they may have had different life experiences, but the theme was a loss. They lost someone dear to them, a friend, a family member, a pet, a child. And every woman who had glandular breast cancer had a worry, a profound worry for someone in their nest, a child, a loved one. Everyone with lung cancer had some type of death fright shock. So this pattern started to emerge, and he's making these connections, and he's realizing there's a system here. There's a rhyme and a reason for the experience of the person, and then the changes to their tissues. Because like when you think about what is cancer, it's changes to tissues. Tissues are doing something. And then he thought, okay, so we've got the person having an experience. We've got tissues changing on the physical body. He said, I have to look in the brain, because the brain is the master control center of this system between the outside world and the inside world. And CT scans were new at the time. This was in 1981 when he began putting all these pieces together. And it was later in the 80s when, I think, because he came up with the first biological law. And I don't even know if he had done all the full brain scan studies at that time, but it was in the early 80s. And then he found that in the brain, in a very precise location, every time there was a conflict of a specific type and a tissue change of a specific type, there was a circle in the brain at a specific location. Not just a few times, not 50%, not 75% of the time, 100% of the time. Every time there was a cancer on the body, there was always a circle in the brain at a specific location, and there was a specific experience that individual went through that has certain criteria, which we'll go on to talk about. And so he said that when he had this realization, he went weak in the knees. He's like, am I discovering a system for how cancer forms and develops in the body? And that night he had a dream of his son. And so Dirk Hammer came to him in a dream and said, Geared, yes, you're getting it, but there's more for you to discover. And so he studied more and more and more. He was so specific in his approach, because this wasn't a percentage game. This wasn't statistics. So this many percent of the time there's an impact in the brain, and that's how everything in conventional medicine, it's all about statistics. Or even when we say, the percentage of people who eat this type of food, that was a study that I, used to cite back when I believed that things like nitrates in meat cause colon cancer, for example. And, and I would tell the people, don't eat the nitrates in the meat because 67% of people, and the way that they do those studies are, they just say, have you had processed meat in the last year for the people that had the colon cancer? And then they'll make the statistic generalization and they'll say, yes, the nitrates cause the cancer. But how come only 60% of the time? What about? And so this system is 100% of the time. It is a reliable system that always correlates psyche-brain-organ. That's the connection. The psyche is the experience, the conflict shock. The brain is the impact with the circle in the brain. that indicates that a significant biological program has been running on that area. So that circle is called a Hammer focus. And then on the organ level, there is a correlated organ adaptation that is allowing the biology of the individual to survive. That is the theme of the biology. It's all about survival. It's all about how can we adapt to an unexpected circumstance in order to preserve life. Survival and reproduction is the game of life.
We'll talk about the brain scans more in a little bit. I'm interested to hear if there's any like modern iterations where people have done brain scans as well, like the CT scans with German New Medicine, because that's really compelling. Are you saying like legitimately 100% of the time these brain scans correlate in Dr. Hammer's research?
Yes, in
Literally
his
100%.
research.
Wow.
And every person that we recommend to go have a CT scan, my dear friend just had a CT scan and got to see all the circles and all of the impacts. And it's telling the story of your life experience. Because just think, from the moment of your conception, your biology has been adapting to your life experience. And the very first system that forms once the embryo is developing is the nervous system, the brain and the spinal cord. And so from there, everything else develops out from there. And so we do have to look at embryology, at that origin, this looking at the origin, look at the beginning. What are all of these tissues built out of? What's their function and purpose? And that's the coolest thing when you understand the biological code and you understand that every organ, every tissue in the body serves a function and a purpose. And when you understand what is the function of this organ, what does it do? What does your skin do? Your skin is communication. It's connection. You know, your mother, she touched your skin, right? Everything on the outside is covered in this ectoderm. And so it's about our communication and connection with other people. And so the theme of the conflict is going to be about connection or separation from your family, from your close loved ones, from the pack, from the tribe.
Wow. I mean, checks out in my book. What is a conflict shock? And then what are the 3 criteria that define a conflict shock?
Okay. So a conflict shock is not general stress, and that's one of the pieces of confusion. And even, in my old understanding, so before coming to understand and learn the 5 biological laws, I was of the stress adaptation model, Hans Selye, of that. Oh, when you're stressed, that it creates breakdown to the immune system. And so when you're stressed out and you're overloaded, your immune system in that old model doesn't function properly. And so, I had the idea that there's always cancer cells forming in the body and the immune system keeps it in check. But if you get too stressed out and you're too overwhelmed, then that system doesn't work. There's a breakdown in your body's ability to monitor and to clean up cancer, which is why we need to lower stress. So I thought that it was a stress thing. Now, Dr. Hammer's model and understanding and description is much more specific. So a conflict shock, also called a DHS, and he named this after his son, the Dirk-Hammer syndrome. It is a shocking moment in time where you are caught off guard. Something was unexpected, unanticipated. You're caught on the wrong foot. It was highly acute and dramatic. It was a big deal for you. And you felt totally isolated in the moment. One of the ways I like to describe this is if you like the old computers where you do Control-Alt-Delete in order to bring up that menu. But you have to press Control-Alt-Delete all at the same time. You could press delete for other reasons. You could press control. You could press these buttons for other reasons. So those would be different, maybe stress factors. But in order for it to turn on the biological program and to create the circle in the brain, the impact, the Hammer focus that turns on the adaptation cascade, you have to press all 3 at the same time. Control-Alt-Delete. That is the highly acute, dramatic, unexpected, isolated. I'm totally alone in this. And so when I'm totally alone in this, the biology steps in to assist. And so that's what's happening. And there is, before you have a DHS, before you have experienced the conflict shock, I call it, like BCAD. There's before the conflict. You didn't relate to the world in the same way, right? And then after the DHS, then you see the world differently, right? And so we turn on the biological program. It's activated. And in that moment, your whole world changes, your psyche changes, and you have compulsive thinking. Now, my psyche is assisting me because I need to resolve a conflict. wow, my mom's saying crazy stuff about me. What's going on? It's like, it's on your mind, right? You're coming back to it. You're angry about that thing. I can't digest that. Oh, it's just there. And it keeps coming back. And, you're in different times of the day, you're more on the track. Maybe you're finding I'm waking up 3 a.m. Why do I keep waking up with that thing on your mind? Your psyche's helping you because something's unresolved and your biology it is so intelligent. It is adapting to that circumstance. And all of these programs, they're archaic and ancient, so the indigestible thing, the thing that I want to, either the morsel I want to take in or that stuff I want to evacuate, that crap, that garbage, I want to get rid of this. Your digestive system is specialized. All of these tissues are specialized for certain purposes to better digest and take something in, to better eliminate, to better get this out of my body. And so at every moment, the body is monitoring and registering what's going on. Is this conflict still active? Do we need to keep eroding this tissue? Do we need to keep widening this duct? Do we need to keep widening, the bronchial mucosa so we can get in more because there's a threat in the territory? And so when you understand, oh, this is what the bronchial tubes do. This is what the pancreatic duct does. This is what the lining of the small intestine, this is what it does. It has a purpose. And then when you know the purpose, you look back at the conflict and then you know the story of the individual. You know the story of the animal. You know what they went through. And so that's why it's almost like people are like, are you reading my mind? Like, how did you know that happened to me? And it's just basic biology. It's the biological code and how it works.
When we talk about something like being an isolating incident where you feel isolated, can you describe that a little bit more just to be a little bit more specific with that? Because I just want to hear what your take is on that.
Yeah, it's feeling all alone. Okay. I'm all alone with this. There's not someone sharing the burden of this with me. So an example of like an isolating situation, these terrible like pranks, like parents will play on their kids for social media. And the child is absolutely alone, because that if the child has their mother, and that's why, separation from the mother is often where most of people's first conflicts come from, is separation from the mother and in the birthing system, which is why birth is such a passion for me to share with mothers about, what happens in those early days in the birth process. And then obvious things like, oh, sorry, I got to go back to work now. It's been 3 months and, you're separated or you're at kindergarten. Your mom's not there. If your mom is there, that's where, if you get out of the isolation, or if a child, their parents are fighting, who do I choose? Or I'm alone in this. And so it's that isolation that causes, and that's actually the biggest factor of a conflict that we have an influence over is the isolation, is getting out of isolation. Talk to someone about it. That's what people do. They have this, tendency to want to talk, but we want to, when you have the specificity of the biological conflict and seeking the solution, which we'll talk more about, what is a biological solution? How do you resolve these things? Getting out of the isolation is a huge, huge component of that.
Yeah. So if the situation that is acute in nature, very shocking and isolating all happens, this may be a sort of nuanced question. What is the time frame for that to be considered an actual conflict shock?
It's at once. It's in the moment. Once. It's all at once, in the moment, those three factors. And in that moment, and it goes again past the conscious mind, so it's not something that I thought about it, then I had the conflict. You had the conflict and then you thought about it, because when you're thinking about the psyche, it's not the conscious mind. It's your whole beingness. It's life itself that is monitoring what is needed in this moment in order. All the time, you're the part of you that is allowing all your digestive functions to take place, for respiration, for all, for your body to change how much you're sweating based on the temperature. You're not thinking about any of that. And so it's that non-conscious process of the automatic biology that is responding, that's going through and turning on the biological program. And then, yes, immediately after, we're like, ooh, then we are thinking about it.
Got it. And you already mentioned this a little bit, talking about tissue adaptation, things like this. And I think this is appropriate now to discuss what the 5 biological laws are and how that relates to what occurs, and maybe use an example of a common conflict shock that people experience in modern times.
Certainly. So the first biological law is what we've been discussing, is the psyche-brain-organ connection. And so the highly acute dramatic circumstance that catches us off guard, that's isolating, activates the biological program. Now, depending on the flavor of the experience, what is it that happened? Were you separated from someone? Did you feel attacked? Could you not digest something? Was there a big scare fright in your environment where you were scared speechless. What happened? So that determines the localization of the impact in the brain. So where that hammer focus is going to be, and then which tissue is going to go through that adaptive change. And so a great example of this would be there, and you mentioned a funny story that your wife relayed about a Lego.
Yep. Could have been not very funny if he didn't succeed in it.
Well, so there's
I got to share now like what that is though.
I know, right? Sorry.
Like Lego. So,
my story's going to make it make sense, but yeah, go ahead and share it.
So very briefly, my wife calls me while I'm on the way here and said my son showed her a magic trick where he took a small Lego piece, swallowed it, and then blew it out of his nose. And she's like, all right, I'm glad you got it out. Never do that again. Do not ever do that again.
Well, this is a similar story about a mother and her, 3-4-year-old child got really interested in coins. And every time that they would go on the subway or go somewhere and there were coins involved, Mommy, can I have a coin? Mommy, can I have a coin? And so the mother would always, give him a coin. And then they're, sitting next to each other. And he goes, Mommy, the coin is in my belly. And she, highly acute, dramatic, caught off guard, unexpected, isolating shock, where she's like, oh my gosh, she's thinking about the size of the coin. She's thinking about the size of his esophagus. Is it going to get stuck? And so that highly shocking moment, and we can have conflicts on behalf of other people. And so her biology turned on the program. So that was her shock moment. And so when you're in the shock, now this is going to describe the law of two phases. So every biological program, given that there's a resolution to the conflict, runs in two phases. And so the way that this works is we have, the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic. So we have the day-night rhythm is our normal day-night rhythm. During the day, we're more conflict active, higher cortisol, more, we're hunting, we're gathering, we're going out and doing things. And then at night, the normal day-night rhythm, we come into vagatonia. We are more relaxed, parasympathetic, rest and digest in the evening. Now, when you have the conflict, that rhythm shifts and you shift into heightened sympathicatonia. And so we have vasoconstriction, right? We are stressed, we are worried, we're compulsively thinking about this conflict. And so when the mother's like, oh my God, is it going to get stuck? Do we need to go into the doctors? Like, what do we need to do in order for my son to be okay? She's concerned about it. And so her biology perceived that as a morsel conflict. So there's this morsel that I want to eliminate. I want my son to get this morsel out of his body. And so this is the ancient, the oldest part of the brain is the brainstem, which controls the glandular tissues, like the sublingual glands, the salivary glands, the parotid glands. And so the right side is about getting the morsel in. The left side is about eliminating the morsel. So she started hypersalivating on her left side. She started like drooling. Because her body, and you know how the body can do this is like if you think about a lemon, the body already like prepares itself. You probably already have some extra saliva in your mouth, right? And so her biology turned on the program for hypersalivation on the left side to help, the biology just perceived, oh, this is a dramatic thing. We need to eliminate this. So when she's in the conflict, concerned, is everything okay? Is he choking? Is he coughing? Do we need to do something? Her husband tries to calm her down. It's just let's wait a little while. It's going to come out the other end. But the mother, she's in conflict. And so during the time when the conflict is unresolved, when we don't know if it's going to be okay, we stay in that sustained sympathicatonia. That is called the conflict active phase. I'm conflict active right now. My hands are cold. That's a great way. Start paying attention. If you're listening, are your hands warm or cold right now? When you have a conflict, your hands go cold. And your mind starts racing, your heart rate is up. You're just kind of more attuned to what's going on because there's been a threat. There's been a threat. A threat to what? A threat to survival, right? And the most basic function within you says survive, right? Life wants to life. It wants to survive. And so that's happening every moment until the resolution. So mom gets a resolution. Coin comes out the other end. What a relief. Oh, there was no blockage. There's no reason for this extra saliva anymore. I don't need this. So the body, when the conflict was active, it has this ability to do things, to change tissues. It can do basically three things when you're in a conflict. There can be tissue proliferation, tissue growth. So we can grow the gland bigger. The salivary gland first can increase its production. So it's ramping up its production. And then it can grow in size. And one of the ways that I like to describe this is as a construction site. We had a wonderful workshop and And my teaching, I like to do a little bit of, illustrative teaching. And I was wearing a construction vest and a construction hat. And I was like, listen, I want you guys to get that when you're having adaptations, your tissues at that localized site, they're doing something. There's a job. They have this survival function. Your body's like a transformer. Like the transformer can change shapes from one form into another. These tissues can change shapes. They can proliferate additional tissue to help you through this shocking, unexpected, isolating situation. And so the tissues grow during the conflict active phase. And then we have the sigh of relief. Oh my goodness, the stone has fallen from my soul. The coin is out. It is no longer potentially stuck. We no longer potentially have to go into the hospital. My child is no longer in danger. Okay, so we have conflict active, right? And then we have this resolution, this conflictolysis. This is when we go from concerned and worried and uncertain to, everything's going to be okay. Then the body has to shift gears. So what was built, right? If we built extra tissue during the conflict active phase, what does it make sense to do now? Okay, construction crew come in. We don't need this anymore. That was a temporary structure, temporary extra tissue. Now we're going to decompose that tissue. We're going to break it down. And the body uses the fourth biological law, which is the law of microbes. So these microbes, they are seasonal workers that hang out in standby. They're just there, right? They know this. They call it latent TB. It's there. They know that the tubercular bacteria or strep bacteria, if they swab someone's throat, there's strep bacteria in there. There's all sorts of different bacteria, but this person doesn't have any symptoms. If the bacteria cause the symptoms, what accounts for that? And what accounts for that is when you are in conflict active, the bacteria are not needed. Right? The tissues of the body are going through some sort of transformation, tissue growth, tissue loss, or functional loss. And then during the healing phase or the restoration phase or the PCL, so post-conflictolysis A, so the first phase of healing, the tissues are going through a change. What was built what comes up must come down. What was eroded must be refilled. So depending on which tissue type, which we'll get to in the third biological law, each tissue behaves in a particular way depending on its particular function.
So it sounds like that German New Medicine, the 5 biological laws, aren't at all at odds with Béchamp and pleomorphism and microzyma.
Oh, not at all. No, because even with the pleomorphic, because whatever microbe is necessary during the healing phase, your body can just whip it up.
Yeah, that's what will proliferate. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, sorry, continue.
Yeah, so we have the conflict resolution, so we'll take that example of the glands, the sublingual gland or the salivary gland, which was producing extra saliva for the mother, built additional tissue. Now during the healing phase, during this breakdown, the body doesn't need those extra cells. So certain bacteria are going to become active. And now she's going to have like a funky taste in her mouth, a funky breath odor, right? So anytime you have a funky odor on the body, that means some bacteria were doing a job. Right? Extra tissue was proliferated and now those tissues are being decomposed using some helper. And those helper are bacteria.
Remind me again why the tissue specifically proliferates in that case. And I know in other cases, they don't always proliferate, right?
Yeah, so it depends on the type of tissue. So for the glandular tissue, everything in the gland, so we can kind of get into the third biological law here because it will help to just expand on.
So that was all still number 1?
No, I've been sprinkling throughout. Okay. So we've got the first biological law is the shock and the localization of where we need the adaptation. The second biological law is the law of 2 phases. And so we're kind of processing through the conflict active phase, the resolution, now the healing phase. But in the healing phase, we have to talk about the fourth biological law, which is the law of microbes. Now, the third. So the third is the most expansive. And so this is the compass for understanding how each of these tissues function. So when the body is forming, so when the embryo is developing, the first differentiation of these tissues is into 3 layers. These are called germ layers. So germination, the very start, the very beginning of the tissues. And so there is the endoderm, the mesoderm, and the ectoderm, the inner, the middle, and the outer. And the middle, the mesoderm, is split into 2, the old mesoderm and then the new mesoderm. And so these tissue types are controlled from specific areas of the brain. So the oldest tissue in the body, controlled from the oldest area of the brain, is the brainstem. And so you want to think about the most basic possible organism when it comes to these endodermal tissues. The most basic possible organism just floating in the ocean, right? It takes in nutrients, it processes nutrients, it expels nutrients, right? So it consumes food and it eliminates food. It has some type of respiration and it has some type of reproduction. It doesn't have to, defend itself. It doesn't have to have hierarchy, right? It's not having relationships. It's just a tube that's processing stuff. So inside of every person is a tube that's just processing stuff, right? And so the tube of the mouth, and it goes all the way through to the other end. Basically, you're a walking tube, as Alan Watts once talked about.
Do you know who Mike Cardamone is?
No.
Oh my gosh. I had an episode with him and he's like, yeah, human beings are just bags of tubes. It's like, that's a good way to put it, I guess. Yeah,
but so these tubes, the tube is specialized. Yeah. This tube is specialized to digest and to process. And also all of, it's so beautifully woven together. It's absolutely mind-boggling. One of the things I did this past summer was I did a 10-day dissection course, human dissection course, which I did back when I was in chiropractic school. But back then I didn't have this model. And so I was like, I want to explore the inner world. I want to go into the tissues knowing this now. And just to see these precious bodies, these precious tissues, the life that formed the tissues has now exited. But now we have this really incredible teacher where we can just look at all the specialization, because each texture, each fabric that the body is built out of, it's different. And now that I knew, this is the endodermal tissue that digests. So even in your ears, there is endodermal tissue. In your eyes, each part has different forms and functions of how we are, digesting the world, right? We have the light morsel, the air morsel, the sound morsel, the food morsel. So these are all the yellow group tissues. These are the ones that proliferate during the active conflict. So they grow and they produce more juices, or they better help you to absorb something. So that's the thing. If you put, that banana bread in the palm of your hand, is it going to get into your body to nourish you?
No.
Well, no, because it's not the right tissue. This is ectodermal tissue. Ectodermal tissue doesn't digest. But when you put it in the mouth, right, we have this endodermal tissue. We have this mucus, right? We have this saliva. We have all of these tubes that allow it to come in, and we have the absorptive capacity of the small intestines. And so these tissues proliferate additional tissue to make more juices. So that's why I love the example of the mom with the coin and the little boy and getting rid of the morsel. Or you could want the morsel. Oh, I really, often the tonsillitis, for example, this is an endodermal organ. And so it's like, I really want the cookie. I really don't want the broccoli, for example. I really want this new bike. I really want to get rid of my old bike. So we can have, the most primal morsel is the food morsel, but we can have a toy morsel of some, even examples of someone I want as this morsel. I want to take you in. And so, however your psyche, your ancient biology has perceived this situation, we can proliferate additional tissue. So in the mouth, it's about getting and in salivating, breaking down the morsel. But then as we go down the tube, as you described with things in the colon, right? The further down the digestive tract is the more we want to eliminate something. The top half of the digestive tract is about getting something in. Often, for example, like with the pancreas, like the body of the pancreas, it's like an inheritance, something that you expected to get. You're like, I already digested that in my mind. I already thought that I had already decided. Dr. Hammer shares a story about a woman who had an uncle, her godfather was her uncle, and he promised her this chest, and she already knew that he was going to pass away. So it wasn't shocking to her that her grandfather, or her uncle rather, passed away. But it was shocking to her that this chest that she already knew where she was going to put it in her house. Again, she'd already digested it in her mind. It went to her sister. And so she ended up with pancreatic cancer. So this proliferation of additional pancreatic tissue, right? Because I didn't get the morsel I wanted. I need to better be able to break down and digest this. So each area of the colon, each area of the digestive tract has a different flavor of experience. And so, so that's what's really cool again, is that there's a specificity about why here and not there. What's the flavor of how you felt in that moment regarding your conflict. And so that is the endodermal tissues, proliferation during the conflict active phase. Then during the healing phase, there's decomposition. That's when the bacteria become active. That's when, most of the time for these conflicts, unless they go on for a really long time. So the example with the woman with hypersalivation, that would be an example of a conflict active symptom. There's more saliva right now because that's what I need to resolve my conflict. And then once I resolve it, now I've got, there's, maybe some tenderness because that area is going to be swollen. The area of the brain and the area of the organ are going to be swollen during the healing phase because all healing happens in a fluid environment. Again, think back to the construction crew at that area. There's more fluid because there's stuff coming in and stuff coming out, right? If we're breaking something down, think again, like kind of zoom in.
Water is the transport medium for that. So.
Exactly. Yeah, you kind of like do the magic school bus. You kind of zoom, like what would that look like? I really would love to, if anyone wants to help me produce like a G&M magic school bus TV show, please.
Actually, Mike Karamota, who I just brought up, might be the perfect guy for that.
And so now the body is using this, we've got this fluid medium through which we're, breaking down tissue. And so that's when you say, ooh, I've kind of got something and I've got this funky breath. And, you might be a little more tired because again, when you were in the conflict active phase, you were in a heightened, more energy state. And then when you shift into the healing phase, you're like, oh, I'm not feeling so good. Or I'm feeling, this is when a person feels, quote, sick. But when you understand, oh, there's a construction activity taking place where my body is decomposing something that's no longer needed, you understand that is, you're going to be more vagotonic, you're going to be more relaxed, you're not going to have as much energy. Then halfway through the healing phase, there's a big squeeze. And so the big squeeze functions to squeeze that fluid, that edema out of the organ area and out of the brain area. And so this can be, for the old brain, so for these endodermal tissues, you just kind of get cold again. You're like, oh, I'm like really kind of shivery and cold right now because you're back into that sympathetic active state for a brief period of time. And then you fall back into the vagotonic state for the PCLB, so the second phase of healing, where there's more just continued, again, you think about the construction crew, they're like, okay, main work has been done. We just have some, finishing cleanup work to do. And then you're back to your normal day-night rhythm and you're back to your normal functioning how it's supposed to be. Right. And so that's like an example of like a single run of a conflict. Conflict active, resolution, healing phase A, epicrisis, healing phase B, back to normal. Now this mom, however, for example, she might have a track around coins, until her child gets to a certain age where she feels confident that we're not going to swallow the Lego and, put it out our nose, or we're not going to swallow the coin again. Right. So she could get a little nervous. So her brain is going to remember. That's where, conflict tracks is the brain, this supercomputer is going to register when you press Control-Alt-Delete, what is relevant to this story? The coin, the Lego, if it was the time of year, there can be so many different things. Or it can be
like the kid saying, I feel something in my tummy.
Right, absolutely. So the brain can flag, so it flags certain things so that when that certain thing, now the next time, if it's the coin, if it's the Lego, whatever the track is, we don't have to meet all three criteria. We don't have to have a highly acute, dramatic, unexpected circumstance. And so that's another, place where a person can say, well, I didn't have a shock, but I had the symptom. So it can't be that. It's like, well, the shock happened sometime in the past. And then your brain registered this element, and now the element is present. The element is present, you go back into the conflict. So again, think about how much sense this makes. How wise is this of the body to say, oh, the last time you were dealing with a coin, you had a life-threatening circumstance where you needed more saliva. You know what? We're just going to go ahead and turn that program on because we're still concerned this might happen. That's a track. That's an allergy.
Hey y'all, I'm here with Melissa Kupsch from Remedy Academy of Homeopathy. We are so stoked here at The Way Forward to be partnering with Melissa and Remedy in order to spread the message of homeopathy across the world, and also to partner on the eventual development of healing centers across the United States.
People are pretty quickly coming to realize that frequency is the future of medicine. We are witnessing the great resurgence of homeopathy right now. We're really moving away from that suppressive medical model, whether it's for eczema, asthma, hormones, fertility, anxiety, depression, trauma, whatever it is, it all starts as energy in the person's field first. If we change our field, we can completely change our life. our 2-year academy is open worldwide to anyone who wants to become a homeopath. We've got 5 lecturers and we currently have over 500 students enrolled, which is record numbers in our field. A career in homeopathy is amazing for anyone who wants flexibility in their work and who wants to be valuable in creating this new world. We have stay-at-home parents enrolled, we have ex-medical professionals, grandparents signed up who want to learn how to heal their grandchildren and pass on that invaluable knowledge. We even have husband and wife teams. So my husband enrolled in the course with no prior knowledge of health as a background, and he is loving it.
Kylie is also enrolled as well. So my partner is, and she's so stoked to become a homeopath and to be helping to spread this message across the world.
The thing that we hear from so many of our students is, I found my thing. Homeopathy is the key. We harness frequencies from nature and we alter the field of all creations. So if anybody wants to join us or they want to know more about it, they can visit our website.
Yeah, and all that information will be in the show notes. So if you want to learn more about Remedy Academy, also Remedy Collective, also some of the homeopathic products that they have, please just head to the show notes. All of that will be listed there. That's so funny because I was thinking, that's why I went like this. I put that together in my head. I'm like, that makes sense of food allergies. We'll discuss that in depth later though. I don't even know if we need to. I mean, shit, that kind of explains what an allergy is. We should still revisit it.
Oh yeah, and there's so many good examples because the more you see it and the more the person, and every individual, these biological laws, they just apply to life. It's just the biological code. And when you see how logical and rational and how much sense it makes, and you understand this tissue and what it does, and you see how these phases work, so that was the old brain. So we did the tube, extra tissue during the conflict active phase to produce more juices, tissue growth, and then tissue decomposition using bacteria during the healing phase. This is when we have mucus and we're coughing up stuff and it's smelly, and when anytime there's a funky odor, it's the bacteria. These ancient bacteria are working to decompose. That's just what they do. If there isn't proper bacteria, if you don't have those little workers that are present, this is when a person can have an encapsulated tumor. So the tissue grew, but it didn't have the appropriate workers. So if they're like, oh, well, this tumor, it's benign because it's encapsulated, because there are, cases where people, their parents were so paranoid about the child putting things in their mouth that, you didn't get the bacteria that you were supposed to from your environment. You were so paranoid about, your child putting, a little rock in its mouth or, things from the garden. Oh, have your children ever tasted,
God, dude,
sticks and wood and dirt?
Yeah. We've got my daughter literally in our backyard eating some of the clay so many times when she was like 1.5, 2 years old. And I was, Kylie was kind of freaked out at first. I'm like, she probably is doing something that she needs to be doing. She's probably smarter than us. Right. She seems all right. So
yeah, someone like, a little child's eating ice cream cone, give the dog a lick and then they take a lick. And it's like this, they need it. They need all those bacteria. So now for the old mesoderm, so we're moving up a layer. So now we had the simple organism that just was, digesting. And now we need a layer of protection. And so this is the dermis skin. This is the pleura, the pericardium, these like deeper sides of the skin. And it was really amazing, again, to kind of see up close. So the skin is it's so incredible. It's almost like, peeling an orange, really. So we've got the outer skin and then you peel. So when you kind of dissect and you go in and you look at the underneath, there's like this white, this kind of shinier white. It's like the pith on the inside of the orange. That's like the dermis. And so the dermis has a different function than the outer skin. And this is the example back to earlier with the outer skin and then the underskin, the dermis, that was the melanoma. So this tissue behaves like the endoderm in the sense that there's proliferation of additional tissue during the active conflict. This includes the sweat glands, the sebaceous glands. So if someone's like hyper sweaty, why might you, if you're feeling attacked or you're feeling soiled, why would I need this extra sweat? Why would I need this extra shield? Well, you're feeling attacked or you're feeling soiled. So this specialized tissue has the capacity to thicken, to grow. So if there's an attack against the chest, the pleura will thicken. If there's an attack against the abdomen, the tissue will thicken as a protective mechanism. And also the breast gland. So the breast gland is actually a modified sweat gland, which is interesting. So the breast milk, this is included in this old mesodermal brain. It's controlled from the cerebellum. And so when you look at the brain scan, there's circles in the cerebellum and you can see, those are the breast glands. And so when a woman has a profound worry for her offspring, you know, so you look outside and you see that your child is laying, on the ground under the cherry tree. And you're like, oh, did they fall out of the cherry tree? And so between you seeing that and running out there to find out, that's a conflict, highly acute, dramatic, caught off guard. Is my child okay? And so the body can turn on this program and you get over there. And so in nature, just think about how much sense this makes. If my child is potentially gravely injured or bleeding out, what can my body do to help my offspring to survive? Proliferate more breast gland tissue so I can nourish my offspring, because we didn't, there's not water everywhere. There's not nourishment. There's not this ability to replace, if a child is bleeding, it needs fluids. It needs and the mother has the ability to create milk. And so the ancient brain registers, my child's in grave danger. And so it turns on, there's a DHS, the conflict shock. She perceives it. There's going to be an impact in the cerebellum, in the control center for the breast glands. And she, if she's right-handed, her left breast is going to proliferate additional. And so that can, if that conflict persists for a long time, so if the child is indeed injured, her conflict isn't resolved then. She has to, get the child to, what is she going to do? Go to the hospital? Is there a bone broken? Is the child going to be okay? And so every moment until she knows her child is okay, she's in the conflict, and so that's where, again, can you talk yourself out of having a conflict? No, this is biological. This is going past your mind. You're okay when your child's okay for the mother, that like she's not going to be okay until she knows that her child is going to be okay. And, but if she goes out there and the child's, they're just laying in the grass and they're fine, that's a very quick conflict. And so that's where the longer we're in the conflict, the more tissue adaptation there is, the more intense and the longer the duration of the conflict, the bigger the impact in the brain, the bigger the impact of the tissues. And so that's where, when it comes to these tissue adaptations that can be life-threatening, it's when the conflict went on for way too long, or we've got a lot of different conflicts happening. And that's all compounded by fear. And so, this is the system that gets the fear away, because only when you understand that the lump in the breast has a meaning and a purpose, it's not an error, it's not the body doing something wrong, it's not a bad gene, it's not your body attacking you, it's a specific adaptation to a specific circumstance that is, if the conflict is resolved, it has a time frame, right? If you were in the conflict for 3 weeks, you're going to resolve the conflict. And then for 3 weeks, you're going to go through the healing phase.
So the healing phase is always the same exact time frame?
Just about, yeah.
Just about.
Yeah, just about.
And no way to resolve it quicker. So if you're in a conflict for a long ass time, then the healing phase may take that exact same amount of time.
Yeah. And so, and there are circumstances where if a conflict has gone on for too long, that sometimes resolution, isn't necessarily, because Dr. Hammer saw that there's certain timeframes for certain tissues. And especially in what we'll get to with the new brain, the ectodermal tissue, that there are some conflicts that there's kind of a strict nature time frame where nature is like, okay, if you don't resolve this within a certain period of time, your healing phase is going to be so intense. Basically, you swam too far out, you can't make it back to shore. It's too much adaptation. There's going to be too much swelling in the brain. That's typically what it is that the brain edema just gets so big when you have such a big conflict. But the body also has protective mechanisms against that. We'll talk more about constellations. Because when you're in a constellation, the conflict loading, which means the size of the impact in the brain, it stops. So it's not going to continue to grow and grow and grow. And so that makes the conflict more handleable by the body. And also that you can downgrade that these things. So when you understand the system and you understand, the time frame for conflicts and when a person is in an unbiologically long conflict, because in nature, conflicts are fast. things happen very fast in nature. It's not the predator and the prey animal isn't like worried. It's just alert and reactive in the moment when it's necessary. And then it gets out of the conflict and then it will avoid. That's something that we modern people don't do, is when we have a track, when something has happened, we just keep going back, right? If you had a major conflict at work, if you were an animal, you wouldn't go back to that job. You'd say, I had a conflict there, right? It wasn't good. I'm going to go find a new territory. I'm going to go find something else. But we don't do that. We stay in conflict for an unbiological period of time, which is why, we really make what could be very simple, very complicated healing phases. And then we have a lot of different conflicts. And so that's the old mesoderm tissue controlled from the cerebellum. And so that completes. So we've got the endoderm, old mesoderm controlled from the old parts of the brain. Then we shift into the new brain in the compass. And so the new brain, we're now in the new mesoderm, because remember that middle germ layer is split into old mesoderm and new. So the new mesoderm is all the connective tissues, which again was just brilliant to see. You go through that, the skin, and you go through the dermis, and then you get into the fascia, you get into the muscle layer, the fat tissue, which is just so brilliant when you just think about all these ways that the body works together for us to be having a physical experience, the way that the tissue glides and the tissue functions for us to move in the way that we move, the way that the joints are formed is mind-blowing and incredible. And then you know that these tissues, what are they about? They are about function. They're about ability. And so the ability and the function of the body, that's the connective tissue. So the bones, the ligaments, the joints, the connective tissues, the fat, the fascia, all respond to conflicts of ability. And so, am I able? Am I capable? Am I up to this? Am I strong enough? Can I do it? And so when we have a conflict of ability, of self-devaluation is one of the ways that we describe this. I'm not enough. I'm not fast enough. I'm not strong enough. I'm not smart enough. I'm not a good enough partner. I'm not a good enough fill in the blank. And the way that your psyche perceives that, athletics. I know that you've been an athlete. And so
I've had so many injuries in my life because there is definitely a complex for me created around performance in sports. Bad, like horrible one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so when you have I did a bad job, right? I didn't do a good enough job. There's a young man, and he was performing, I think, in lacrosse. And he played back a video, his parents took a video of him like playing lacrosse, and he watched himself, and he's like, oh my goodness, I'm so slow. I didn't realize that I was not, and I think, as his mom was like, oh yeah, I've been telling you to kind of train your running. And so he realized I'm so slow. So this was a devaluation for him, right? And so when you're devaluing yourself, there is a devaluation in the tissue. There's loss of tissue during the active phase. So remember, in the old brain tissues, we had growth. We had additional cells to help fulfill the biological function and purpose. Now, this group, the new mesodermal group, controlled from the cerebral medulla. So again, when you look in the brain, the circles are going to be in a different location in the cerebral medulla. This Dr. Hammer called the luxury group. So in order to reap the biological benefit of the adaptation, you have to resolve the conflict. So during the active phase, there's loss of tissue. There's erosion. The ligament gets thinner. The tendon gets thinner. The bone gets thinner. There's loss of tissue. So this is something like osteoporosis, osteopenia, loss of tissue, breakdown of tissue during the conflict active phase while you are actively devaluing. I'm no good. I can't do it. And then during the resolution, after you've resolved the conflict. So for this young man, he's like, okay, I'm too slow. What do I need to do? He's compulsively thinking, how do I get faster? Starts training running, starts working on certain things to increase his speed. And then at the next match, the next performance that he has to physically perform, the video is taken afterwards. Oh, everyone's cheering him on. Wow, you were so fast. You performed so well. Mom, he gets good compliments from people saying, oh yeah, you really were the star of this game. Oh, resolution. So he resolves the conflict. And so now the body switches gears. When he was in the conflict, hands cold, compulsively thinking, I got to be faster. I have to perform better. So during the active conflict, there was loss of tissue. So for him, it manifested in the shins, so in the area where he felt I need to be faster, so that the body perceived that as, okay, we need to reinforce the legs. The legs need to be stronger, more capable. And so after he resolves this, what type of symptom do you think he gets in the next couple? Shin splints after the resolution. And it makes so much sense. So now when you have the shin splint, unfortunately, that's when people think, oh, there's something wrong with me. But that's when the tissue, think back to the construction team. The construction team is like, okay, now that we've renovated this tissue, it's time to reinforce from the inside out, right? If you're going to reinforce a building, if you're like, oh, this building isn't going to withstand a tornado or a rainstorm or the wind. What are you going to do? Are you going to build? You have to go into the walls. You have to go into the foundation. And so that's what the body does, is it renovates. There's loss of tissue, and then it goes in and it builds stronger from the inside out. So like they say, after you break a bone, it becomes the strongest bone in your body. Now we're reinforcing the tissue. The tissue's stronger than before. Even myself, I have my knuckles, because I worked my career was as a chiropractor. So for 5 years, I was doing full-time adjusting chiropractic work 5 days a week. And I had devaluations about my hands. I remember having these feelings of like, oh, hands hurt today, right? And I'm like, oh, am I going to be able to keep this up for my whole career? Adjusting people, doing certain moves where like a man's whole body is like on top of my, as I'm adjusting. And so I would have this devaluation about my hands. I would get aches and pains in my hands, and my joints are thicker. Like if I look at my fingers, I was like, yeah, these joints have reinforced. And someone might call that arthritis. Oh, osteoarthritis or some type of inflammatory condition. Absolutely not. These knuckles are stronger than the old knuckles. These knuckles have been reinforced because I devalued. My brain got the message. These hands need to be stronger. They need to be able to perform better. And so a thicker joint is better than a thinner joint. And so that's how it works. That's the luxury group, these tissues. So I don't have any, actually I did have some hand pain when I first started milking my cow because there was just so much milk. I'm like, how am I going to keep doing this? And so I started having similar kind of a hand pain that I used to have when I would adjust. And I'm like, how am I going to keep doing this?
Would that have been a track?
Yeah. So I had this, I was like, how am I going to keep doing this? And because I've been off the track, and avoiding a track is a way to avoid the adaptation because the body doesn't need it anymore. But as soon as I'm back on that track, how am I going to do this with these hands? Body starts going back into the adaptation. And so, now I have a track around that. And so, but now the tissues get stronger. So that's the thing to remember when you are going through, but you have to resolve it in order to get the strengthening. But if we keep, and this is where a person with chronic pain, that is a chronic track. We keep going back into the adaptation. If every day you're reminded I'm not enough, if I had stayed in the career of full-time chiropractic work, if I hadn't, and I know doctors who dealt with, oh my goodness, am I going to need to have this surgery on my wrist? Because, and again, if you don't make the connection to the conflict and the psyche and how, because again, just bringing awareness is so powerful. Once I saw, oh, I'm doing that. I am unconsciously feeling as though I'm not capable of doing this. And I'm thinking that I'm believing in the myth of wear and tear. Wear and tear is a myth. Because again, if you use a tissue, doesn't it just get stronger? If you use your hands a lot, you get calluses on your hands. It gets thicker. So this idea that the more you use your hands, the more broken down they get is inaccurate. They actually get stronger and bigger and better. But if we mistake it and we think, oh, I have some inflammatory condition, or I say, oh, it's this food. We look outside and we say, oh, it's the food that's inflammatory and it's causing this inflammation in my joints. And if I just cut this food out of my life, then the inflammation will go away. But if you keep stepping on the track, the inflammation is always there during the healing. Because remember, we said the healing happens in a fluid environment. That's inflammation. And so that is the new mesodermal tissue controlled from the cerebral medulla, all the connective tissues of the body. We look for a self-devaluation conflict. When did you have a highly acute, dramatic moment, caught off guard, where you felt, I can't, I'm incapable, or I'm a bad, and each different body part has a meaning. So we've got the physical performance with the legs. We have, holding physical performance also with the hands. So your work, your creative endeavors, the shoulders, relationships, your partner, feeling like, I remember, having some fights and arguments. And the next day, Steve and I both, his left shoulder, because he's left-handed, and my right shoulder, because I'm right-handed. Oh, we've got terrible shoulder pain because we both had this self-devaluation. I let my partner down, or my partner let me down, and we felt devalued. Or in the neck, there's the injustice conflict. I have to bow my head to some mandate that I don't agree with, right? Or an intellectual self-devaluation, feeling stupid, feeling not smart enough. And so each body part lets us in on what was the flavor of that conflict.
What about spine and hips?
Okay, so the spine, that's the core, my central self-devaluation, my central self-meaning. The hips, feeling overburdened, feeling like I have to push through something, feeling like I can't assert myself. And again, this does follow the right-left rule. So the right-left rule begins at the dermis skin. So that's when, with the breast glands, that's when we start having that handedness. Like you mentioned in the beginning, I don't think we clarified. But so for the right dominant person, your dominant side is your partner side. Your non-dominant side biologically is linked to your mother or your child, because
father doesn't play anywhere in that at all. It's just
father's partner.
Father is partner
Father's
side.
partner.
Okay, so your dominant handed side is partner/father. And then the other side is mother/child.
Yeah, only mother-child on the non-dominant side. Basically, anybody can show up. Your friend, your sibling, your boss, it can show up on that partner side. Yeah. And so that accounts for, the self-devaluation conflict. So we have to see, we can also have something called a localized conflict, where if you are out at a restaurant and your left shoulder, knocks into the waitress and knocks over a whole tray of drinks, and you feel like, oh my gosh, I'm devaluing myself because I was not aware of my body, and it was your left shoulder that ran into her, you can devalue yourself at this localized area, even if this is your mother-child side. And this waitress wasn't your mother or child, but because this is where the conflict happened, you can have a localized conflict at a particular area that is outside of like the mother-child right side, left side rule. Yeah. So we made it to now the ectoderm. And so this is the most advanced area of the brain, the most advanced tissue. So this is the ectoderm. This is the outer skin. And this is, I think everything is on the outside is covered with ectoderm, but then also the ducts. So the duct linings, the lining of the bronchial mucosa. And this is all controlled from the cerebral cortex and the temporal lobes. And so this area is the most involved with our hierarchy, with territory, with sexuality, with how the pack survives. So it's about connection, like I said before, connection and communication within the tribe. So this is the skin. This is the child that's separated from its mother and gets terrible eczema because all the baby wants in the whole entire world is to have its skin up against its mother's skin, where I can smell mama and I can taste mom and I can be with mom, because mom is survival. Bottom line, mom is survival. If I'm away from mom, you can't rationalize with, a 1-year-old why mom isn't there. 1-year-old doesn't get it. Mom needs to be here because I need mom for survival. And you see how this is, the child's not being manipulative. It's trying to survive. This is how, if we didn't have these inbuilt biological codes and programs for surviving, no, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have made it. And that's, again, one of the brilliant adaptive developments of how these tissues have gotten to where they are. Any ancestor that was able to adapt, like the one that was better able to adapt, was going to make it. The one that was better able to absorb oxygen and to get out of a situation, wow, that program we're going to save that one. This one allowed for survival. This one allowed for survival. If we didn't have these adaptations, we wouldn't make it. And so that's, again, why we have to just respect this ancient biology that allowed our ancestors to make it to this point in history, where we can even have the capacity to misinterpret what our bodies are doing, right? That's the difference between, the biological thinking and educated mind thinking. The educated mind says, oh, this is a problem, cut this away. And it's like, what the body built that for a reason. I was speaking with a man and he was having his gallbladder out. So clearly he had experienced a territorial anger conflict. And while they were in there, they found that he had a cyst on his kidney. There was a lump in the kidney. And they're like, this shouldn't be here. He was having no symptoms related to the cyst in this kidney. But they're like, we should take this out. And so, while we're in there anyways, chopping up things, they take out the cyst in the kidney. And, as they do, they come back in every so often, every so many months to come back in and have another scan, and we'll see what's going on. Guess what? The kidney cyst came back. And now we're like, well, do we need maybe to take out the whole kidney? And instead of thinking about, why did this man's body build an additional portion of kidney? Do you think this body is stupid? This body built itself. Who do you think you are looking at this body that built itself, that has the blueprint to rebuild itself, that knows exactly what it's doing? Clearly, we removed a part of it. The brain said, nope, this needs to be here. A kidney cyst develops when you have a fluid conflict. Because what do the kidneys do? The kidneys process the fluid in the body. If you have a drowning conflict, a dangerous fluid, something happened where your brain received the message, we need to adapt the kidney so that we have more kidney, better able to process. And so if you have a cyst in the kidney, and again, it's not doing anything, basically it was allowing him to process even more fluid. And they say, no, we have to take it out. Maybe we have to take out the whole organ. And that's where we have gotten so far from nature, because why don't we have doctors asking the question, why did the body build this? Why did the body make this brilliant body that, having children must just be the most incredible experience. What a mystery. And you get this little person, I just, my dear friend, she just had a baby and I just got to meet him 2 days ago. And I'm like, you what? How? Amazing, incredible, right? And that's how I felt in the dissection class too, where I'm just like, what? How? Amazing, incredible. What? And it's so perfect. Like when you look in this body and you see how everything is just, it's got an organization, it's got a function, and each and every part and piece, it does something very specific. And we have people out here saying, I think there's something wrong here.
Literally insane. Like it makes me so mad, especially knowing that I've had 4 surgeries, one of which is permanent on my shoulder, where they severed my bicep tendon, drilled a hole in my humeral head, stuffed the rest of my bicep tendon in my humeral head. So it's no longer attached to my labrum, because the presupposition is, oh, you're a throwing athlete that has big arms. The reason your labrum continues to tear is because your arms are too big and they're putting too much torque on your labrum. Let's just make up for God's misdesign and let's sever the bicep tendon and drill a hole in your humeral head. So now the bicep tendon is no longer attached to the labrum, so it will no longer cause it to tear. Like excuse my language, sanity. Like insane, literally insane. And to this day, I'm trying not to create a complex around this, but I do. I have issues to this day because that's permanent in my throwing arm. Like I don't have any feeling in my left hand. So if I'm reaching for something in the night, like having to feel around, I don't use this hand anymore because I don't have like textile touch differentiation with this hand anymore. It's so frustrating.
Yeah. And that's just this arrogance of not respecting and trusting and understanding nature's design. And it's this attempt to play God, to play nature, to say, I know better. I know better. This kidney, this cyst shouldn't be here. I'm going to take this out. And then the body rebuilds it. And it's just brilliance. I need this. I'm going to remake this. And then, the poor individual who doesn't know any better, who listens to, the one in the white coat says, I guess I might have to get my whole kidney out. I'm like, do you know what your kidney does? Do you understand how vital and important and brilliant and amazing the kidney is? You're going to remove it for something that it wasn't even, you didn't have any symptoms related to this, and the person, it was really interesting to discuss. And their sense was, well, what if my body's just broken? What if it's just a mistake? What if I'm just, and I'm like, but no.
That belief, especially as it applies to so-called autoimmune conditions, is one of the most frustrating things to me, especially in the holistic space, because it's like, you kind of get it, but you clearly don't if you're thinking that the body is broken and it's attacking itself, or you have latent Epstein-Barr virus that has now been activated, or that you're a Lyme survivor. And look, I sympathize with people who have real feelings, real symptoms, real effects. But as you and I both know, like there's no proof that a microbe is the cause in either of those cases. And they've created like this identity attachment around the label. And they're still coming from the position that my body is broken and now attacking itself as a result of these supposed, in the case of Epstein-Barr, microbes I've come in contact with, or real ones that were doing a thing inside the body that is beneficial to the body when it comes to the spirochete bacteria. You know what I mean? It's absurd. It's absurd.
And it just comes from this basic misunderstanding about what the body is doing and why, and asking the wrong questions. Because the symptoms are real. And I do feel for people because the symptoms are real, the experiences are real, but the explanation for why the symptom is there is completely erroneous, and it's undermining. It's undermining. I consider this biological warfare to get people afraid of their bodies. It's like, that's terrorism. You're telling someone that there's something latent inside of them, something scary inside of them. And that's the 5th biological law. And that is the brilliance of understanding that there is nothing malignant in nature. There is nothing evil in nature. The body only does what makes sense for survival and reproduction. And that's the, when you look at the depth of this work, the German New Medicine, also Dr. Hammer prefers to call this the Germanische Heilkunde, to get away from the medicine label and the new. It's not even new anymore. It's over 40 years that this discovery has been around and has been hidden from the public. But the Germanische, it means family, kinship, brotherhood, sisterhood. So it's very much about the clan, because this is the ancient Germanic peoples. They were, what they would call a pagan. What means they worshiped nature. They lived alongside nature. They loved nature. They refused to move to the cities. There's the book Germania, little pamphlet by Tacitus, where he went and observed the Germanic people and he saw how they lived. And they didn't want to have anything to do with Roman culture. They didn't build cities. They lived harmoniously alongside the rivers, and they had, they supported the clan. They were all about the family. They would come together. They had this thing called the Thing, where they would gather the clans together, right? Actually, they're in the show Vikings. In the very first episode, they're going to a thing, and they're taking the sun for the first time to the Thing, and this is where it's called the Thing, and all the tribes come together, all the men come, and this is where we settle our disputes. This is where we get out of isolation. Who's got a problem with who? Right? What's going on? Is everyone taken care of here? Did somebody's barn burn down? How are we going to help that person? Did her husband die? How are we going to support her? Wow. Right? Because it was about the tribe. It was about the clan, and the Heil Kunda. The Heil means bright and holy. And then this knowledge, this is the knowledge of how the body heals.
But we have local government now. So what's the big deal?
And yes, do they care? Do we share these values of the clan, of the tribe, of continuing our way of life? And so, they didn't want to use gold or money. They didn't live that way. They lived harmoniously in nature. And so that's the essence and the core of this, is about how society has to change, because the way that society is creating conflict. It's not incentivizing. Everything about modern society from birth, relationships, just look at it. We are not living biologically. We are not raising young men to be biological men. We're not raising young women to be biological women. We're raising them completely. This is the inversion. It's evil. What is evil backwards is live. It's the inversion of the things that make us live, right? So this is what is, the satanic inversion is not, some horned little cartoon figure. No, the satanic inversion is the inversion of the things that make us live. This is what's evil. It's evil to take a young man and to force him to sit in a classroom and listen to a woman and to not learn how to build a territory. These young men, in order for a man to ever have a woman, he needs a territory. That's how nature works. If the animals in nature, if a male animal doesn't have a territory, he is ignored by the female. He's not even seen, right? And so you get it inverted when a man is trying to get a woman and you don't have a territory, you don't have skills. We have to think about, what is it like to survive in nature? And again, this is getting back to those natural roots, but life, because we have all these modern amenities, we have inverted. We have women doing things that are not biologically aligned with their nature. We have men doing things that are not biologically aligned with their nature. They don't own anything. They don't have any territory, right? And so they have territorial conflicts, which changes their brain chemistry, causes them to be more feminine. And then we have the women who are like, where are all the strong men? Is it even, can I even reproduce? Because it doesn't seem like there's any good, strong men around who have territory who can take care of me. So they turn to the government, and they have, they've become very masculinized. And so you can see, something's very wrong here. We have come very far from the biology of nature and the thing that makes us live. And so that's why we are having an absolute crisis of fertility. We're having an absolute crisis of just health and happiness and well-being. People aren't doing well because they're not living in alignment with their biological code. They don't understand their biological nature as men and women. They don't understand that their tissues are doing very intentional things to help them to survive in a very unbiological world. And so truly, this system allows us to make sense out of everything that's happening. Mental illness, all the whole range of spectrum of sexuality that we have today. What is going on with that? It's conflicts. Every single one tells a story. And when with these tissues, when you see someone's symptom list, it's kind of funny and interesting that people will, because like you said, they identify with the illness. They'll put in their bio, what kind of bizarre sexuality they have, what kind of symptoms and disease and illnesses, and all their little their acronyms for their different diseases. And it's like, oh, my heart, I know what happened to you. I know what happened to you. I know what happened to your family. I know what happened to your parents. I know what happened in your home when you were young. Like, this is a story. Dr. Hammer, his heart, he just had such a heart for the people. His heart was broken for what he saw. He worked in he was in like a psych ward and saw these people. And his heart was broken for these people and the children that are forced to have chemotherapy, that are forced to have treatments that are taken from their parents. I have a great story that I like to share because it's like so illustrative of the conflict. The Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski. When he was a baby, he developed a terrible full body rash, terrible eczema. Okay, so based on what we've already talked about, what did he have going on?
Conflict, separation conflict.
He had a separation conflict from who?
I don't know. Who would it have been from? Mom?
The baby. Mom is everything.
Yeah.
Mom is everything. Baby, conflict with his mom.
Yeah.
Separation from mom. Mom is life. He was separated from his mom. I don't know we didn't get, that piece of the story, but maybe she was gone. Maybe she went away for the weekend and dad was with the baby and baby's like, where is my mom? My whole being. If I have a head to toe rash, I felt so alone, so separated, so desperately not okay, right? And so when I'm desperately not okay, there's micro ulcerations in the skin. Micro ulcerations. You typically don't even notice a symptom at that point. If it goes on for a long enough time, the skin gets very pale and like very flaky. It's almost like, there's very flaky, pale skin and memory loss. Because in nature, and remember they told you that when you were a kid, don't touch the neighborhood kittens because if they smell like you, the mom's not going to remember them. The mom's going to forget. I remember being told that as a child, that the mom cat will forget the kittens. That's what happens, is that we forget, right? A little child that has, ADD, and they're like, why can't you remember your backpack, Johnny? And it's like, well, I'm separated from my mom. And so my brain is causing me to have short-term memory loss because it's easier and better on my psyche to forget that she exists than to feel the pain of her not being with me. So baby, separation, then mom comes back. And so when mom comes back, we have the refilling of the tissue. And so that's what's happening in the ectoderm. Back to the ectodermal germ layer and the cerebral cortex, there's loss of tissue during the active conflict. So this micro ulceration, for the example of the skin, if it's in the ducts, for example, in the bile duct, there's widening of the duct. If it's in the bronchial mucosa, there's widening. So we can have this loss of tissue creating a wider passageway, or this loss of skin to numb the skin and to forget what we are missing our contact with. And then mom comes back. Oh, what a relief. Mom is back again. And so now what was broken down, right? We created holes in the skin, micro ulcerations, so we could numb it so we didn't feel the pain of the separation as much. Now the tissue has to refill. That's the rash, the full body rash. When it's happening, the skin is refilling, right? And because all healing happens in a fluid environment, we've got the skin is swollen and it's red and it's inflamed and it looks freaky. And you're like, oh dear, something's wrong with my child. I need to take them where? To the pediatrician. The pediatrician's going to know just what to do. And so we take the child to the pediatrician and the pediatrician says, oh dear, this is a very bad rash. This is a terrible rash. Oh my goodness, what are we going to do? And he consults with his, other doctor friends and says, oh, you know what we need to do? What do you think they did to little baby Ted Kaczynski?
They probably gave him some injection or cream to stop those, to quote unquote, stop the symptoms, assuming it was the cause.
Yeah, that actually, in that case, probably would have been much better. But they decided, because the rash was so bad, it was his total body, it was painful even to be touched. They put him in an incubator, isolation. And they didn't even let his mother come to visit.
Oh my God.
And just think about little Ted and his experience and how he's feeling about the world. And his mother was heartbroken because she's like, I want to see my baby. That's what the mother wants to do. And she can't. The doctors say, no. You can't touch him. No one can touch him. The touching is the solution. The touching is the solution. And they did the worst possible thing imaginable. Put the baby in an incubator cube away from everyone. Right? Does this remind you of what they did during, 21, 22? We put people in isolation. We said, oh, you've got something scary and bad, and your mother and your father and your friends and your family, they can't even come to see you. Mm-hmm. Terrible biological warfare. And so, and the mother said that when Ted got out of the hospital, he was never the same. I mean, how does that change your psyche? And then what does he go on to do? He writes this manifesto, he mails bombs to people who are, in this technology world. And he's like, we need to this is the wrong direction, right? And so even that violent impulse. So a violent impulse, that's a bioaggressive constellation. So we know anyone that has a violent impulse, they've had both a territorial anger conflict. You were taken from your mother and banned from seeing her as an infant. And then also an identity conflict. And an identity conflict is, who am I for my mother? How do people see me? Where do I belong? And so just imagine this child who's, angry. I mean, how pissed, like you've seen a baby cry, that's a pissed off baby. That baby is mad. That baby is having my territory is, I am angry about what you're doing. Territorial anger plus identity conflict. But then we have bioaggressive. Then the defense is to aggress, right? And we can have outward aggression, mailing bombs, doing acts of violence, or we can have inward aggression, which is self-harm. Even things like tattoos, people that have tattoos, typically have a bioaggressive constellation because they have, and then you look at even the type of tattoo that they have and it's like, it tells a story, it's like, and even like tribal tattoos. What is that? What's a tribe about? Territory, right? We got pissed about something where our territory was being invaded and our identity as a people, who are we? Ooh, I'm a member of this tribe. And so we wear this tattoo because this is who we are. Or like, bikers, they're like typically known as like aggressive. They like this like thrill seeking, bioaggressive, and so again, so isn't that so cool? That's how, so Dr. Hammer found that when you have two conflicts that bombard you, you have two conflicts on opposite sides of the brain. So basically what happens when you have one conflict, there is, there's a change in the brain, in the chemistry of the brain in that impact area. And Dr. Stefan Lanka has a really interesting description of what's happening kind of at the tissue layer, that there's this transformation of the tissue from chondroitin sulfate to hyaluronic acid. And that's what forms the impact, the dark ring circle in the CT scan that you can see during the active conflict. And so there's like these changes that are taking place, and it takes like 16 times more sugar. Like your brain, just think if you plug in a program or like you plug in an appliance, there's going to be more energy kind of like sucked out of the system to run this program. So we're running a significant biological special program. That's another piece of the terminology. We don't call it a disease. Disease means wrongness. Disease means something is awry. We call it a significant biological special program, an SBS. This is built into your biological code and will run under a certain circumstance. It gets turned on, right? The brain needs more energy, 16 times more sugar when we have this impact in the brain, and we're trying to resolve, first this territorial anger, for example. But then while we're running this program, this territorial anger program, which causes adaptations in the small curvature of the stomach or the bile duct or the pancreatic duct with widening, right? Because we need to better process nutrients so we can like fight our way out of the situation that is threatening our territory and making us angry, right? That's like anger. I'm angry about what's happening. I need to resolve it. But in that, if you are running this program, so this conflict is active, and then you have another conflict of identity. Where do I belong? What's my role? Like, who am I to my mother? I don't like the way you're seeing me. That's a good one with identity conflicts, is like, I don't like the way that I'm being seen. So if somebody says something to you that like, you're like, that's not me. That's not me. That's not who I am. Ooh, I am mad that you said that because that's not me. Identity conflict. And so we've got the territorial anger conflict that was already active. Now we have an identity conflict. And so if we were going to keep running, so the identity conflict relay is the rectum surface mucosa, which leads to hemorrhoids during the healing phase. But the brain is like, okay, so we're running this program already and we're sucking up 16 times more sugar and we're growing conflict load. And so the tissue adaptations are happening. And now we've got this going on over here too. That's like, plugging way too many things into the outlets and sucking all this energy. The brain's, it shifts gears. So something different happens when we have two conflicts, opposite brain hemispheres. We shift into a constellation. And so the constellation is a super sense. So now, it's an altered reality. I see, again, remember BC AD. Now after this, I'm seeing the world differently. I'm seeing it through the lens of this bioaggression, right? Because if all of this is going on, if my psyche is bombarded with all of this, I need something even more. In order to survive in this world, I need to get aggressive. I need to do more, right? I need to, so even little children can have these bioaggressive constellations, right? A big tantrum, I'm throwing things. It's like, this is how I'm going to get what I need, right? I've got biological needs and this is how I'm going to get it. Right. And it's an adaptation, but we need to understand it. Parents need to understand it. If you yourself listening, you need to understand your tracks related to your conflicts and constellations. Right. And it's not that you can necessarily always prevent yourself from kind of flying off the handle. But when when they say, oh, I've got a hot temper, when I fly off the handle, well, what's happening is you've got a track around your identity conflict. And when that gets triggered, you go manic aggressive, and you blow up and you scream and you have a fit. I talked to a mother, and she's like, I really today would like to talk about the concept of mom rage. And I was like, okay, let's do that. Let's talk about the concept of mom rage, because she just found that there were some times where she's just like, I can't even, her best intention is to not scream and shout at her children. She really does not want to do that. I don't want to traumatize my children. I don't want to, freak out like this, right? But sometimes she does. Because this is pay attention to when your identity, because again, I want to be, so when does mom get really mad? When she's in public, child's doing something and it threatens how others see her as a mother. Oh, you see that lady over there? You see what she's letting her? And she noticed somebody whispering and she's like, my identity. Oh, I don't like the way you're seeing me. This is not okay. And mom's grabbing the child, you know what I mean? And so she's having this, you see, this is so real, right? This is so real. This is what happens. I'm threatened in my identity. I don't like the way I'm being seen. And so I have an explosion, right? And that, again, that is meant to be the resolution to my conflict, right? And again, in nature, I see this with my dogs, right? If somebody's angry, it's like, I need to bite down the other dog. Because of the pack, because of the hierarchy, there's a way that it works. But when you live in kind of an artificial world, artificial society where, you can't do the thing that might make sense, to like bite down or to defend yourself. It's like, I have to hold back. And this is, another just quick example of tooth decay. It's a bite conflict. It's not sugar. It's not brushing. It's not bacteria in your mouth. It's a bite conflict. I want to bite. I want to defend, but I can't. I'm not able to, or I'm not allowed to speak my mind, to express myself. And so the teeth, because the tooth has two different tissues. We've got the dentin, which is that new mesodermal connective tissue, which is breakdown during the active phase. And then we also have the outer enamel, which is the ectodermal tissue, also breakdown during the conflict active phase. So when you're in the conflict of wanting to bite someone, your teeth are decaying. Your teeth are breaking down. And then when you resolve it, the tooth, can then restore. And so that is in the ectodermal area of the brain, is the cerebral cortex. And this is all about this, hierarchy. Where do I belong? How am I going to assure my place in society? For women, this is her sexuality. Her sexuality is her ability to reproduce, right? That's her biological purpose and value. And then the man, it's about his territory. So these are like these two very important areas in the brain that when you have conflicts there, it changes your level of testosterone and estrogen. So if the woman has a sexual conflict for the right-hander, it's very interesting actually. So like the right-handed woman, because nature, again, only does what makes sense. And so there's, not a fair split, there's fewer left-handers than right-handers, but it's purposeful that it's like that because the brains of left-hander and right-hander work differently. So for example, if the alpha male dies in a pack, this is a sexual conflict for the woman. Oh, there's no alpha male. That means I can't reproduce. So the right-handed woman, her estrogen goes down and her testosterone goes up because she says it's not safe to have a child. I actually need to step in. I need to be more masculine because there's no protector here. I can't. And so that woman will have, she's not going to be, her egg isn't going to mature because she doesn't have enough estrogen. She's going to be higher in testosterone. She's going to be more masculine, more manic, more outgoing. This is describing the modern woman, right? Where we said, it's not safe to be a woman. You need to provide and protect for yourself. You need to secure all these things. So, we have lower estrogen, higher testosterone, but the left-handed woman, it works opposite. So the left-handed woman, because again, it would be the end of the species if the alpha male dies and all the women then become more masculine and unable to reproduce. But the left-hander, her brain is wired opposite. And so when she has a sexual conflict, her estrogen goes up. It makes her more likely to reproduce. And so that's, again, one of these ways that Dr. Hammer, just observed. How does nature work? Does
that apply to men too when it comes to territorial conflict?
Yes. So the left-handed man, that's why the left-handed man tends to be the leader, because the right-handed man tends to be, the follower, the beta, because when he has his first territorial loss conflict, his testosterone goes down. It makes him more docile. It needs to be this way. So Dr. Hammer describes it like in the wolf pack. So the wolf pack has a hierarchy. Why does it have a hierarchy? Because the wolves are mean and they want to be mean to each other. No, the hierarchy makes biological sense. Biological is life logic. In order for this species to survive, we have a hierarchy for how things function. Because if every male wolf in the pack was like, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go over here and I'm going to hunt for this. You go to get the goose. I'm going to go get a rabbit. And it just all did its own thing. everyone would die because but in the pack, there is an order, and that allows the pack to survive. And so there's the alpha, and the alpha is simply, he's the one with the most testosterone. And so the one with the most testosterone, he's the one that is the biggest and the strongest. And he is the one that's responsible for reproduction. Why?
Well, to make sure that the species survives.
The biggest, strongest man is more likely to produce big, strong offspring that are going to survive. Yeah. And so that's it. It just makes sense. And so when there's the hierarchy and the order in the wolf pack, when there's a wolf that says, oh, I want to be alpha, they go at it. It's like, okay, you think you're big, you're up and coming. Let's see who's got the most, like who's got the most testosterone, who's going to get, to be the alpha, and that's the most responsibility. It's not like being the alpha. Being the alpha means you are in control of everything, and you have to, make all the decisions. So you have a lot of responsibility. And so if the wolf that gets bitten down, his testosterone is going to go down, and it has to, because if it didn't, if they just kept fighting all the time, the wolf pack wouldn't survive. And so we need the alpha wolf, and then we need the subordinates. We need the ones that are like, listen to everything the alpha says, right? This is how it works in like the military, right? We need a chain of command. If we don't have a chain of command, does it work?
Doesn't have to be government, by the way, though. But yes.
Certainly not. But again, in every, you can see it.
Yeah. It's a natural order. It's a natural way of things.
Natural order.
It's not a coerced, forced, like manipulated through like adhesion contracts.
Yeah. And it's not about good and bad. It's not like, oh, it's good to be alpha, it's bad to be beta. No, absolutely not. There is, non-judgmentalism in the Germanic culture. We don't judge things as good or bad. We just do what makes sense.
If you listen to this podcast, chances are you're focusing on your health and recovery a lot more than the normal human being. And that's a good thing. You might be exploring things like circadian biology, red light therapy, saunas, cold plunges, and some other things like this. But there's one thing that a lot of people overlook: the non-native EMFs in our environment. Things like Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and our cell phone signals. And it's easy to overlook this thing because we don't see it, but our bodies definitely feel it. There's no substitute for getting in nature. That's going to be the best way to regulate and come back to homeostasis. But when you're spending time in modern environments, inside our houses, inside our schools, inside our office spaces, it just makes sense to harmonize that environment as best you possibly can. That's why I've got Aries Tech set up both in my house and in my podcast studio. They help to harmonize and neutralize the chaotic non-native EMFs in our environment rather than fighting them. Aries Tech doesn't block non-native EMFs, and that's an important point to make. If something were truly blocking non-native EMFs, you wouldn't even receive a signal. A lot of so-called blocking technology that's out there can actually make interference worse, and we talk a lot about that in episode 186 of the Way Forward podcast, featuring CEO of Aries Tech, Josh Bruni. I was genuinely impressed with some of the studies that have been done on Aries Tech, especially the ones that have been done on professional athletes, and you can learn all about those on their website, or just head to the show notes. We'll have it linked there. This is all about being aware of the harmful effects of non-native EMFs, but not being fearful. But more importantly, doing something, helping to create a more clear, clean living and work environment. So if you'd like to try Aries Tech out, go to ariestech.com or just head to the show notes and be sure to enter code TWF25 at checkout, and that'll give you 25% off your order. Why the handedness with that? Like, where does that, I'm still trying to wrap my head around like how that comes in and why that comes in. Like, why is it that the alpha tends to be left-handed?
Well, because so again, when he has his first conflict, instead of his testosterone going down, his testosterone goes up. And so he is more likely to keep fighting. So he's going to challenge once again. So he's going to, his program says, challenge once again. I'm not, the right hander. He immediately is like, okay, I take my role as the supporter. Like, so I'm going to listen to you because you are, the stronger one.
So this is just a pattern that Dr. Hammer recognized as it pertains to this. So for women who are left-handed, their estrogen goes up if they have a conflict related to sexuality. For men who are left-handed, if they have a conflict related to their territory, their testosterone goes up.
Precisely.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
And this is just, again, this order and organization and biological function and the way that it just makes sense. And when you observe that, you tend to notice that, you, for example, you're left-handed. It's like, and this is, you look at people like in leadership and, people, it's a common thing that you can observe in nature. And then when you understand that there's a biological function and meaning and purpose behind why it is that way, it's like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, it's the right and the left sides of the brain. So that there is that division of the temporal lobes and the cerebral cortex. that the left side is the side of the brain that controls the estrogen. The right side is that controls, and it's not about the production of estrogen. It's kind of like the levels, so it's like the ratios. And so when you have these different conflicts and tracks, and this is what's interesting. So like when a woman, for example, when she, and a lot of women are very interested now in kind of returning to more natural order within their relationships. And, so when a woman criticizes a man, that causes his testosterone to go down. Instead of him doing the thing you want him to do, he's going to become more passive, more depressive, because she's, every relationship has that perfect kind of hormonal harmony and balance. And so that's why, when we are paying attention to this, you're like, oh, and again, get back to these people that have conflicts, and you look at, like, you can tell, you had a very masculine mother, you had a very weak, passive, or non-existent father, right? That absence. And so that sets the frame for that young woman, for that young man, for how they show up in the world. So women who, have, struggles in relationships, who have struggles in all, it's like, oh, it's all about the story. I mean, that's the thing, is it's never about what's wrong with you. It's always about, I see something going on with you right now, whether it's a mental illness or, something that you've been diagnosed with, or a symptom. And then we just see that, and immediately we know the story. And that's where this model just gives you such compassion and understanding for people, because once again, it's not about judgment. It's about understanding and seeing how you are makes perfect biological sense, and your belief system and how you see the world. It's like, it's because of how you were raised and how, what was drilled into your mind about men and women. So many women are like, oh, take care of yourself. Don't rely on a man. Makes sense. It makes sense that you would develop and grow in the way that you have, and have the struggles in your relationships, or, people. And this is a well-known phenomenon that people that come from broken families tend to go on to create broken families, and people that come from intact families tend to, gravitate more likely to remain married and stay in the relationship. And again, there's this isn't good, bad, or right, wrong, or you should, and you always say, it's always so individual. And this is the system that is so individualized. This is about the unique individual. It's not about statistics. It's not about shoulds. It's just about, this is the way nature operates and functions. And as creatures of nature, extensions of nature, we need to have regard for how nature has designed life and the biological code. And which is so interesting too, because, it's just biology. It's not religion. And so that's the thing too, is like a lot of people kind of meld like certain religious concepts of like, oh, well, this is, it's not about religion. It's not about a book, right? My cow doesn't know anything about the Bible or any other religious text. My cow, but she is subject to all of these biological laws and programs.
Speaking of cows, real quick, Dakota Cohen, who I interviewed, who's a regenerative farmer in Canada, is a really big fan of German new medicine. And he said he noticed that when his female cows would get mastitis, he started questioning it from a German new medicine lens. And he noticed, okay, I have the calves separated from the mama cows, and there is a big area between them, so they can't actually come up to the fence and communicate with each other. So when he became hip to German new medicine, he was like, okay, they at least need to be able to touch each other. So then he basically changed the way that he had them grazing to where they could at least be in the field right next to each other, so they could at least still touch each other, and the mastitis went away.
Biological. Makes perfect sense. I love that story so much. And that's exactly, Dr. Hammer, he wrote a book about the breast, and one of his examples is the goat Meki. And the goat, it was basically, he was living in Spain, and apparently in Spain, there's like this law that says if you find a goat, you can keep it. And so he found this goat.
What a law. Oh my God.
So he finds
so random.
He finds this goat in a drain pipe that, clearly had been run off by the dogs or something. And so this goat's in this, and so he gets the goat, and he gets to keep it because that's the law. And they named the goat Meki, and the goat was all alone, by itself. And it's like, oh, I've got this goat. The goats need other goats. And so then he, gets some other goats. And when the other goats come around, she gets a swelling, like a major swelling on her breast, on her udder. And that was it was a separation conflict that came into resolution. So mastitis. And this is the same biological program of a ductal, what they call breast cancer. It's the same exact program. So a small version of that is mastitis. If that separation. So this is a separation conflict, a feeling like my calf, my animal, my baby has been torn from my breast. And so during the active conflict, there is erosion, widening of the breast duct. So the breast ductal tissue is different than the breast glandular tissue. It is made of the ectodermal tissue, which widens during the active phase. And so if the brain gets the message, I've been separated from my offspring, and so the ancient biology says, okay, if I'm separated from my offspring, they functionally for me are dead, are gone. So I need to widen the breast duct so I can better siphon off this milk that's not needed. And so the breast duct widens during the active conflict. So when the calves are separated from the mama cows, and the mama cow's like, where's my calf? And I can't even see it. And it's not okay. So we have that widening. And then we have the resolution, the inflammation, the pain of the mastitis when it's red, when it's swollen. That's when the tissue is refilling. So that's when the breast duct goes from wide during the conflict active phase. And then we have the resolution, and then it refills. So for the goat, it was when it got these little goat friends. And so now, I'm back with my pack. I'm back with my little goat tribe. So I can resolve my conflict. That's where the restoration of the tissue happens. So yeah, these animals, they don't intellectually know any of this. And that's why Dr. Hammer, he was so specific. This is not psychology. And so a lot of people will misunderstand the Germanische Heilkunde to be like, mind body, and it's the mind that's creating the problem, and it's past the mind. It is the biology, because again, it's not the mind of the cow.
So it has nothing to do with belief, really.
It has nothing to do with. You don't have to believe in laws of nature. You don't have to believe that if you release something from your hand, like, do you have to believe that some force, we don't know what force, but something is going to cause the object to drop, right? It's just going to happen. Why? Because we've observed. This is how it happens, and this is how it happens. And drop something again. Okay, is it going to happen? It happened again. And drop something again. Okay, and that's how Dr. Hammer discovered the biological laws. He's like, let me watch. This is how it happened. This is how it happened. And we looked in this person, that's how it happened. And we looked in the brain, and that's how it happened. And we asked them questions, and this is what happened. And we looked at the organs, and this is what happened. And it happened again, and it happened again, and it keeps happening that way. And it keeps happening that way. And it's never not happened that way. As soon as there's one exception, it's no longer a law. Then it's a theory. Then it's sometimes this does happen associated with this. Sometimes this, and it's so systematic and understandable and biological and just the code of nature and just the way it works for the plants, for the animals, for the humans, for the living things on this place that we live. That's how it works. In this realm where we abide, that's how it works. This is how the tissues function in this current video game that we're playing. We're such funny people that have certain language that it's like,
like what words can we use? If you better not say planet,
better not say cell.
One question I do have is related to belief, because you just said that the 5 biological laws operate they precede belief. They're biological laws from the German New Medicine perspective. And I've come to the belief, ironically, that our beliefs about reality, our beliefs about ourselves have a tremendous impact on our physiology and possibly the nature of reality, especially when you look at like Veda Austin's work related to water, even Dr. Gerald Pollack's work related to water. But I'd say more specifically Veda's work, because she's showing that our beliefs and thoughts have an impact on the physical expression and orientation of water. Water permeates all facets of reality. We're 70% water. So it's easy to sort of put those pieces together, right? And then when you look at the placebo and the nocebo effect on the individual level, and then on a mass scale, you look at mass psychogenic illness, mass social contagion. And on the flip side of that, the more quote unquote positive side of it, you would look at the Maharishi effect, when a lot of people gather together to intend something to happen in reality might have an actual impact on that thing occurring. So like from a German New Medicine lens, given that you're proficient in that, very proficient, you've done a great job so far. And you've actually cleared up a lot of confusion that I've had up to this point too. So that's been super helpful. But from that lens, how do we reconcile what appears to be belief impacting physiology and like belief eliciting symptoms in many cases as well?
Yeah, this is a great question. And back to the animals, the animal doesn't have to believe anything in order for the observation of this happens every time with the animal. and they've even done brain scans on, I think, a sheep. One of the stories of a sheep having a brain scan and having the conflict ring in the brain just the same. And so we know that the animals aren't having a belief system, and yes, do we have a belief system? Are we manifesting these results in reality? I mean, apart from the biological system of the Germanische, my belief is, yes, that like our, consciousness is what creates the reality. But when you're looking at the system in which we're operating, again, the code by which all this stuff seems to come together, right? When you look at different elements, they have certain properties and they do certain things reliably in this realm. And so when it comes to how these biological laws function, and can we observe the biological laws without being an observer? Well, no. There's of course the observer effect is always taking place. I can't observe my chickens without affecting the chickens. You can't observe a molecule without affecting it. And so is it even possible to be truly and completely objective?
No, never. And that's where it's funny. Like I always say that ironically, I don't think even if you controlled for all of the known physical variables, that you could follow the scientific method, because the variable of the individual who is observing it and their belief related to it, there seems to be clear indication that might have an impact on the results.
Of course. And so, but when you're observing, so my belief system changed tremendously when I started learning about holistic health. And so, I grew up and I liked the smell of Febreze. I grew up and I enjoyed, certain shampoos.
The black ice thing that you hang in your car.
I didn't like that one. I
Like, I smell that now and it makes me want to throw up.
The vanilla one was nice though. I liked herbal essences. I liked these things that had artificial smells and I didn't think anything of it. Dryer sheets. I was like, wow, these dryer sheets, they smell. And so my belief system at the time was, I didn't believe anything was bad or wrong, but then I learned all the things that are toxic and bad. And this is doing this to the body and it's killing your brain cells when you smell that perfume and it's changing your hormones. And so I developed a belief that this stuff is really bad for me, and so as I was learning that, I would get so conflicted, biologically conflicted. Now that I have the belief system that this perfume is toxic and this Febreze is toxic and these dryer sheets, I would get a conflict when I walked down the grocery store aisles and I got to the detergent aisle and I just started smelling and my nose would start running. I'd start sneezing profusely because I had a stink conflict about these items. But there are other people that put these items in their home daily and are not sneezing profusely because of them. Because for me, my belief system about those items, now, is there some objective? Is this good to have in the body? Is this bad to have in the body? For me, I look at everything. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Does this smell happen in nature? What has to happen? And even, you watch those TV programs that show you like behind the scenes of how this and that is made, and it's like when you watch that, how do you make the Febreze? How does this happen? And you're like, gosh, it's a lot of weird chemistry that has to go on in order for you to manufacture this, and then, it doesn't seem like that's natural. So for me, my logical mind says, I am not going to go out of my way to buy this. And I'm not going to, I went to, a family member's vacation home. They've got plugins, those plugins and I just, before I would freak out and say, I can't stay here because it smells so bad. I just unplugged them for the time that I was there. And I was like, these people like it. I plugged the things back in when I left because it's like, I've just neutralized, right? I'm not going to buy them. I'm not going to use them. It doesn't make sense. I do believe that they are not what is ideal to have, breathing.
So you acknowledge that there could be some objectivity related to harms that those types of things could cause.
Well, but the thing is I'm not going to say, oh, this is harm, because as soon as I make it bad and judge it as this is harmful and I don't use it because it's harmful and bad, even that judgment is just like, it doesn't make sense for me to use that.
Rather than just saying this is out of alignment with nature, and I'd rather just stick with what's natural.
Yeah. So again, because as soon as I start going down that road of, well, it is bad and it could cause it just doesn't make sense for me to do that anymore. It's more, I like things that are natural. I like things that I could make myself, right? I like if I can steep something from the woods and make a tincture and make my own perfume, or those, lovely companies that make like lovely fragrances that are all just made from stuff in nature that you could know how to do. I don't need a factory. That's a big part of it, is I don't need a factory. Again, think back to the Germanic people. They were artisans. They were craftsmen. They made beautiful things, but they didn't use factories to do it. They used their hands. They didn't use AI. They didn't use technology. They used their own creativity modeled off of nature itself. That makes sense to me. That's why I love, things that are handmade and handcrafted by real people that didn't involve a machine or a factory to make it. And yes, I actually love machines too. I love farm equipment, and I love
There's also a time and a
tractors.
place. Like in order to get this message out, we're using things that were made with machines, and it's like a time and place for them.
Totally. And so that's that deeper just philosophy behind my attitude about these belief systems, that because I was a big part. So before I spoke on these topics, I spoke on toxins. Every week I had a lunch and learn at a local restaurant, and I taught people about dryer sheets. I taught them about food. I did grocery shopping tours, and I said, don't eat this. This causes cancer. Don't eat that. And so I was a big voice in people's head about, don't eat this food. This food is inflammatory. Don't eat that. It's bad. And so I created, and it's all this split energy, right? All this split energy of like, ooh, this is bad. I shouldn't do this. And this is what's good, but it's hard for me to live that. And so I created for people, I invited them into a worldview, a model, a paradigm where there's a lot of scary bad things that you really want to avoid that can cause bad things to happen in your body. I mean, I was kind of a tyrant about it. I go to my parents' house, I take everything out of the refrigerator. I said, if you keep eating this, you're not going to see your grandchildren, and you're going to get, and that's how passionate I was and how much I thought that what I was doing was right. But I didn't take into consideration the experience of the person who's eating the food, and they're like, I shouldn't eat this. This is bad for me. I had that. I had this concept that sugar paralyzes the immune system. And so I believe
the immune system.
That sugar paralyzes the immune system. Again, it was based on that stress adaptation model that the immune system is keeping everything in check. And so I need to do all the right things to keep my immune system functioning so it can kill the baddies and keep my tissues, kill the bad bacteria and kill the bad cancer cells. And I would stay, but if I did the naughty thing, I had an organic peanut butter cup, but it has sugar in it. There was a period of time that I didn't cook with any sugar. Those were the stevia years, the swerve years. I mean, we didn't have any grains. We were against all the grains. We ate in this very specific way. And I would have there's sugar in the peanut butter cup, and I would get a sore throat. I get a scratchy throat after. In my mind and in my model, it made perfect sense. In my model, the sugar paralyzes the immune system. The immune system is what keeps the bacteria in the back of my throat in check. Right. And so because I paralyzed my immune system because I swallowed this, peanut butter cup, then I would get a scratchy throat. Or I had a track with sugar and tooth pain. I was like, oh, the sugar is bad for my teeth. And so because I had this belief system, can you see how it manifests through my biological programs where I am, feeling conflicted about it? I'm isolated. I feel, my nutrition teacher gurus wouldn't approve that I'm eating this peanut butter cup because it's got sugar in it. So I'm feeling isolated. I'm conflicted about it. It's kind of a big deal to me because I'm a teacher of nutrition. So it's it wasn't just a small thing for me to eat that. It was a conflicting event where my energy was split. And then I would manifest the symptoms of what I believed was happening, right? Which was the immune system model. But when we go back a layer and we look at the biological code that's been operating from the background the whole time, we see I was having a can't swallow conflict. And so the can't swallow conflict causes the back of the throat to widen when I'm like, I don't know about this morsel. Do I need to spit it out? Should I get rid of this? And so there's erosion of the tissue, which causes kind of a burning pain in the back of the throat when the tissue is widening. And then afterwards, the swelling, oh man, my throat's kind of sore now. My throat's a little scratchy because I had split energy. I had a conflict. Once I swallowed the peanut butter cup down and was like, okay, I'm not going to do that again, conflict resolved. But can you see how that becomes a belief system, a self-fulfilling prophecy, a placebo effect that now that I believe these things are bad for me, I have a really great example of this. So this was a whole organization that I was a part of that was very passionate about teaching people, about healthy living and nutrition and getting all the toxins out of your home. And so one of the tenets in the nutritional program was that pork is kind of dirty. Pork, you shouldn't have, pork. We're good with beef, but it was about toxins actually, because, pigs will eat anything. And so they have a lot more toxins in their meat and whatever. And so that was one of the beliefs. And we were all on this seminar together. We all went, I think it was a seminar in Colorado, and we have to eat out when we're at these seminars. And the hotel restaurant, someone had ordered the green chili, and they asked the chef, can you confirm, is this beef chili? And it was confirmed at the first day that, yes, this is beef chili. And so throughout the weekend, we ate at this restaurant several times, and everyone's like, oh, the chili's delicious. The chili's delicious. So everyone was like raving about the chili. I got the chili. The chili was delicious. It was great. And then the last day of the seminar, because everyone was so jazzed about the chili, one of the members, they went and got the recipe. Oh, can I get the recipe for this chili? Because it's so good. She gets the recipe, and this chili we've been eating all weekend, it was pork. There was pork in it. And so the news makes it through the team, through everybody that was at the seminar that was eating the chili, except for one person. There was one person that they're like, don't tell him. Don't tell him about the chili. He will be pissed about the chili if he finds out. So we don't tell him. Everybody else gets diarrhea.
Wow.
Everybody else gets diarrhea except for him, because we all said, I had a bad morsel. I had a bad morsel that I shouldn't have eaten. And body's like, evacuate, get this out, right? It was after we find out we had the bad morsel. We shouldn't get, everybody had diarrhea, this indigestible morsel that I have to evacuate, except for the one who didn't find out about it. So again, it was a biological conflict for the people who had the conflict. For the one who didn't have the conflict, it wasn't a conflict.
Yeah. Wow. Oh my goodness. So I got a question. That's incredible. I have a question though, related to myself when it comes to food sensitivities, right? So I struggle typically, and I'm sure there's some sort of negative association track that I'm on related to this when I eat grains or pseudo grains. Okay. This is interesting though, because when I lived in Germany for a year, I lived with a German guy who was on the handball team that I played for, and he would make traditional German meals. And I didn't want to be rude, so I would eat them. But I didn't have any symptoms after eating the bread that he would make for me. And I was like, what the hell? This doesn't make sense, because I had that expectation, that belief in my mind. And this is where I'm kind of getting at objectivity possibly. And then that's when I started researching the differences between the ways our bread is processed in the United States versus in Europe. And it made sense to me that I wasn't having any negative symptoms related to the food there, despite having the preconceived idea that my body's going to struggle with this. And I didn't. Versus when I eat it in the United States, I do. So what would German new medicine say about that?
So prior to learning about the grains in the United States, did you have issues with it before?
No, I didn't. But I would have I thought it was just grains in general across the world at that point in time, right? That most Western countries had the same processing. So how is it that I didn't have any response when I ate those same, what I thought was the same thing in Europe?
So that's the thing, is the symptom tells the story. If you didn't have the symptom, you didn't have the conflict then, for whatever reason, get into your psyche at that period of time. What was it like for you? So when the symptom manifests, that's when you have the conflict. And so the question of, I thought that, a lot of times we can think, I think I was believing that, and I didn't know this aspect of it. The symptom, just go with the symptom. The symptom tells a story. If before you learned about the grain difference and here and there and all of that, and then you come back here, you eat the grains, you start having, and is it digestive symptoms? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this indigestible morsel, this is indigestible to me because they put this type of chemical and it's processed in this way in this country. And so, maybe it just built up for you, however that belief and however it manifested and however your resistance to those certain foods. So we just have to follow the story of, so whatever was going on in Germany, maybe you were really enjoying the whole handball situation and you were having a nice time, that it wasn't at that point. Again, it didn't reach that level. And maybe, again, the Control-Alt-Delete, maybe you did have some misgivings, but you didn't have that moment of being I actually shouldn't eat this. Now that I'm back in the US, I don't even know how this whole timeline manifested for you. But again, we just know the story, we know the symptoms, and when they arose, that means that traces back to a conflicting moment, a conflicting situation that you had while it was in your system. And that's why some people are like, well, I don't even have a problem with the food, but this food the body can flag any little element and use it as a potential track. So that, again, if you were in a conflicted, maybe it wasn't even about, bad grains in the US, maybe you were, having a dispute with a family and, you had an indigestible morsel and you happen to, have, some type of grain or bread in your system at that time.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. I'll have to sit with that more and really think on that related to German medicine. This is a concept that I think is a part of GNM, or maybe it's someone that is a GNM practitioner has said before, is that the nature of the conflict is in the eye of the beholder. Can you talk about that a little bit as well? Because I hear that happen. And I also have developed skepticism surrounding GNM related to this specifically, where a lot of people experience the exact same thing, and then only a few of them develop the conflict. And then Steve Falconer, and I would like to talk about what Dr. Hammer says about toxins, malnutrition, and physical trauma as well. So we'll sort of put a note on that, a pin on that. But Steve Falconer put out an interesting video sort of saying it could be that the toxic burden of an individual, if I remember correctly, all coinciding with the conflict is what gives rise possibly to the symptoms. But I just love to hear your take on a group of people experiencing something, only a few of them develop the symptoms related to it, how it's hyper-specific at the individual level.
Yes. And so that, again, is what I love so much about this work, is it is so about the person that experiences it. It's not about the group. It's not about statistics. It's not about, it's about you. How did you experience it? And you are your biochemistry, you are your hormones at that moment and your stage of life and what is necessary for you. So one of the classic examples is a woman finds out that her husband is being unfaithful. Okay, so depending on the woman, so that's the event. That's what we'll call, this is the conflicting event, is an unfaithful husband. But not every woman is going to experience the woman or the husband being unfaithful in the same way. So if that woman, if she was wanting to have more children with this man, she's like, this was the man I was going to have more children with. This is what that for her registers as a sexual conflict, because her biological need is for more children. For the woman who has already had her children with that man, for example, she's not planning on having any more children, but the essence of the conflict for her is, it's a younger woman. And she looks better than I do. And so that for her would be a self-devaluation conflict. Another one is, am I going to lose the house? So for her, it could be a separation conflict, or am I going to lose my children in a divorce? And so for her, it manifests in the breast duct as a separation. I'm going to lose my children. Another woman might be already, has a boyfriend on the side herself. And she's like, this is very convenient for me that I find that you are, and she doesn't have a conflict at all, because this is actually, great news for her that, she can. And so you see, it depends on the person, their stage of life, their hormonal status, what they've got going on, what their biological need in that relationship is. So single event, but, different experience. You have a group full of people and something, shocking happens, if a Marine is there versus, a 10-year-old child, they are going to experience something like some type of threat or danger in a different way.
Does that even apply to kids as well, though, too? Like if kids who have less life experience and less contextual background that experience the same exact thing, that only one will develop symptoms in one way based on their unique, I don't know, you get what I'm saying.
Their perception is everything. It's like, so their needs as their biological needs. What do I need? What is my conflict about? And so a child, they're more likely to generalize to their whole beingness. So that whole body rash that the example from before, that's like a generalized, like my whole beingness versus just one area of like a rash that's right here or right there. This is this whole generalized. It's me as a whole. A child is more likely to do that than an adult, simply because their view of the world, and so that's why kids often will grow out of certain allergies or, reactivities to things, because as their mind can handle more concepts and as they understand more things, certain things become no longer relevant. And that's the key to resolution. This is no longer relevant. It's as though it happened to someone else. A conflict is resolved when it can't happen again, when you can laugh about it, which means I have changed my fundamental view of myself, of the world so much. And that's why children will grow out of things. They are really, freaked out or really obsessed with something for a little while. And then their mind has changed. Their psyche has changed. They see the world differently. What was relevant then is not relevant now. The baby, the 3-year-old that's like has rashes all over because I want my mommy near me. When he's 15, 16, does he want his mommy near him all the time? Is he, if he wants, his stage of life has changed. So his biological needs have changed. So his conflicts have changed.
Okay. I think I want to get into next what Dr. Hammer talks about with toxins, malnutrition, and physical trauma. So I think this is a big sticking point where on one side, a lot of people misunderstand that he did talk about toxins, malnutrition, and physical trauma. He's not saying everything like uniformly is only caused by a conflict. I mean, in the example of his son, he died due to morphine, right? Like am I correct in that? It was morphine. Okay, so there's an example right there. And then on the other side of that, I wonder where the line is with what is considered objectively toxic, what is considered objective malnutrition, and then what is a physical trauma. Because, for example, like even with an athlete, right? I would imagine that if they have some sort of self-devaluation conflict coinciding with being hit really hard as a football player or lacrosse player or landing on someone's foot as a basketball player or something like that, that they sort of work together. So is it possible that also applies on the malnutrition side of things? It also applies a little bit on the toxins side of things. So I just love to hear your take on all of that.
Yeah. Perfect.
So I know a lot of people get hung up about this. I'm sure you get questions on this all the time.
Yeah. So one of the best examples I have for malnutrition is back to my cow. Is one time I was out of town for a period of time and I came back in and her udder was like super full because I think Steve was milking her. And at the time I didn't think that he had gotten enough milk out. And I was like, oh, I'm going to really need to do a really good milking on her when I get home. And so I did that and I milked her very thoroughly. And so there's something that happens, and this happens also when they calve for the first time, when they have the baby cow. Basically all the milk goes into the udder and the udder gets really, really huge. And so when the body of the cow has to make a ton of milk at the same, at once. So when I emptied that udder when I got home, the next day, she started having some weird symptoms. So these symptoms, she was like walking really stiff, like her muscles were really stiff. And it was like, ooh, she's walking funny. What's going on with that? And you look that up and it's called milk fever. And so milk fever, it's a deficiency. So when I over milked her and when they first calve and all the milk goes into the udder, what does it need? It needs calcium and magnesium and it's pulling it all out of the body to make all this milk, right? And that's for the baby. But then the muscles are not able to fire properly. The actin myosin bridges that are needed in order for muscle contraction to take place. We need the calcium, we need the magnesium, we need these elements, right? And those elements were in the milk and not in her muscles. And so she started like so those physical symptoms are malnutrition related. She didn't have, and so you have to get this big tube of magnesium and you have to wrangle her and put it in her mouth. And then, once it kind of processes in, she has what she needs. That is an example of a true deficiency, symptoms unrelated to a biological program, related to a physical thing. So there are physical particles called calcium and magnesium that are needed in order for muscle contractions to take place. If those are not there, they cannot take place properly. There are symptoms. Malnutrition. Now, in the case of an injury, like a car accident, you can have a car accident, you can have, any type of injury. And
you shatter your arm in a car accident because someone hit you on the left side as the driver. Like, I don't think there's a conflict related to that necessarily. Again, it's physical.
So that's the thing to take place, or really to understand about the differentiation. Is it manifesting from the inside out? So these biological programs, these are things that appear to come out of nowhere. There's no, we can't point to, I can point to over milking, deficient, pulling the physical particles called calcium out of her system. Now she needs those things back. That's it. See, it's like a physical thing that we need. It's that we need to put back in. Now we have a physical force, an outside force comes, and there's a car in it, and there's an accident, and then there's an injury, right? And so that is coming from the outside in, these particles coming from the outside in. Now, with the thing about injury is that, yes, you can predispose with the self-devaluation conflict. So often I find if you did, I just happened to snap my Achilles. You didn't just happen to snap let's look at the self-devaluation that thinned out that tendon because of self-devaluation related to physical performance that predisposed you to have the injury. Absolutely. And then, for myself and the way that I view the world of just, again, you are always like, everything is a reflection. Everything is a mirror. So when something, I teach a whole class about animals and how animals and like they mirror and they show us in our world, your car can be a mirror. Everything that's happening in your life, I think on some level is showing you, like an accident happened. Sometimes like, what was the benefit of that accident for you? Like what, so I think that there are other realms in which it's a benefit or there's a reason that it's happening. But when it comes to just kind of that pure biological conflict standpoint, the crux of it all, is there a circle in the brain at the particular location where we're having a symptom? If there's a circle in the brain, we know the way that the circle is mediated, the hum or focus in the brain is through the psyche-brain-organ, through the conflict shock, the DHS. If there's no circle in the brain, but there was an injury, and we're having symptoms in this area of the body, there's no circle in the brain, we know it's an outside thing. It's down. It's from the bottom up, right? Not from the psyche down. It's something coming from outside in instead of something coming from inside out. Again, with the poison. And so that's where, the word toxin is kind of interesting. Dr. Hammer says poison. And so a poison is a poison for everyone, and so that's where, there are poisons that every body is going to reject. The body senses this does not belong, immediate rejection, immediate vomit, immediate. So the body senses this does not belong here. We need to eliminate this, and it would do that for every person. Now, when it comes to this whole kind of subacute thing that we're calling toxins and toxic load and, the ability to detox and things that make it so this person can detox better than this person, let's look at conflicts, and so, but again, also look at both. Look at, yes, clean your life up. Yes, if you, avoid these things, if you still have the perception they're bad, same thing like with I believe that the laundry detergents and all that were toxic. And now if I were forced to use that every day, there's still a belief in there that's like, this is bad for me. This is going to cause me a problem, And so
it could be that like you have some attachment now where it's like, this is fundamentally anti-nature and you have an association where nature is better. Therefore, anything that's not
right.
nature.
And so is that toxic for me because of my belief system? Is it still equally as toxic for the other person? But how can we even say that if we're not taking into account their belief system? Right. And that's what's really tricky and really interesting when it comes to things like injections. And it's like one person believes that this is actually the very best thing I could do, and the other person believes this is the very worst thing I could do. And we have such divergent views and different experiences. And it's, so that's why we have to look at the eye of the beholder, the eye of the individual. Is this a conflict for me? Is this toxic for me? And can we even say how are we even measuring object toxicity? Like if we're saying, this toxin is coming out through this symptom, well, if you zoom in, can you find some of that toxin there? Is that toxin there in that sputum, in that rash? Can you find the toxin? You said that this rash was from a toxin. Show me it. Because if it's a physical thing that got into me because it's bad, and now the body is saying, remove, get this out of here. Can you show it to me? Because if it's a thing, it's a thing. And if it's a thing, we should be able to, in some way, measure it, quantify it, see it. And so that's for me where a lot of symptoms are chalked up to toxic. The body is cleansing itself. So it's beautiful that we're saying the body's doing the right thing. The body is cleansed, but was the rash on your right forehead, your right forehead, was that a detox? Was that your body detoxing?
No, I wouldn't say so. Well, again, it depends on what you mean by detoxing. Because if you frame it in another way, it's like detoxing the situation related to my mom in some way, but I wouldn't call it detoxing. No.
Right. So it's a specific, again, we have to work off tissues because that is a tissue. I'm looking at your forehead and that is a tissue type. And the tissue type is squamous epithelial tissue that is ectodermally derived, that is controlled from your cerebral cortex. And that if we looked in your brain, we'd be able to see a circle of separation related to that specific area, and so we would know that that's why this is there. And so that's where the whole toxin story really, if we were able to have brain scans, and I know Dr. Stefan Lanka is trying to work on some type of technology that's able to be able to read the brain without doing like the full kind of radiation CT brain scan sort of what currently is being used to assess where the Hammer foci are, what's conflict active, what's healing. And so that will be cool. I'm sure that technology will advance to the point where we're able to more easily detect and know exactly where those are. But that's kind of that would be the gold standard for, is this a poison or a toxin, or is this a biological adaptation program from the inside out based on a highly acute dramatic circumstance that caught you off guard, that was unexpected, that initiated an adaptation cascade. If there's a circle in the brain, the only way the circle gets there is through the conflict, right? If there's no circle, but there's symptoms, okay, this is some type of physical injury, poison, malnutrition.
Yeah, it's so wild because so much of this, again, goes back to belief. I've thought about that when it comes to vaccines, for example, and that's really tough. And I feel like people will take what I'm saying the complete wrong way. So I just want to be clear that I do think I believe, ironically, there might be some objectivity related to the vaccine ingredients, that they are harmful, that we are not biologically designed to receive aluminum hydroxide, aluminum phosphate, polysorbate 80 injected into our bodies. Like, that doesn't make sense. Fetal calf serum, like chicken embryo cells, things like that. It's absurd. It is literally absurd, monstrous, wicked. It's witchcraft. It literally is. And at the same time, when I go back to the placebo, nocebo effect, all those things I mentioned earlier, like if someone has a really, really, really strong belief that this thing is good for me, could it create some sort of effect where it might be? I don't know. I don't know the answer. The one thing that sort of flies in the face of that, though, is kids who receive them and are harmed despite their parents thinking they're doing the right thing. Because you could say, and correct me if I'm wrong in this, from a German medicine lens, at certain stages, the kid is almost a mirror for what's happening inside the parents.
The baby is having its own experience. So even if the parent's like, this is the best thing, here, I'm going to give my baby to someone else, that baby is like, what are you doing? This is not you. And so, so even if the parent, so it depends. Like you said, it depends on the unique experience. So if the child feels, and it depends on the temperament of the child. Some children are easily soothed. They don't feel isolated. So again, it has to have the 3 criteria. It has to control, alt, delete. We need all 3: isolated, highly acute, unexpected. If the child can anticipate something, if they're told about it, and if the mom's there, if they're being held, you know what I mean? If all the 3 criteria, but even if you do your very best to try to prepare them and you're there with them, their acute experience in that moment could be, the way I feel in this moment meets all the criteria.
Or having a needle inserted into my arm, period, even if you are being held by your mom through the process and are completely fine beforehand.
It depends on the child, their unique experience. And so if there's a parent that really believes they're doing the right thing, so it's possible for a child to have an injection and not manifest symptoms from it, because they either had a conflict, but it was so brief and they were able to get out of the isolation, and, I got my lollipop right away and I'm okay. And, this, and everyone's cheering me on. Okay. That wasn't isolated. But if you have a child that's maybe a little more rebellious, that didn't want to do it. I remember I get a phantom, like, needle poke pain in my arm sometimes. Like, it's like a track, because I remember getting taken to like the health department. I believe I was probably like 10 years old, and we had to go get our shots, and my brothers each were getting 1. And the lady said I needed to have 2. And I was so dramatic. I did not want it. I was freaking out. It was against my will. I didn't want it. I didn't want it. I didn't want it. The mean nurse lady, she gave me the first one and I fainted. Fear, disgust with the needles. I passed out and I was laying on the floor, and she gave me the other one laying on the floor. And so for me, or you have a rebellious child that's like, I don't want to do, even the more you want me to do it, the more I don't want to do it, So a child like that, conflict, have a resistance conflict, a fear, disgust. Like, think about that, blood sugar issues. So low blood sugar, hypoglycemia, that's a fear, disgust conflict. High blood sugar is a resistance conflict. So diabetes, how many children have, how interesting, they get maybe a vaccination and they are like, I don't want this. They develop a resistance conflict, and then they have high blood sugar, and, where do they get taken? Back to the track. Oh, my child, they're having some symptoms. Oh, and they're like, oh, well, your child has type 1 diabetes. And what did the child need now? Shots, shots, shots. Right. And so we're on the track constantly. So there's not even, how do we get off this track? Because we keep going into the place that gives us the conflict. And even just think about birth. We keep going to the place that gave us the conflict. We keep going to the doctor, and there is that, Stockholm syndrome. There is, and the person who gives you the conflict. So especially when it comes to that territorial area, like we were talking about before with the alpha, the one who bites you down, you get fixated on. And so so if a young girl, if her first conflict is, she walks in on her dad, and he's naked or has an erection or something, it's like, that's a conflict, depending on, especially if it was in a natural world, you would see your parents naked at some point. But if it's like, shut the door, if it's something that's out of the norm or something that's unusual, or, and you walk in on your parents having, it's like, if it was responded to in a way that was highly conflictive, that could be that sexual conflict. And the woman, the girl is fixated on older men. Isn't that, don't we see that? Aren't there like men or a young boy, if his conflict was with his mother, he tends to go for older women, So like whoever kind of gives you these first conflicts, you're fixated on them. And so you tend to, later on in your life, attract partners that are, because you have that fixation. And so again, with the doctor, like I've thought about that with like these doctors that are giving us these conflicts in childhood, circumcision, hello, vaccination, hello, going in. I mean, having a woman recently messaged me because her son, I guess they'd always gone to maybe more holistic type of practitioners for, checkups and whatever. But she took him to a different one, and the doctor said, let's check everything out. Drop your drawers. He was shocked. He was frozen in fear. He was not expecting this. This was a highly acute, dramatic moment for this young man. And then 2 days later, guess what symptom he had?
What was it?
A seizure.
No way.
Frozen in fear. Deer in the headlights. Paralysis to the body. So when you have a frozen in fear conflict, there's paralysis. To stay alive, I need to freeze so that this predator doesn't see me, right? And you've seen the videos of these animals that are like playing dead, and the animal or the predator thinks that they're dead and they're not interested anymore. They walk away. The animal gets up and starts shaking. So when that's the program, it's called a motor conflict control from the motor cortex. When you have the shock of being frozen in fear, like paralyzed deer in the headlights, or I can't hold on to something, there is paralysis in the muscles, loss of function during the active conflict. And then during the healing phase, there's still loss of function until we get to that epicrisis. And then we start having twitches or a full-on seizure. The epileptoid crisis is a seizure. And what the seizure is the muscles coming back online after having been deadlined, right? Because even just when you think about an animal, we can't have any twitches. We need everything gone. So the body has this capacity to decrease the function of the muscle tissue. And then it comes back, but it comes back in the seizure. And the problem with that, seizures, they were just on my radar a lot. Like there was like a week in which I heard this story, and then there was another story of a man that had a seizure. And the problem with a seizure is the misunderstanding of it. When you don't understand this is an epicrisis after a motor conflict, this is the resolution. This is, and they think, we have a problem now. And what do? We go in, right? We go in to the place and they look at the brain. And then because you just went through this healing phase, and if they do a MRI or a brain scan with contrast, they see, what caused this? What caused this seizure? A brain tumor. But what is it? It's the impact in the brain going through a healing phase. And then they want to cut the brain open, which is just the worst thing that you can possibly do. So misunderstanding, not knowing what the body is doing, why it's doing it, this fixation on the medical system, and we go into the people who are traumatizing us because, again, we're fixated on the ones who give us the conflicts. And so we're fixated on the doctor. We get this whole kind of savior dynamic, fix me, save me, what's wrong with me? And people think they have to do it. They think that they're negligent or irresponsible if they don't. And again, that kind of goes into that belief system thing of like, if you believe that I'm doing the wrong thing, I need to do it just in case, because what if, and this is why there isn't any do this, don't do that. Everything is so unique to you, your beliefs, how are you integrating this? What paradigm? And it's so difficult. And that's why, again, with this model, this is very sacred knowledge. This knowledge is very sacred and it's very precious. And this is a thing that Steve says, it's very easy to grab this body of information by the blade instead of the handle. Which means if you grab it in the wrong way, or if you know too little about it, you can harm yourself with it. And a lot of people do that. They'll learn some things about conflicts and then they'll get freaked out all the time.
Go on ChatGPT and like look up her conflict.
And they think everything's a conflict. And then they're freaked out that, I'm going to get cancer from every little like unexpected event. And it's like, when you know too little about it, you can harm yourself with it and you can misapply it and not understand the breadth and depth. Like there is so much depth and breadth to this body of knowledge. Like just hearing a couple of sound bites, it's so, it's just like when people misunderstand it. And it's just like when people, it's an evidence that you haven't adequately studied. That's all that it is. If you don't believe, you don't need to believe it. If you don't believe it, or if you have a lot of things that you're like, this contradicts it, you haven't studied it enough. I mean, that's truly it. Because if you are honest and if you're actually studying it, if you're actually observing it, you will find this is laws of nature. This is biological code. This is just the way things work here. And it's not, and if you have incentives to not believe it, a lot of people do have some incentives to not believe it. They have incentives that make them fear, so it's a territorial thing and an identity thing. So a person who, it's potentially megalomania thing too. So if we have this idea that my belief system or my identity, if my identity is wrapped around a certain way of looking at the body, which mine was before. If I was I used to be very dogmatic about the nutrition and the toxins. And I sometimes think of like the me that didn't come across GNM when I did. I would probably be the most like, no, it's not that. It's the toxins. It's the food. Like it would be me. I would be the one poo-pooing the lady out there saying, no, it's all in the psyche. It's these conflicts. Because I was very devoted. I mean, my identity was built around that health model. And I found so much of like my self-value and my self-worth in being this teacher of this holistic health knowledge. And so if someone, was teaching something that was more nuanced or different, or, I would have rebelled against it or been resistant to it. But when you study, I mean, there are people that are like, they learn this and they're like, I have to change my whole practice. Like a homeopath, they're like, okay, I'm still going to use this, but I have to change my whole practice. Someone who was doing nutrition, it's like, I got to change my whole practice, and there's resistance to potentially having to change. And again, you don't have to throw out the thing that you do and what you because there's a role for it. But when you understand it in the context, what's the role of this in nature and in biology, given that we are all working with these tissues, every practitioner, every health practitioner, they're working with endodermal tissue, mesodermal tissue, ectodermal tissues controlled. We all have this whole system and it works in a certain way. We just need to know the operating code.
So we're kind of talking off camera that like things like homeopathy, things like traditional Chinese medicine, using herbs and things like this, acupuncture, et cetera, there's still a place for them. It's not that they're now all completely irrelevant because of German new medicine. It's that they do sometimes have a supportive role. And Natasha, who's sitting off camera right now, your little battle buddy, who's awesome. And you grew up with German new medicine as your paradigm because of your mom, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So she's been doing this for a long time. We're kind of talking like, and it could be possible that whether it's during the conflict phase or the healing phase, that through the use of homeopathy and other things like this, there could be some expeditious nature to it where it's the timeline shortened, or at the least it helps make that process a little bit more comfortable. For me, it's interesting because I'm taking some miasmatic remedies right now, and my wife is studying to be a homeopath. And I will say, in the initial clients she's seeing, and then friends and family who ask her, the remedies that she uses, which are Fibonacci typically remedies, which that's the whole thing we could get into another time, they definitely induce symptoms. Like it does. It brings about symptoms, and like homeopathy, that would be called resolving the issue, right? You found a remedy that is supportive. Again, for those that are homeopaths out there, I might not be using the right language, but you get the idea. And it's happened on kids as well, right? Where it's like, I would say with kids, there's some element of placebo, nocebo that is sort of taken out relative to adults, that it's not going to be as present, especially if you're like, when the kid's not looking, like dropping some homeopathic remedy in their water, they're drinking it. And then in the case of our son, for example, I don't remember which remedy he was taking, broke out in like this crazy rash across his body. And that was what was expected related to that specific remedy. So that was interesting. And it's like, there's definitely seems to be something there with that, with homeopathy. So I don't know if you wanted to comment on that as it pertains to German medicine in general, but yeah, I just wanted to share my experience with that because it does seem to work, even with this like miasmatic remedy, which is related more to the way you're individually constituted based on how your parents were, like certain patterns of behavior. Taking these remedies definitely is helping to resolve some of those things. So
yeah, that's the thing, is all the different roles, and we just want to look at how is this supportive, because ultimately we know that if there's a conflict, so could it be that the remedy is supportive in some way to change a frequency that gets you off a track? So if you had a separation conflict and you take a certain remedy and you get off your separation conflict track, you have a flare up of a rash. So it's like that has come into resolution, because remember, there's micro ulcerations during the active conflict. You resolve the conflict or you come off the conflict track, and then a rash appears. Now, if that rash never, ever, ever appears again, clearly it seems as though the remedy may have had a role to play in resolving the conflict, in his psyche upgrading to some way of, again, like that growing out of something. You resolve it in that, oh, what happened then can't happen now. This is no longer going to happen again. Could it be that something allows you to have that realization? Maybe so. I've never been drawn to homeopathy personally, but I know a lot of people that use it and use it in tandem with the Grammatica and the 5 biological laws, which, there's proof in the pudding. It says it seems to be doing something, but ultimately it would be, and this is where big picture, it would be cool to have some type of brain scan. Now, is it that we got off a track and now the symptom, we have a flare up of symptoms, like you said that you're expecting sometimes the remedy to bring about a symptom, so in that regard, we'd have to look specifically, what is the tissue layer? What is the symptom? What is it that we believe has shifted? And is that conflict still hanging in the brain? Because you're able to see when you do the brain scan reading, this conflict is active, this conflict is resolved, or this conflict is in a hanging healing. And so is it that the remedy helps you to get off the track? Is it that it helps you in some way to resolve the conflict entirely? I don't know. I don't have personal experience with it. And so that's where it's just that having that curious open mind. Everything and anything and everything can be supportive. Anything that helps you to, and I do think that there is, back to the placebo, power in taking something, power in, here's a thing, right? And we can say all the things about it. There's we succussed this imprint of this, vibration of this plant or this whatever into this. And so this has something, there's structured water. There's something very special about this water, and it's going to go in and it's going to do something that is going to shift something for you. It's going to shift your vibration, shift your frequency. And again, it's who's believing it? Well, the 3-year-old isn't, but their mother is, and the people around them, and they say, oh, and it did the thing. Could this be? Again, we could have the same effect with a sugar pill, but there is power in a pill. There's power in, I'm going to give you something with some expectation. You said we expected a rash, and so and that's where, again, that's the really cool thing about having a system where we have a level to check, which would be the brain scan, to see, okay, what are all of these belief systems and the things that I'm thinking, what is that doing? What is that shifting for me? And so certainly we look at, now I look at nutrition and chiropractic as these supportive roles. I love to get adjusted. It feels really wonderful. Movement in the spine is very important. When you've been in a conflict for a long time, hanging, healing, just modern living, that you're not as mobile and functional, doing body work, doing fascia work, getting adjusted, doing acupuncture, like getting just kind of like energy flowing in your body. All of these things feel really good. Right there, and earthing and natural things and being out. It's all of these things play a role, and they are helpful. Are they helpful to you? What do you believe about them? Do you believe that this is supportive and helpful? Do you believe that this is injurious to you? We have to see, what is the individual believing about it? What are their unconscious beliefs that they have about it? Because we all have beliefs that we don't even realize that we have. And so a lot of people say, well, I didn't believe that this was going to happen, but it did. It's like, did you, have you deeply examined all the beliefs that you hold? and
anyone can.
right. And yeah, some doing intentional beliefs work is like, woo, the beliefs are, are you paying attention? That's one of the things that we go deep on in the awareness school that we teach is like, what do you believe? What is your belief system? What are your values? What is behind the scenes of everything that you think and you feel? There are frameworks that you're being subjected to that you had no idea. Basically, one of the ways I like to put it too, it's like contracts that you've signed that you didn't know that you signed. You've got a lot of contracts and belief systems that you've signed about yourself, about the world, and about other people. And most people are wholly unconscious of those belief systems, but those belief systems are coloring everything that they are thinking and feeling and doing. Your whole entire world is shaped by this invisible contract system that you've been signing contracts since the moment you've been subjecting yourselves to belief. So even, for example, if a baby is conceived and is unwanted, the parents and the mothers debating, do we want to keep this baby? Are we going to keep this baby? That's an environment, and that's a conflict for a baby. Like, does my mom want me? Am I wanted? So a self-devaluation, and this is a question I get a lot, is, this whole thing about conflicts causing cancer and conflicts leading to, these things going on in the body. How could a 1-year-old have a conflict that leads to cancer? How could a 1-year-old have leukemia or have a brain tumor? It's like that baby has been having an experience since its conception, and what was it brought into? Was it wanted? Was it unwanted? Let's say a baby was unwanted. There was uncertainty. We didn't know. And then by the time they're having their first birthday and they're surrounded by their family, and the family's like, we're so glad you're here. Like, and the baby finally resolves their self-devaluation conflict at 1 or 2 years old. They're like, I'm wanted, right? I have value. I'm important. They resolve that self-devaluation conflict. And then the child gets really sleepy one day and they are diagnosed with leukemia. That child, the leukemia, tells a story. This child had a self-devaluation conflict. And they resolve that self-devaluation. Now the blood is in the process of rebuilding. But again, then we see this as a problem. Oh no, this child's already predisposed to conflicts of self-devaluation. And then they go in to the white coat, right? Because that's where we go. And they say, oh, your child has a scary bad disease and we need to do things to it in order for it to be okay. And again, complete misunderstanding of what's happening. And so when we go to that big picture and we understand what these tissues are doing and meaning and how we can support the person, so many different modalities, so many different things can be supportive, but it's, what do you believe?
There's a recent poll that I put out on all my social media channels, and 95% of people responded that they're struggling to find their health and freedom community in person. And don't get me wrong, these platforms, these devices that you're listening to or watching this podcast on right now are great for helping to disseminate information, helping us, find like-minded people to validate us, but they are not a replacement for real in-person community. At the core of our new community platform is a powerful, easy-to-use map helping you to instantly connect with like-hearted, like-minded community, including men and women, farms, schools, practitioners of all types, and other businesses near you. The platform also includes groups, social functions, messaging, and Platinum members also get access to our content library with footage from all of our in-person and virtual events like Confluence and the end of COVID, as well as breathwork sessions, Qigong sessions, member Q&As, and also member community calls. So if you'd like to support this podcast and support our mission of helping people to connect hyper-locally in person, and also obviously support yourself in the process, go to the show notes or just go to thewayforward.com/join. And again, the way forward is spelled the way, FWRD.com/join to become a member today. Help us build the way forward for mankind. For me, this is the way that I framed it. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. When we talk about objectivity related to the energetic constituents, chemical constituents, energetic electromagnetic properties of a thing, there does seem to be some objectivity of that thing, right? But we're in a dance with our belief in that thing, for better and for worse. So when it comes to a glyphosate molecule or something like that, right? Or aluminum adjuvants inside these shots, it's our belief interacting with all the things that I just mentioned related to that thing. And our belief is very powerful, can override the negative effects of something that is objectively negative, objectively harmful, let's say. Likewise, our belief, if we believe that we're getting something that, again, like nocebo effect, that is incredibly toxic, but it is actually objectively one of the best things for your body, our belief can override those healing properties related to that thing, that therapy, that modality, that thing that you're consuming. That's the way that I've kind of come to look at it.
How could it not be that way? I mean, we've seen there's so many, when there's ever exceptions to the rule, we know there's something we don't totally understand. So for example, like Wim Hof, didn't he have some biotoxin injected into him and then did some breathing and he's like, I'm fine, right? But somebody else would have something like that. But he knew that this isn't going to affect me, right? So he had that. And could a person believe that something's not going to affect it, but it actually did affect them? Yes. Could it be that they, even in cases like a snake bite, if a person, is afraid of it and freaked out and has this belief, snake bite means I'm going to just like swell up and die here on my hike, versus a person who like is able to sit with it, and how that you can transmute and change the way that something influences and affects you by, this is not a conflict for me. And like you said, the way everything is changing in response to my thoughts and feelings and beliefs about it, and so can we say, yes, there seem to be these objective properties that seem to most of the time have this type of effect, right? But because, and again, it's not that 100%, because ultimately the consciousness of the individual is the one that is perceiving and experiencing and determining how this is going to affect me. Yeah. And we are not conscious of all the levels at which that's true. Again, that a person can say, this was a big one that I got a lot during the scamdemic years of, I didn't believe I was going to get it, but I did. I didn't, I was very no virus and I knew, and I believed I wasn't going to get it, but I went around those people and then I got symptoms, and it's like, well, the thing is, there's what the part of the iceberg that we can see, and then there's part of the iceberg that we cannot see. And the part that we can't see, those are those subconscious contracts. Those are those unconscious beliefs that you still have, even if part of you is on paper, I don't believe in contagion, but like there's a part of you that maybe still does, that still believes that.
Could it possibly be at some level, sorry to interrupt, but could it be at some level too, that there is some level of collectiveness related to those beliefs? Like when we talk about an egregore, a thought energy, a thought entity, right? Like enough people believe it, so it sort of permeates all facets of the collective for that species, like a species-specific hive mind, if you will, that is sort of these undertones of belief that we can plug into.
Totally, yeah. One of the metaphysical teachers calls that the race thought. So like of the culture, of the race, like most people subscribe to this belief, have signed their name to this contract, and so that's what I meant by like, that's the thing that like at a deeper level, like the me up here, the me I associate myself with, like the conscious one in 2025, like this is who I am. But no, I'm also, all of those years of having believed the race thought that I subconsciously, unconsciously was indoctrinated. Like I signed that contract. My mom signed that contract. We've all been in that same boat. And so even though the one that's here on the scene now thinks that, that I still don't believe that, but I can still be influenced. And so, in that regard, I do think that a lot of people can, again, not be aware of the depths to which they may still be believing and subscribing to ideas of contagion and being around someone. And then also just the effect of being around someone who is expressing symptoms. Like when I am caring for someone who has symptoms, there's a whole experience there, and there are those deep beliefs that just kind of, come online, and we can, we mirror these people, and we do have this unconscious way of having our own conflicts in response to other people's conflicts.
Do you lend any credence to something like bioresonance? Like I think, for example, women syncing on their menstrual cycles or something like that. Do you lend any credence to that from a symptomatic lens or no? So
yeah, I mean, we looking at it, frequency and resonance, and but I always want to look also at the psyche of the individual. What conflicts am I running? So in biology, it makes sense for the women to sync up with their cycles because in nature and the alpha, and when we sync, if depending on when the alpha's around, if we all ovulate at the same time, that's more convenient, for everybody procreating, which is the whole purpose of biological life, is the procreation aspect. And so, yes, but yeah, the bioresonance, certainly, there's all sorts of factors to take into consideration. And again, that's where I think that brain scans would be a really cool way to show, what went on when this symptom arose. Was, because if it has to be mediated through the conflict. That's the thing, is like when a certain set of symptoms is expressing, the only way that tissue, how does it work? It's wired through the nervous system, through the nerve tree. Part of the dissection workshop that I did was we were exploring the nerve tree. We were trying to keep all the nerves intact, which isn't possible, but we were just exploring and seeing these little tendrils of this information that's constantly afferent, efferent, all of these messages coming and going and coming and going. It's all mediated when we have these conflicts in the brain, in the psyche, in the brain, and it's conveyed to the organ over the nerve tree. The only way that this tissue makes this change is through the brain. We have to see, is there an impact in the brain? Could there be something that bioresonates at this, from the downstream level that changes something downstream that doesn't affect the brain? Is that possible? And again, I don't know. We'd have to look at the brain scan and see, is it possible to express something down here without an effect up here?
Yeah. So I wonder, and this is like an extreme circumstance where someone has hydrocephaly, where they actually don't have parts of their brain and are still fully functioning. Don Lester, in this presentation that she gave, and other people have talked about this, Mark Gober's talked about this, examples of people who are normally functioning totally fine and only have 10% of a physical brain, and the rest is just cerebral spinal fluid or other type of fluid that's floating around inside their head. So it's like, how would it apply there, Well,
the brain is infinitely adaptable, and like the channels through which this information can get conveyed, the system is constantly, how can we survive? Survival and reproduction. So it can reroute information in ways. So, so if there's, this isn't available, reroute, and so there's nerve trees and even the heart does that. And so that's why, even the whole idea of like a coronary heart attack, they say, oh, we need to put a stent in because all of your arteries are blocked. That's not what causes the heart attack. It's not the blocked arteries, because there's collaterals. So if something is blocked, right, the brilliant construction system in the body says, okay, we have to build new collateral arteries so that we can feed this system. And so that's the thing, is the body is infinitely adaptable. And that's the cool thing too. I even think when it comes to toxins, is that the adaptability of the body. There's this whole concept of hormesis, where it's like, oh, we give you a little bit of it, a little bit of something, and the body adapts to it, and the body is, and the whole thing with like genes, it's important to talk about like the whole concept of genetics, because the genes are downstream of the conflicts. And so if a person says, oh, I have this or that genetic condition, we know that your genes have adapted downstream of a conflict, which means you need certain things turned on, like alcohol. Like there's a gene that processes alcohol. And a person who's never had alcohol before doesn't have that gene activated. And so they can die of alcohol poisoning. A little 17-year-old drinking for the first time could die because their body doesn't have the ability to process alcohol. That would be a great example of a poison. I can't process this. I have been poisoned. My body is not processing this. But, the 60-year-old Russian man who drinks a fifth for breakfast, right? His body is very capable of processing this and then if you looked at their, genetic profile, you would see that he's got certain genes that this one doesn't. Well, because his experience, his environment has turned on certain capacities of the body to process things. And so that's when it comes to the whole toxin conversation as well. I just believe in my body's adaptability and my body's ability to do exactly what it needs to do, and so getting out of that fear of everything being toxic and bad and not good for me. And it's so helpful, and it's just peaceful. That's what I love about this too, is like before I was tense. I was like, oh, can I eat at this place? Is there going to be anywhere for me to eat? What's it going to be like in that hotel room? Is it going to, smell like detergent? Like there was a lot of tension and a lot of fear of outside badness, and when you get to the fifth biological law, there is no evil in nature. There's just what, adaptability and what makes sense for survival and reproduction. And so I know that if I'm relaxed, my body can adapt to this. If I'm relaxed, my body is doing exactly what it needs to do. And just that belief and that knowing, my body knows exactly what it needs to do, right? It built whatever this adaptation is, because like I had a conflict It was another thing with my cow. and for me, it was, it was very scary. It was like about 8 hours where, you Google this symptom and they're like, well, yeah, your cow could die. And I was like, it was bad and it was big and it was intense. And it went on for like about 8 hours. And then 2 days later, I had a stinging pain in my breast behind my nipple. And I was like, and the first fear. So, the first 3 decades of my life, I believed this is bad. That was one of my first fears as a young girl was, because I had an aunt who had a one-sided mastectomy because she had breast cancer and her way of dealing with it was a mastectomy. And so she always had like a pad in her bathing suit, and so I was aware of it because I'd see her bathing suit in the bathroom and it always had like this one pad in it. And so I was conscious of this thing called breast cancer that was scary and bad and sometimes ran in families and, you need to watch out, right? And so that has always been on my radar since a child. And then when I had this pain and it was, I had to look at the belief system and I had to remember, how does the pain get there? 3 days ago, this pain wasn't here. 3 days. And and I had to, and my knowledge of the compass, my knowledge of the map, my knowledge of the germ layers is the thing that saved me from the fear because I kept having to go, how does pain get behind the nipple? How does it get there? It wasn't there 3 days ago. It wasn't there last week. It's never been there. But how did it get there? Okay, well, that behind the nipple, those are the breast ducts. Okay, the breast ducts. What do they respond to? A separation conflict. Well, what separation did you have? Oh, you were afraid that your dear beloved cow that you love so much, that is like a family member to you, you were afraid of that. And so what happened? Oh, well, there was during the 8 hours when I was in that intense when it was an intense conflict, went on for 8 hours. I was really concerned about it. There was erosion, widening of the breast duct during that time when my brain was afraid that I had lost something so precious to me, right? And then, okay. And as soon as I resolved the conflict, as soon as she was okay, that tissue started rebuilding. And now it's at the point where it's rebuilding and there's swelling everywhere. All healing happens in a fluid environment. So what is pain? Pain is swelling. There's swelling there. Okay, so there's tenderness, and I kept checking it. Like if you have like something that hurts, you're like, is it still there? I kept like checking. Is it still there? Is it still there? And and it took a couple of days to subside. But it was just interesting to watch the little like in my mind the belief system.
Crazy, isn't it crazy how easy that conditioning can come back in sometimes? Like even for us, like. I can't tell you how many times something happens where our kids are expressing symptoms and then it's like, and luckily this last one happened over Christmas. I'll be very brief with this, but like after Christmas, there's a lot of shit that happened. Kylie and I talked about this live on a podcast we did, but nonetheless, like they were experiencing symptoms and that fear really came back in for her. She's also pregnant at the time. So she's like very fearful, like, oh, my kids are sick. And they had some pretty high fevers, right? But I just helped her remind us like, no, their bodies know exactly what to do. They're good. I promise they're going to be fine. And sure enough, they're completely fine. But it is crazy how that conditioning can come creeping back in. It is crazy, especially if it's like a kid. Your cow is basically your kid. The amount of conflicts you've had with your cow, it's like your kid at this point. Seriously, it is. And it's like, oh my gosh, when it's your own child or pet or something like that, the conditioning is crazy.
It's crazy. It was wild because I just had to keep the number of times I had to keep bringing myself back. How does it get there? How does the pain get there? How did it get there? What's the tissue? So and that's why knowing the tissues, how it gets there, what the symptoms are, what that means, and then tracing it back. And then I say, what happened? This is what happened. This is cause and effect. This is a law of nature, cause and effect. And this is limited by time, right? This is going to, resolve and it's going to go away. And it absolutely did. But it was so crazy to watch my mind go through just like there was, and that's the thing when you have that level of awareness to see the belief systems kind of like at war for one another. But because I know that these are laws of nature and I've seen it with a sneeze, I've seen it with I've seen it with all sorts of different symptoms, a pimple, you see it with a cold sore, you see it with the sore throat, you see it with diarrhea, you see it with I've seen it happen enough times to know this isn't any different. This isn't, elevated because it's this area of the body that women tend to have a scary problem with, right? But I've seen it again and again and again. That's why one of my mentors, Helmut, says to learn this when you're healthy. Learn it now, because once you get to that point of some kind of bigger symptom And if you're not rooted in this, if you haven't seen this happen dozens and dozens of times on your friends and your family members and yourself and your pets, then where are you going to go? You know where you're going to go. Where were you born? Most people were born in, like you're going to go to the place that you feel is the most responsible and best. And you think that they have the most information. And then that's when, the cascade of conflicts that come from a diagnosis, which is, again, another form of biological warfare, to tell someone, this is something scary and bad that's happening in your body, and you've got this long. If you don't do these things, you've got this long. Criminal. We shouldn't be doing this. Why is anyone allowing I actually had a dream recently, not that long ago, where I had some kind of scan done or something, and there was like a panel of people trying to tell me that something was wrong with my body. And I was like, absolutely not. And I was going off, just saying, absolutely not. That's not how this works. And that's how people need to have that level of confidence, because when you're torn between two belief systems, it's tough. It's tougher than if you never heard anything holistic or natural. You're better off being all boats, like all hands on deck. I'm in the camp of conventional. I'm going to do this. I believe in it. I have the support around it, because people get isolated because their family believes in this, but they want to do other things. They want to do alternative. They want to, they want to trust their body and resolve their conflicts. And it's like, but they don't have the support. And that is very challenging. That is when I've seen, things just because they don't have that, the people around them, and so that creates more conflicts because they feel isolated.
Yeah. I mean, that brings up a lot related to like how we're living in modern society, which I wanted to get to in a minute, related to like how past civilizations lived. You talk about like the Germanic people, how they actually lived. Speaking of being in conflict with belief systems, so I'm going to touch on some things where like I still hold some skepticism surrounding G&M if we could. One is that I know several people who claimed certain cancers that they had, right? And just to be clear, I don't know if we've covered this in the episode, but just to be clear for the audience, and correct me if I'm wrong, every symptom across the board that we know to exist across all symptoms, German New Medicine has an explanation for that. Yeah. So it's like, because a lot of people think German New Medicine is related just to specifically cancer. I think we've shared enough in this episode, others stuff related to things that are not cancer, symptoms that are not cancer in nature, but just wanted to establish that for clarification's sake. With that being said, I think it's hard for me to think of German New Medicine as an absolute law when I hear people say like, oh, I had this type of cancer and I know for sure that this is the emotion that I had related to, or this is like the thing that I had. Or when we look at, not that I lend a lot of credence to this, but mice studies where like, and again, it is something to be said about the mice being separate from a normal mouse environment, fed an unnatural diet. You have to take all that into consideration, which is why I don't lend a ton of credence to my studies to begin with, because it is not studying mice. It's studying a lab rat, which is different than a mouse in nature. But the point that I'm getting at is there does seem to be some studies where they induce what seems to be cancer by administering certain toxins and things like this in mice. So what would be your response to that?
Well, when it comes to, I had this cancer, but I had this experience, that comes back to, we talked about this a little earlier about the psychologizing, and you can label it as something, but biologically, let's look biologically, what is that organ that's in question? What is the organ that had the adaptation? What is the function of that organ? What does it do? That's why the biological laws are described and labeled in the way that they are, because they're the same for a bull, they're the same for a cow, they're the same for a dog, they're the same for a goat as they are for a human, because these are laws of biology, not laws of humanness, And so I think a lot of people, have that lens where they humanize the conflict and they say, oh, but it was like this that I felt and it was this that I experienced. And you did. I think you experienced that. And you have every right to describe it in the way that makes the most sense to you. But biologically, life logic, what does that tissue do? What's its purpose? What's its function? And from that lens, we have to look at the biological definition. We can't look at the psychological definition, because then, we can put a million different words. Like you look at the thesaurus. There's so many different ways that we can describe a unique experience. But biologically, what does that tissue do? What's its function? What's its purpose? that's where I think it's just mostly a misunderstanding of language and someone saying, oh, it's this, but really, what does the tissue do? That would really clear things up and simplify. And that's why Dr. Hammer codified it in the way that he did, was so that it was integrated with all of nature, not just humans.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. And that brings up where you're having to refer back to the initial conflict itself, which requires that it has all three of those elements that you mentioned. And it can be hard to put yourself back in that mindset of figuring out what that was. I know a lot of people who do surface level diving into German medicine get hung up on that point of, well, I can't figure out what the conflict was. It was when I was freaking 1.5 years old and I have no idea what it was. And I feel like unless I heal this conflict, I'm going to be in the conflict active phase forever, or I'm going to be on this track forever. So what do I do? What would be your response to that?
Yeah, so we do have to build the timeline, and there's always clues in the present, so that's where, how do you react to things? What are your tracks? What are your triggers? When is it better? When is it worse? It's all about building the timeline and building the story and getting incredibly curious, because an attitude like this of frustration, that's not curiosity. When we get too certain, let's be curious. Let's be curious. Let's build an understanding of a story, this tissue, whatever this chronic symptom is, or this, this process that's going on in your body. It's a story about your soul. It's a story about your psyche. It's a story about your life and how you were raised and what went on. And so, yeah, it could have happened very early on. It could have been a very fundamental early conflict, but there's going to be clues. And when you start on this questioning journey, it's amazing what insights will just kind of pop in, where you will all of a sudden, I don't remember anything. Well, if you keep saying I don't remember anything, that we keep reinforcing that. So it's like, let's just stay open and curious. I shared on the last podcast that story of me and Steve, where he had this like crazy huge sneezing fit in the kitchen, and he's telling me, and I'm saying, well, what stink conflict did you have? You had to have a conflict. Were you mad at me? And he's like, no, I had a great morning, and I don't think I did have a conflict. As his brain is picking something up off the counter, and it was the tongue scraper that broke that morning. So his subconscious mind, even though his conscious mind, was like, I don't think I had a conflict. There's another part of you that does know. There's a deeper part of you. And, so we have to respect that, not try to dig up every single conflict, because there are certain ones that are better left untouched, unresolved. And there are ways, to work with it. And so that's where, overcome the frustration, replace it with curiosity, understand the map of what does this tissue do. And yeah, it could have happened a long time ago. And there are things that you may need to, it just depends. Look at the story, look at the context, and and if you can't remember it right now, pay attention to your dreams. Unresolved conflicts will come up in dreams, and you'll have the person that's open and ready to see it. You'll see it. You'll see it if you need to see it, when you need to see it. Can you trust that?
That's so wild, because I have sports dreams literally every single dream. Like Kylie asked me, what'd you dream about? And I'm like, oh, I was either playing handball or basketball almost every single time. And it makes a lot of sense, because that's where a lot of, I guess you could say, my conflicts arose from, because of my relationship with my dad as it relates to sports specifically. Wild. I mean, that's wild.
And back to your question about the rat studies and things of like, oh, this causes that. They say formaldehyde, it's toxic, it causes cancer. How did they find out that? Well, they take formaldehyde and they take a lab rat and they inject it into their nose. Here, have a little dose of formaldehyde. Here, have it. We're going to, and then they develops a nose, like a tumor, in the sinus cavity. And we say, oh, formaldehyde, it's toxic. It causes tumors. You conflicted that animal. Again, these laws of nature apply to all the animals. If you take the animal and you can't, that's why it is, kind
it's
of
absurd.
A terrible example.
It is a horrible example. It is so bad. I want to be very clear with that, like a horrible example, not lending credence to that in any way, but it was just an interesting possible correlation. Another example to bring, a horrible example. I shouldn't have even said it. Really shouldn't have. Okay. Another thing though, maybe since we're on the topic of resolving conflicts, let's stay there for a minute. You said this, and it might be helpful to clarify why we don't always want to resolve conflict. So this is a two-part question. This is a big thing that comes up in people who are skeptical of German new medicine, but also people who are just coming to learn it. Okay, I get the conflict, I get like the phases, but how do I resolve this conflict? So that's the first piece, like resolving a conflict. Second is, why are there some conflicts you might not want to resolve?
Yeah. So conflict is resolved when it can't happen again or when you can laugh about it. It's when the psyche. So again, you've got a deep survival instinct. And this deep survival instinct is paying attention to everything all of the time. Your brain is a supercomputer. It is so complex. It's paying attention to everything. And it wants to ensure your survival and reproduction, ideally. If we can't get to reproduction, we just have to secure survival because that's the law of nature. And so if there is a conflicting situation in my life, the biology it doesn't get to, if it meets the criteria for a conflict shock, we're going to initiate a biological program, and the psyche is going to be fixated on that topic, compulsively thinking about it, trying to find a solution until it's resolved. Then we resolve the conflict. Then the tissues go through their repair phase. And, if it's just a one-time thing, then we're good. But if that threat remains, if there's still a conflict in my life, if I'm still fighting against something, the conflict's going to stay active because it must. And so if that conflict is unchallenged, if we don't find a resolution for it, and this, again, particularly applies to the cerebral cortex conflicts, the coronary arteries, for example, and the territorial loss conflict. This is a really good one because it kind of comes back to that example of the wolf pack. So the male wolf, he gets bitten down by the alpha. Alpha wins, left-handed alpha. He says, listen, I'm this is the right-hander. He gets bitten down by the alpha. And so his testosterone goes down. So he has a territorial loss conflict. If we looked at his brain scan, there would be a Hammer focus, a ring shape in the temporal lobe in the specific area of the coronary arteries. And that would be there. And so if he doesn't come into constellation, because that's an exception, if he comes into constellation with a conflict on the other side of the brain, the conflict loading stops. And so if he has a constellation within 9 months of that first territorial loss conflict, it freezes. And so it only has 3 months of conflict load, for example. And then he is protected in that constellation. Most people, it's possible to resolve constellations, but many people in our modern society don't, because we continue to have our identity conflicts. We continue to have all these, various conflicts. So, a lot of it is theoretically, if we could resolve the conflict, like sexual conflicts for women, very hard for a child to unsee something that they've seen of a sexual nature. And so that's why, be careful, little eyes, what you see, be careful what, these children are exposed to, because they can have a fixation on it and you can't unsee that. And so a lot of these sexual, early life conflicts aren't going to be resolved because, once you ring that bell, you can't unring it. So let's just go back to the example of, let's say we've got the right-handed man, right-handed wolf, that right-pawed wolf that has a territorial loss conflict. He gets bitten down by the alpha. Let's say he doesn't come into constellation. He just has a conflict on the right side of his brain. There's a time limit. If he doesn't resolve that conflict within 9 months, so if this conflict on the right side of his brain goes on for longer than 9 months, the conflict, it keeps loading on that side. We're territorial loss, we're in the conflict. If that gets to a certain size in the brain, if he were to resolve that conflict and get the territory back, basically it's like nature gives you this 9-month time frame. Can you beat the other alpha? Can you get your territory back in 9 months? If you cannot get your territory back in 9 months, nature's like, all right, I gave you 9 months, and now you want to be alpha? Now you want to take back the territory? Nature takes you out. So basically the swelling in the brain, if after 9 months of a conflict that's unopposed on the right side of the having to do with the coronary arteries, basically the swelling is going to be too great during the healing phase, that the heart rhythm center that controls the nerve signals to the heart, there's too much swelling, and then there's a heart attack, a fatal heart attack after 9 months. If it's before 9 months, you can resolve that, and then you'll have a big heart attack, but you'll be able to survive it. But if it was longer than 9 months, unopposed on that area of the brain, and there's actually some great examples of
always 9 months.
Well, 9 months is the rule that he found for these temporal lobe conflicts. And so it's not for the old brain. So if someone's like, oh, not for the tube, right? Not for the endodermal tissue, not for those other tissues. There are limitations to size. Like if you have something in your colon that grows and grows and grows, then it becomes a space occupying problem. And there are situations where a surgery is better than. So if you grow a humongous like tumor in the tube, and then you resolve the conflict, it would take a lot of decomposition and swelling, and in order
or like
to
a major like tumor on your breast.
Absolutely. So in those circumstances, to go through the healing phase is going to be so intense. Let's take the surgical route, because that allows you. We don't do it out of fear, though. We don't take tons of extra tissue. I know people that have okay, we had one spot on the colon, and then we're going to take 10 feet of it. It's like, you don't need to do that. You don't need to go cut into the tissue that's not adapted. We just take the area where it's like, okay, it's going to be a lot to go through the healing phase here. And so again, and Dr. Hammer, he was a medical doctor. He wasn't anti, using medical intervention for things, but it's all about the reason that you're doing it. And if you're doing it because you're scaring the person that there's something malignant and scary in their body that's going to spread everywhere, absolutely not. That's not the reason that we do it. We do it simply because you had a lot of conflict, and to go through the healing phase would be, too intense and, not easy for you. So let's go ahead, do the surgery. Still, we have to address the conflict, because if you have a surgery, right, there's a great Herbert Shelton quote, the surgeons can cut out everything but cause, so it's like, we can't cut out the cause. This is all downstream. If we remove it, but the conflict is still active, it's still going to come back. So, classic example with the territorial loss is the man who fights for his territory his whole career, right? And he works really hard, and he tries to stay on the top at work, and but he's counting down the days, right? Because when he gets to be 65, he's gonna get to go and live his life, right? He's gonna get to retire, and he has his retirement party, and he's so excited, and he's got his boat, and he's got all of the things, his golf, and all the stuff he wants to do. And a few weeks into retirement, dropped out of heart attack on the golf course. And it's like, that happens because, as Helmut says, there is no pension in nature, right? Nature doesn't account for the fact that we think that, now I don't have to keep working for my role in the territory. Now my role in the territory is taken care of. And so that's where, and Dr. Hammer, he just saw this enough times to say, ooh, if I see a brain scan and there's enough conflict load on this area, we're not going to touch that conflict. We're not going to intervene. We're not going to try to resolve it. There were situations, where he could see in the man's brain scan that, he's got a territorial loss conflict because his wife is a nympho, and his wife, has 15 men a year. And the people at the seminar are like, Dr. Hammer, what are you going to do about that? That seems like, how are you going to, help? I mean, she's sleeping with 15 men a year, and this man, and he's like, what are you going to do? You're going to solve her nympho constellation so she doesn't sleep with these men anymore. Then this man's going to resolve his territorial loss conflict. Then she doesn't have her men, and her husband has a heart attack. He's like, he says, and again, this was just because he observed nature enough times to know this type of conflict is better not touched. But at the same time, we cannot live in paranoia about not resolving conflicts. We can't do it because it's not helpful. It's not beneficial. If you get too in your head about this is why.
That's what just happened to me right now, thinking about my own childhood. Like,
there should be a complete disclaimer, because if you grab this by the blade instead of the handle, you're going to hurt yourself. You're going to freak yourself out. You're going to get too panicked. You're going to get in your head about it. Again, these are laws of nature. This is how it works, but it's not worth you getting panicked and freaked out and having a conflict about that. Right. And so we have control over your mind and what you focus on and how you choose to interact with this material. Because there is a sense in which, again, knowing too little about this can get you freaked out. Knowing everything about this brings you immense and tremendous and, peace beyond understanding because you get it. I love to give this example because it's a pop culture one do you know the Ultimate Warrior, the wrestler, the Ultimate Warrior? So he was this wrestler, in the whole WWE, WWF, and he took over after Hulk Hogan. So that was like their whole, the kayfabe, just like everything that's going on in the world right now. It's all scripted from behind the scenes. And the script was for the Ultimate Warrior. He was going to take over Hulk Hogan's role. He was going to beat him, and then he was going to be the big star. Because who's a bigger star in wrestling than Hulk Hogan? He's like the guy. But the Ultimate Warrior, he was going to be the next big guy that comes in and takes over and has this big run. And he was supposed to be like the next big star. But he didn't really catch on in the way that the Hulk did. So basically he ended up getting defamed. There's a whole documentary I watched a couple of years ago, so I'm not fresh on all the details. But basically, he gets defamed. He gets dethroned again. He has this whole big beef with Hulk Hogan. It's like this whole big ugly thing. And so he gets completely defamed in his career as the Ultimate Warrior. And so he is like ousted. He's no longer even wrestling anymore. So what do we call that? We call that a territorial loss. He lost his territory. And then years later, Vince McMahon, I'm sure, was the person that was in charge of like putting him. He got inducted into the Wrestling Hall of Fame. The Ultimate Warrior got inducted into the Wrestling Hall of Fame. And there's a video of Hulk and the Ultimate Warrior shaking hands and like hugging each other and having this moment. And then he gets to go on, the wrestling ring and give his speech for getting his, inducted into the Hall of Fame. And in the next couple of days, guess what happens?
Heart attack.
Yeah. So Natasha just is chiming in with this super important, very relevant piece of the law of nature includes death, and the orgasm is an epicrisis. That is part of nature, that brought you in, and then the epicrisis that brings you out, So there's this beautiful rhythm. And when you are playing the game, as Alan Watts says, white must win. You play the game of, I must survive. That's death would be a failure. And again, the non-judgmentalism, it's not, good or bad. Nature only does what makes sense. And sometimes when a conflict, when you swim out too far from the shore and you can't make it in, that it just is what makes sense. And we have to have respect and regard and understanding and not live in fear, not live in panic. The animals don't live in panic and fear. We want to adopt that same attitude towards, how we are approaching our health and our well-being. And obviously, everybody, life wants to life. Of course it does. So it's good that you have that impulse to live long, but we don't want to look at death as this thing that isn't a part of nature.
That's helpful to hear. And for me, it just goes back to what I said just a minute ago. The importance of remembering and knowing who you truly are at your core, and knowing that like, this is something that the essence of who you truly are is occupying for the sake of experiencing this realm. And it is very real. We're experiencing this for a reason. We're here. But it's not who we truly are at our core. And I think a lot of the ways that we are manipulated by the medical complex, by the military industrial complex, by the government, by the various institutions that manipulate us, is ultimately based on that fear of death. So coming to terms with your own death and realizing that death isn't even really final in the first place, there's no evidence of that whatsoever, is really helpful context when understanding and learning about this.
Yeah. And when you really get tuned in with nature and that's having farm animals and being involved with the lives of these animals. And you see how, when we lose our chicken Reba, the bobcat gets a dinner and then the chicken becomes the bobcat. And then, you see the circle of life, and you see that there seems to be a really beautiful way. We had some really heartbreaking and heavy experiences with our dogs, with, a few pets that we had. And to see like one of the deep, and I was in like the depth of like the grief of losing our one of our really dear dogs. It just, I had you just go through and you have to process it. It's part of life to process the grief of loss, the grief of the temporariness and the preciousness of this very fragile and incredible life that it's so easy to take for granted if you haven't had, an experience like that recently. And then it just hits you, and it's so, and it just ravages you, and you ask questions and you go deep, and you regret and you lament and you go back and forth. And as I kind of came out of the depth of that, we took her, sweet little body, and we buried her in the ground, and we, just had this like just precious, raw experience of burying our dear dog Gretel. And then I was like, we buried her in the ground. Where does new life come from? From the darkness. It comes out of the life, comes out of the darkness. The darkness of the womb springs forth the new life, and you see the cycle, and you see the life and the death and the life and you see that this is how it happens. This is how it's always happened. And every single part of it is a teacher. The life is a teacher. The loss is a teacher. The death is a teacher. You see both halves of it, and you don't, again, back to that game of black and white, one side must win. We can't have just one side, because that if everything that ever existed still was alive, what would things be like? Right? We need it. We need the decomposing factors, the fourth biological law, these wonderful helpers, these little microsurgeons, these little helpers in the woods. Oh, that tree fell down. Oh, what's all over the tree? Oh, there's a lot of mushrooms all over this tree. There's fungus growing on this tree. Well, why? Because it's taking it back to the earth. It's the decomposing factor. We have the growth and we have the decomposition. And so that, again, getting back to the Germanische Heilkunde, this is nature's way of living, this knowledge for how this bright, holy thing called life happens is through these physical forms, this clay that our body is built out of these different layers of clay, and we have to interact with these other textures and these other substances. It's so beautiful. And there's nothing to fear. That's the deep thing, is there's nothing to fear in nature. Nature only does what makes sense. Is it evil when the bobcat gets the chicken? Is that evil? Is that bad? Is that wrong? I mean, for me, it was a violation of my territory, because it's like, okay, bobcat, hey, this is our territory. These are our chickens. These chickens give us eggs. We love these chickens dearly. Please, we're going to have to draw new boundaries around here. So as far as the territory goes, it's like, okay, we had to set a boundary there and change the way that things were going. But for the bobcat, that's just life. It wasn't evil. It wasn't wrong. It's just, is it evil when the fungus takes over the stump? No, it's just nature. And if we understood that, we say, oh, I've got this terrible bacterial overgrowth, or I have this infection. Even though we don't use the language of infection, that's this idea that something has infiltrated where it doesn't belong. It belongs there. It's always actually there. Those microbes are always there, but they're in their dormant stage when they're not needed for a job. If you are having any type of, quote, infection or any type of inflammatory process going on in your body, there is a worker doing a job. And for you to be outraged that this worker is doing its job is to not understand cause and effect. There is, you unconsciously called for this microbe to come here and do this job, right? You didn't realize it because you are taking this symptom out of context. And that's why I just am so eternally grateful for Dr. Hammer and his commitment to this work and to this discovery, and to, holding it in this pure light of, the sacred, in Spanish, they call it la medicina sagrada, the sacred medicine, this sacred knowledge that he gave us the context. Because when we take a symptom out of the context of the tissue layers, out of the context of the biological laws, it's very easy to misinterpret it as something's going wrong here. And so, in the most innocent way, we can understand how, a primitive person says, oh, hurts right here. So something bad is happening here. Let me, do something here to fix it. But when we get the context of the whole story, if we had a timeline, if we had a transcript of everything that's ever happened in a person's life, their health would make perfect sense. And when I have a conversation with someone and they start listing off their symptoms to me, and it's like, okay, I know where to go here. We know where to go here. We know. And so it paints that picture. It's the story of humanity. It's the story of a person who went through stuff and their tissues adapted intelligently to the stuff that they went through. And that, the things that are still chronic, those conflicts are still active. The things that have resolved a long time ago, you resolved it. And so every conflict, really, it's meant because if you came to life and you never had any problems and you never had any, challenges, and everything was just perfectly easy, would you grow? Would you grow? Would you evolve? So when we look at these conflicts, not as bad things, again, judgmentalism, bad thing, I must avoid conflict. Now that I know that conflict's a thing, now I have to avoid that. It's like, no one says we're here desperate to avoid conflict. We're here, I do love the concept of anti-fragility. Like the anti-fragile concept is that something happens, and instead of being fragile and I'm broken and I'm traumatized, or, I think some people call it like PTG, post-traumatic growth disorder or something like that. They, instead of PTSD, they say post-traumatic growth. It's like after something traumatic happens, that's the concept of anti-fragility. Something happens, I adapted, I got stronger. I'm more capable. I'm more wise. I'm more aware. I know something now that I didn't know before. I had to go through that. And so that's the beauty of having gone through something. It's a gift, and so that ability to no longer, and that's the thing, is so ultimately, And, we love Dr. Kelly Brogan. And, she talks about victimhood, being like the one pathology, if there is it's victimhood. It's poor me. I'm broken. There's nothing I can do. I'm powerless. I'm helpless. Someone come rescue me from this terrible situation. Right. And when you turn that around and you say, not why did this happen to me? How is this happening for me? How can I grow from this? What did I learn from this? Those are 2 Tony Robbins questions. What's great about this? What can I learn from this? Right. And so, there are people who have gone through horrifically traumatic things. I think you were just describing a person that went through some, that you've interviewed that has gone through some horrifically traumatic things. How is it possible that people like that aren't just, curled up in a ball in the corner, just crying forever? Because they saw that there's this spark within them that I can do something different with this. I am not subject to the story that one might say that I have to be subject to. And that's the problem with a lot of ideologies where I prize my victimhood and I wear my victimhood as a badge and I gather with the other victims and I say, don't you rescue us from this? This is who I am. I am this problem. I am this trauma. I am this disability. This is who I am. And everything in the world must bend around my trauma, my disability, my dysfunction. You actually can't even call it a disability. You can't even acknowledge how this is in reality. You actually just have to accept it. And it's because of a lack of ability to acknowledge nature and acknowledge, yes, stuff happens. Yes, we're living in a time where people are so out of alignment with their biology that it's worse than it's ever been for people who are trying to live a beautiful life. It's very difficult when you have a system that doesn't know how life works. Mm-hmm. When you have a system that doesn't know how life works, that doesn't understand biology, that doesn't understand nature, and everything is inverted. And we have that, the good is bad and the bad is good. I mean, even this symbol, like the peace sign is, we look at the peace sign, and that's actually, when you look again at the life and the death, the hands up to the sky, that's life. The head down into the earth, that's death. And we look at all the ways that things are inverted, all the stories about the body, that this is inverted. And when we get back to nature and biology, it's very clear about what needs to happen next in order for people to live more harmoniously and to get out of their victimhood and to realize, how they can grow from what they've been through and how these conflicts have served to make them stronger. Like these knuckles are stronger than before. These tissues are stronger than before. And that's what, again, survival and reproduction, that's what life wants.
I love that so much because it's like a perfect analogy for just life itself, like this whole life experience, in that it's not that we want to avoid trauma. It's not that we want to avoid conflict, because that in and of itself creates conditions where you're creating like micro traumas and micro conflicts in your life, right? But it's that we want to become so familiar with our psyche to the best of our ability and so resilient and anti-fragile so that when conflicts or traumatic experiences arise, we are able to digest them more appropriately. Is that kind of how you see it?
Absolutely. And if I can see everything, you can be human. You can break down. You can, have the moment.
You still cry?
Have the moment, yes, like these moments, like have these moments where, you face it and you face the story, just like that belief system before that we were talking about with the fear versus the confidence, the fear and the undermining. Oh, what if something's scary? What if something bad? Versus, exactly why this is happening. Exactly why this is happening. There's nothing to fear here. Exactly why this is happening. And so when you go through something that's tough and you are so, those voices are there. The voice that says, you're a victim. This is terrible. You're going to be broken forever because of this. You're never going to get the thing that you want. You're never going to have the outcome. What if this bad thing happens? What if that bad? What if, you should have done something along, like that voice that's within, right? The devil on your shoulder that is coaxing you into just absolutely wallowing, voice versus the voice, the still small voice that says, everything's going to be okay. You've got this. You can grow through this. There is strength through this. There's another way to look at this, and when you are conscious and you're aware, and that's why, the work that Steve and I do in awareness school, it actually preceded even finding GNM, because we, came Yeah, a lot of people think that like, oh, I found GNM and then we created awareness. But awareness school came before, because that's even in my work that I was doing as a holistic, full lifestyle chiropractor, teaching nutrition and exercise and detox and spinal alignment and all these things. At the end of the day, I still had stuff going on in here that if you followed me around with a camera all day long, you'd see from the outside, I was doing all the right things. I woke up early and exercised, and you watch what I put in my grocery cart. You knew I was spot on, right? I was walking the walk. But if you saw inside what that was like, my internal world was, I had a lot of split energy. I had a lot of, victimhood. I had a lot of stories. I had a lot of inner conflict. And so I was like, and that's where, in our work that we do is helping people wake up to what's happening inside, wake up to the storytelling, wake up to the belief system, wake up to how you're seeing the world. You have choice. The thing is if you're not aware, you don't realize the choices that you have. Awareness is a prerequisite to taking responsibility, which is a prerequisite to having conscious choice. Because a person, and that's what gets really difficult for people, because this is a model, this is a paradigm of personal responsibility, and it's not a model of blame. Another way that a person can grab this body of knowledge by the blade instead of the handle is they say, so you're saying I'm to blame for all my sicknesses and all, so you're saying I'm my mother's to blame for her cancer. And it goes, okay, I see how you have misinterpreted the model. You've looked at it through the lens of blame rather than understanding the lens of, responsibility and unique experience and biological code. You're assigning a value judgment. Cancer bad. Where does now GNM is saying cancer comes from the person and the story they're telling themselves about the experience. And so they did something bad. And so this is bad and that's bad. And so that means I'm bad. And so again, it's very easy to see how a person who isn't aware of all of these different things that are going on in the psyche and in your belief system to jump to that conclusion, but if they could take a beat and pause and let's like kind of break this down, it's not about fault or blame. It's about responsibility. It's about experience. And you have to develop this awareness. Once you know there's this thing called biological conflict, that you can't control your conflicts. You can't control these highly acute dramatic moments where you were caught off guard and isolated and your brain turned on a biological program that set off an adaptation cascade of tissue adaptations to allow you to survive. That is coded into your biology. It's not about a choice. You didn't choose to have the cancer. You didn't choose, but you operate in a physical body that abides by certain biological laws of nature. You didn't know that. That's okay. It's okay if you didn't know it and you did something that called forth a particular adaptation. And again, it's not like, oh, well, you broke the law, you did something bad. It's like, no, something happened and you responded to it in a way that made the most sense to you at the time. And that's the thing too, is that our reactions and our responses to these conflicts can be modulated, right? I used to have, and one of my very first experiences, I think I shared on that first podcast we did, was about acne. I had this experience of, certain foods that this is dirty. Or if my dog licked my face and I'd be in this like, oh, this is gross, I'd have this reaction. I can change my reactions. I can change my beliefs. You start realizing I have control over how much I'm feeding this conflict, right? And so how much I'm leaning into the victimhood aspect. So if I step on a track, right? Maybe I don't have total control over stepping on the track. Something happened. I'm reminded of, an ex who cheated on me, and I'm reminded of that, and so now my mind is compulsively thinking about what happened back then and how bad it was and how much I felt like a victim. Like in that moment though, I step on the track, maybe I see, a woman with blonde hair because he cheated on me with a woman with blonde hair. And now I'm on the track. Right. And, for me, if that was a territorial marking conflict where it caused my urethra to adapt, which leads to the symptom known as the UTI, urinary tract adaptation, we'll call it a UTA, not an infection because the tissue comes and repairs. But if I'm on that track of, I need to mark my territory. Ooh, my man's talking to, a woman with blonde hair. But in that moment, how long I stay on that track, I'm not a victim in how long I stay on that track. If I notice it, oh, I'm doing that thing. Oh, I'm telling that story. I'm leaning into my victimhood. I'm leaning in and telling that story. And if I know that the longer I stay on that track and the more I tell that story of powerlessness, of there's nothing I can do, the more my ancient biology gets the message, you need your urethra needs to be wider than hers. Because if your urethra or your bladder, if it's wider, that means that you are able to put more urine out on this territory. And if you are better able to mark your territory than she is, you get the territory.
Because that's how all over your property.
Right, you pee all over. You pee all over your man. You pee all over your kid. You pee all over your kids, your territory. You're like, this is my stuff. Don't touch it. That's how nature works. Look at animals. You have that code within you. You are not separate from nature. You are nature. You are not a part of nature. You are a part of nature. You're not apart from it. You are it. The same code in your dog, the same code in the cow. It's all in you. We are not above the animals. It's all beautiful biology. And so, but in that moment, if I want to lean into the victimhood, I stay on that track. But if I know, okay, you have a choice here. It's not, bad to stay on the track and good to get off of it. But when I know biological consequences, the biological cause and effect, the way that it works, the longer I'm on the conflict track, the more I lean into it, the more adaptation is going to take place, the more stinging and burning and uncomfortable sensations I'm going to have while urinating the next couple of days, if that happens to be my conflict track, right? And so that's where, now that you have awareness, now you can take personal responsibility. Now you have choice. Now I have the choice to, how do I want to react to this? Again, you might not have choice over the fact that you stepped on the track, that's wired in, that it's automatically wired in that I'm going to respond to this way because my brain registered when this thing happened before, it was with this type of person. And so now you have to be extra on alert when that's happening. I'm extra on alert when that's happening. A part of my brain, again, notices it. But when I notice my compulsive thinking in my cold hands, I go, ooh, I'm on a track. Ooh, what's the content of my compulsive thinking? Oh, it's about this woman. Oh, and what's my mind cycling on? Oh, I'm on a conflict track. Oh, in the past, when I've had this type of thinking, what kind of symptom followed that up? Oh, a UTI. I'd have this type of symptom. And so now that I know, I'm aware, I have power. Okay, is this actually a threat? Am I actually in danger? Do I trust the man? Because, because you see the pattern. I'm with a different man. This man has never betrayed me, but my brain remembers the past man and the past man. And so the pattern has kind of moves forward into the future. But if I ground into the center and I ask myself good questions and I say, is this actually happening? Is this a logical fear? If it is, can I get out of isolation? Can I have a conversation with my partner? Can I let the partner know, this is how I'm feeling? What's it going to take for me to downgrade this, to come out of the isolation? What's it going to take for me to know that this can't happen again? That when it can't happen again, or when I can laugh about it, it's
quick question on that real quick.
Yeah.
Is there some element of needing to feel the feelings that are arising? Because I could see where in other paradigms, it's intellectualizing to avoid feeling. In this situation, for example, let's say you feel really angry. Do you need to feel that anger and then sort of recontextualize the feelings that you're feeling and ask those questions afterwards? Or what is? So
the biological feeling is letting you know how, the feelings that arise from you are information about what your biological need is and what your experience is. So we don't want to shove those things down and ignore them. So yes, in a sense, acknowledging this understanding and even just being able, can I define what this conflict is about? Do this. Get a note. Can I define what this conflict is about based on my biological needs? So for example, in this example that I'm giving about the man and the woman, and, so if her biological need, how is she going to know that this can't happen again? Because he could promise, the last guy promised too. It's how is she going to know that it can't happen again, or when she can laugh about it? So she looks at her feelings. I want to mark my territory. Why do I want to mark my territory? Well, this is my man. This is the man I want to be the father of my children. And if I think that my territory is threatened, then I could lose resources. I could lose a father. I could lose all of this, and what's my story behind that? Oh, well, then I'll be worthless. Then nothing, it's you have to see, what am I actually afraid of? And what's my biological need? And so again, the biological needs at different stages of life, whether a woman is, wants to get married, is in a relationship, wants to have children, has already had children, is postmenopausal, her needs are going to be different at all these different stages, and how this kind of conflict registers to her, and then ultimately it's what would it take for me to laugh about this? What would I have to know about me? So again, if it's just dependent on if he does the good thing and not the bad thing, if he is faithful and not unfaithful, it's like, so again, then my biological destiny is in whether or not he does the right thing. Right. And it's like and so there is, a sense to which, again, in biology and in nature, but could I be okay? In just considering these things, because again, your biology is going to reign supreme, honestly, when it comes to how you are reacting. And so trying to psychologize, trying to saying, oh, I would be totally fine if you did this or that. It's like, that's one thing. But the urinary tract might tell us a different story, or the cervix. The cervix is the sexual frustration conflict. And so, when a woman has an abnormal pap smear, that woman has experienced a sexual frustration conflict. So instead of freaking her out and saying, there's scary cells in your cervix, we need to go take a chunk of it, we say, okay, how did you feel insecure in your relationship? Judgmental of your man, wanting to have, a family, wanting to, but there's no safe men around. So again, every symptom tells the story and it's just noticing, ooh, am I leaning into this? Am I dramatizing this? Am I focused more on the problem or more on the solution? And when we get solution oriented and resolute, but again, when you understand what's my biological need in this, right? So is it the morsel? So for the tube, right? We've got the morsel. I want the money. I want the thing. I want the acknowledgement. I want this. This is the morsel that I'm needing. This is the touch that I'm needing. Why does this child, what's the biological need of the child? Why does the child have the child needs contact. The child is, biology of the child is saying, I'm not having enough contact with my mother. That's what it's telling us. What is the melanoma is saying? I'm feeling attacked. Every one of these tissues, the shoulder pain is saying, I'm feeling devalued in my relationship. Each and every body, it's telling the story. And am I leaning into the devaluation? I'm no good. I suck. I'm terrible. Or am I leaning into the solution? I'm getting stronger. I'm getting better. I'm on a training regimen. I'm going to be faster the next time I get out there. I'm getting better. I'm getting better. Like, what am I leaning into? And that's where that consciousness comes into play. And you are not a victim of these conflicts. You are co-creating with the stuff that has happened to you and how you show up to the stuff that has happened to you, how you interpret it, what the story you choose to tell. And again, that's kind of what we do in awareness school is we get into what are you doing with this stuff inside of your head? Stuff happened to you. Congratulations, you're a human. Stuff has happened to you. You had parents. You had a life. You went to school. You had relationships. You had pets. They died. Stuff happened. What are you doing with it inside of your head? What's the story? Are we leaning into problem? Are we leaning into solution? Are we emphasizing our victimhood, or are we emphasizing the way that we can transmute this into learnings and growth and teaching and passion and mission and purpose and things in the world? Am I living in accordance with my biology? And that's why it's such an aligning principle, because it's a deep life philosophy, this Germanische Heilkunde. It's the science of understanding how the body functions. It's the art of finding the story in the person. And it's the philosophy of knowing there's nothing evil in nature. It is this triune, beautiful system that understands and respects and regards the life force, because this is how life wants it to be. Life, God, nature, whatever you call this life principle, this force that, is present in the living beings. That was the amazing thing about seeing these bodies in the lab. Life built the body. Life built the body. Life did what it needed to do it said, I need all of these parts, and life put it together, and then life exits the body and the tissues are still all there, right? Every organ, how does the body function? Oh, well, the heart moves the blood and no, it's life. Life does all of it. Life builds it, and life is going to keep on building it. And so, if you want to get in the flow of life, that's going to be the best way to live in harmony and have the fulfillment and the things that you're wanting is to get in the flow of life. And learning about life is very important.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautifully said. Okay, I have a few more questions. I think this is, for those listening and watching, the longest episode I have ever recorded. It's got to be. I don't know for sure when the final edit comes out, but I will be shocked if this is not longer than my 3-hour, 42-minute episode with Topher Gardner. Okay, so traditional Chinese medicine would say that lung cancer or lung-related issues is due to grief. But German New Medicine says that it's a death-fright conflict. So when we look at these ancient approaches to health, these ancient paradigms like traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, that have conflicts with German New Medicine. What is your take on that? Because there does seem to be, according to a lot of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and some Ayurvedic practitioners, some correlation with lung-related issues and grief. And it could be that there was a death-fright conflict associated with that grief or something like that. But I'd just love to hear your take on it.
There definitely is. And so imagine a loved one, a parent, lying in a bed, struggling for air in the final days of their life. And you watch them struggle for air, struggle for life, and you are afraid of them dying. And whether they die in that moment or they don't die, what did you experience? You experience, yeah. And is that going to be closely correlated with what we call grief? Pretty much always, yeah. So if we look at the story of the person because again, we have to operate on what the tissue is. So the tissue for the lung, and this was another amazing thing that when I was in the lab looking, it's like, oh, let's look at these lungs. It was so cool because you have both the lung tissue, like the alveoli, you have like the body of the lung, like the fluffy part. And so that's where the air sacs that fill and that allow the blood transfer, the oxygen into the blood. And then you have the tubes. And so the tubes are the bronchial, and it's so amazing how they just branch and branch and branch until the tiniest pieces. And you take, the body of the lung, and then you take like a scissor and kind of scrape away the fluffy part of the lung. And you just get to that bronchial tree just branching. And it was so cool. So the bronchial tubes, those are ectodermal tissue. That's different tissue. Then the fluffy part, that is the endodermal tissue, the lung alveoli controlled from the brainstem. Again, two different tissues controlled from different areas of the brain have different function. One is where the absorption takes place, the absorption of the oxygen, and the other one which transmits the tubes that allows the air to come in. Very, very cool. And so the alveoli, what do? They absorb more oxygen. And so when we have a focus, so like a mass in the lung, for if you have a death-fright conflict on behalf of someone else, there's like a single lung nodule, or you can have two or three depending on the death shock. But then when you have the death-fright shock for yourself, they're all over the lungs. So you'll have like multiple lung foci. You'll have these multiple masses in the lungs. And so we have to, again, when we're looking at the biological reason for adaptation here, why would the lung have all of these different sites where there's extra tissue? There's a mass here in the lung. What does it do? The lung is where oxygen transfer takes place. Why would you need more oxygen transfer to take place? Well, if I had a death fright, if I was afraid I was going to die, or a loved one, again, is gasping for air. And the last, I remember if you've ever seen an elderly person in the final days of their life, it's difficult. I remember watching my grandfather and, just having to give him drops of water and just like their mouth, it's quite something to watch it. And especially if there was a respiratory, condition and you've got the oxygen on. And again, what's your experience with death been up to until that point? Like how have you seen many animals die? Have you seen nature kind of go through these cycles? Like what's your fear of the death? Recently, it is
interesting too that lung cancer seems to be something that happens in old age. In most cases.
Yeah, old age or shocks. I know just recently I spoke with someone who, had a sudden loss of a parent. If somebody, and you find out how they died, they were gasping for air or they drowned. It's like, just think about how did you perceive this death fright?
This is someone who had lung cancer that was talking with you? Okay.
And so when we're looking at these stories of these people and the death fright shock, and it just makes sense. And so yes, can we see how a death fright would be closely correlated potentially with grief? Is it 100% of the time? Is that how the person, and again, that just gets back to the language and the description of we define things based off the tissue type and what the tissue does and what the function of that tissue does. Now, the language that we use, it depends on the culture that we're in and the way that we describe things and, our own personal poetry of how I'm going to describe how I felt. But if I've got a tumor in my lung, I have to say, what does the lung do? Is it in the bronchial tubes? Is the tumor in the tubes, or is it in the body of the lung in the alveoli? And once I know the tissue type, then I know the story, and then whatever language we use to describe it. And again, traditional Chinese medicine, all sorts of people use different language to describe different things, but ultimately we have to go off of tissue function and what the tissue does.
Okay, got it. So let's get into allergies finally. You know what's so funny about this is like context for the listeners. I reached out to Melissa because I was like, let's talk about allergies. Here we are, 3.5 hours in. Let's talk about allergies now. We already kind of covered them a little bit, gave a nod to them at least because I put 2 and 2 together. Let me try to share what allergies are. Is that okay? From my understanding now. So when you have something that happens when you have a conflict and there is some sort of association with something physically related to that. Let's say the conflict is related to you eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something like that. Or let's say the conflict is related to you getting something jabbed into your arm that has, I don't know, peanut oil or something like this in it, or egg cell culture in it or something like that, chicken like embryo or something. And then you have a track related to that conflict. So the next time you eat eggs or the next time you eat peanut butter, you go into anaphylactic shock or something like this, something very drastic, possibly related to that, or just some sort of reaction because it's ultimately your body is experiencing a track related to that initial conflict that is associated with that substance.
Exactly. That's a perfect description. So allergy means other reaction. If you look at like the Greek origin of the word, like you're having an other reaction. Like most people don't have this type of reaction to this thing. You know, it's like, you know, normal other people can eat eggs, but you eat eggs and you have to vomit immediately or run to the toilet. You know, it's like, so why for you is this food, this substance? It can also be an emotion. It can also be a person. It can also be a color that
substance, a spray,
absolutely.
Yeah.
So anything, any kind of like sensory impression, when we, you know, Control-Alt-Delete, we open this program, whatever else is on the computer at that time, just think about that. So again, you're pressing this on the computer analogy and you have a picture of an egg as you're opening this program. The brain says, okay, you turned on this survival program in response to some type of threat in your environment. And there was this image was on your computer. So now think about it. Every time you open that image, you open that file folder, the computer says, oh, remember that time you were in a life or death threatening situation was associated with that image, with that picture. So now we're going to go ahead and now you don't need to meet all 3 criteria. You don't need it to be highly acute dramatic. You just need to step on the track, right? And the track takes you right back and the body's going to reactivate whatever adaptation program was initiated in response to that. So whether it was the throat swelling because it was a can't swallow or a scare fright conflict, whether it was a separation conflict and you drink milk and you get a terrible rash, or you have milk and someone else has to run to the bathroom. It's, you know, so what was the conflict? Was it morsel? Was it separation? Was it swallowing? Was it scare fright? Like what was the thing that happened? Was it, you know, a visual separation? And every time you get around cats, you have to itch your eyes, you know, what was the thing? So for you, something happened, you had a conflict that was associated and that got tracked in. And so now every time it's in your environment, if the conflict is still relevant, so again, if the conflict has resolved, that's why people, oh, I used to be allergic to that. Oh, I used to have that, but now I'm not anymore. Well, because the conflict track has fallen away because the conflict is no longer relevant. You moved out of your parents' house. Your parents can't ground you anymore. You're not going to have an indigestible anger conflict because you're grounded. So you no longer react to, you know, the bread because the bread was associated when you lived in your parents' house. These things happen. We have these things happen all the time. And so now there's just so, and this is where, again, the more you hear these stories, the more you're like, oh my gosh, absolutely. One of my stories for an allergy that I actively have right now, I have not resolved this conflict. It is, so the first farm animals that we got when we moved out to the country were ducks. We went to Tractor Supply. We have the cute little ducklings. We're like, oh, we're going to get, so we got 5 ducks and 3 girls and 2 boys. And it takes them a while. I don't even, when did we get, I can't remember the whole timeline. When we got the ducks, we maybe got them in the spring. And basically by the time they were laying eggs, it was the summer of the Music and Sky where it rained a lot. Do you remember this one? Were you there for that one?
Yeah, we were like dancing underneath.
Where we were dancing in the rain.
Yeah.
So it was summer rain. It was like August or something. And it was a very unexpected. It normally does not rain during this time of year. Normally there's no rain until, the very early of the year. And so this is very unexpected. And I had gotten these ducks mealworms. And so, these are nice little snacks for the ducks. And because of I think there was just crazy wind and rain and the place that I had them stored got water in it. So the mealworms got all wet. And so when I got back from Music and Sky, I'm like, oh, dang, these mealworms are all wet. And so they were just kind of gross. So like normally I'd like, throw them out for the ducks and they love them and they go crazy and they just gobble them right up and it's really nice. And so I was like, oh, they're kind of mushy. So that was kind of gross. Just these mushy mealworms, not lovely. And so, but I would still, throw them out. And then, but in the next couple of days, another type of worm was present on the mealworms. There were maggots on the mealworms. And I'm like, again, this was like a big bag of mealworms. And I'm like, and then I Google it. I'm like, okay, is this okay? Should I throw these away? And I'm like, those are also worms. It's also protein because that's the whole, and they're like, no, it's fine. And so in the weeks leading up to this, we had gotten our first couple of eggs from these ducks. And I was so excited. This was my first like homesteading venture. I'm going to have ducks and I'm eventually going to get chickens, but and I would have the duck egg. And it was delicious. And it was, a nice big yolk. And I really enjoyed making myself these fried duck eggs. And I was delighted that these are my very own, organically fed ducks. But then the mealworm, the situation happened with the maggots. And the next time after this whole situation happened that we had the eggs from the ducks, Steve and I both had terrible digestive distress.
Interesting.
Terrible, like evacuate, top, bottom, a terrible stomach pain, vomiting, diarrhea. So this was a major morsel conflict. And, when it first happens, you're like, okay, is it that? Yeah, that's the thing that makes the most sense. But you're also, again, and, Steve too, he's just like, yeah, I don't know,
It's cool to hear though, like that you guys are still like, do we know for sure?
Right, yeah, because was there another conflict? Right. And so then, but I did have my suspicions. I'm like, maybe we'll see. And so then, I don't know, the next time, and it was like, I was a little suspicious of the eggs, but I was like, I was going to make some French toast. And I was like, French toast, it's like one egg, to make the batter for the French toast. And so I make it. And Steve and I have these little like afternoon rituals where we'll play a game and we'll have like a cup of coffee and we'll have like a nice, and so we were having the French toast and we just started playing this game and we just had a couple of bites and we're playing the game. And then he looks at me and then I look at him and I'm like, and he asked about the eggs. And I was like, yeah, I did. I used a duck egg. And then we were both in the bathroom the rest of the afternoon because it's like an indigestible morsel where my brain, when it, saw those mealworms, associated that with the egg that you eat and this gross, like nasty situation. And the ducks just in general, as compared to chickens, they're a little like they're stinkier, they're messier, they're just different than chickens. And so as of now, I have a duck egg allergy and I don't, well, see, that's the thing is avoidance of a track is a decent strategy to avoid the symptom, right? So cutting.
But you want to be able to eat duck eggs though, right? Like,
no, I have no particular attachment to it.
Okay.
I have no particular attachment to eating the duck egg. So that's why for me, it's very neutral. I have more ducks than I have more chickens than I do ducks, just have the chicken eggs. It's not a big deal. So I don't have any incentive to go out of my way to try to detach this track or resolve this conflict. Yes, can I know that I'm never going to leave mealworms out in the rain again? But again, still the ducks are kind of the way the ducks are, they're different. And so, I haven't tested it because I have no incentive to test it. But that's just an example.
But you do know how to resolve it if you need to though, right?
If I ever needed to, could I, get myself, and that's the thing. And that's what you do. If you really you want to resolve the conflict, you sit with it. You let yourself know this can never happen again. And you kind of just introduce it to yourself. So if it's like a strawberry that you tend to be, just look at the strawberries, lick the strawberry, smell the strawberry, like let your system know this is no longer, I'm not in threat. This isn't a conflict, and then you can try it. And so, depending on, the level of symptom that you have, that's why a lot of people, and this is where, the unfortunate thing is that a person, because if they had one big reaction once, like if a child, swells up and the parents are like, oh, I thought that you were going to suffocate, and there's such heightened fear around it. That's kind of hard. It's like, ooh, when do I ever want to, try that out again? And so again, just you can avoid these things. And it's not, it might be inconvenient. You have to be that person at the restaurant that's like, oh, I can't eat this and I can't eat that. But when you understand and you know why, it just makes sense. So again, I'm not, with the duck eggs, it's a funny story to me and it just makes sense. And yeah, so it's something, the story, why. Do you have incentive to resolve it? And then sometimes you just realize, there's an example of a woman who, when she was 20, she was standing in the kitchen. She was about to go out, with her friends for the night. And so she's got like a short skirt on and stockings. And, she's making herself like a piece of bread and milk before she kind of like goes out to party for the evening. And then her dad comes in and sees her and beats her up and calls her nasty names. And so this was a highly acute, dramatic moment. And so she, would get stomach pain. So a territorial anger. She felt angry that she was, attacked and, abused in that way. And it was tied to milk and bread for 20, 30 years or something. But then she realized, she finally comes to a seminar, she learns about this and she thinks about it and she's like, okay, my dad's like 80 now and he lives, very, very far away and I'm 50. And so it's like, oh, what happened then can't happen now. And immediately she was able to eat the bread and milk again. Immediately the conflict resolved as soon as that part. So again, you have to bring it to consciousness. So we have to pull the program up on the computer and realize and say, okay, this track and this program, this can't happen again. So it's like you pull it up so then it can terminate.
So quick question, and maybe I'm off on this, could lactose intolerance as it relates to that being one of the biggest allergies amongst society relate somehow to breastfeeding?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Okay,
So you're totally on that track.
I figured.
Think about it. So the dairy is often that first supplement. So, okay, babies are designed by their biological code to require the milk from their mother, and so what are they given as a substitute? Some type of dairy derivative of some sort. And so, there's a great story of this young man, and he reached out to me. He's like, oh my goodness, he dealt with terrible eczema, did all the diets, all the things to try to change it, try to fix it, try to get the inflammatory foods. And he just was on that journey. And then when he finally came across a YouTube video of mine or something, he was like, oh, and his mom, and so he learned, okay, because his was terrible eczema. That was his reaction to dairy specifically. And
interesting, because separation conflict. Wow.
Yeah. Separation conflict. And so he was like, oh, so he's putting the pieces together. He's playing detective. That's the game. Play detective, put the dots together. And so he calls his mom and he's like, Mom, his mom ran a winery. And so he's like, well, how, after I was born, when did you go back to work? And she was like, oh, about 3 weeks. And immediately he knew. He was like, oh my gosh, he could tap into his psyche as a baby and imagine my mother at 3 weeks old, she goes back to work. I'm given some type of, formula that's dairy based. And I just a whole separation and where there's a child, where they touch mom, the inside of the elbows, the backs of the knees, these places where the baby, clings on to the mother. And so that for him, once he realized that he was able to downgrade it tremendously. And so it was by bringing it into awareness, realizing, oh, I'm a grown man. I don't need my mother like I did when I was 3 weeks old or, 3 years old, and this, again, these things persist throughout the child and the infancy. And so these tracks remain and you never get that thing that you're wanting. I want contact with my mom, but now I'm in my 20s and now I realize. And so it's through the realization. So again, a program you haven't opened on your computer in forever, it's still running in the background, but and that's the whole thing about bringing the dark to light, making the unconscious conscious. So you see it and you're like, oh, and then you recognize what happened then can't happen now. I'm in a different situation. One of our dear friends has an allergy, to pork and will have a terrible need to run to the bathroom if pork is involved. But every time she's had pork, it has been unexpected, so up until she was age 5, she would have hot dogs, she would have, bologna. It was like something that was fine. But then, one of the parents got into a spiritual belief system that it's like, oh, pork is very low vibration, and this is, you shouldn't eat the pork. And so for 10 years, we didn't eat pork. We don't have pork. And then she's, off on this trip. And, she's like 15 years old and she's, doing this trip, and the person transporting her, they stop for food. And she asked what's the meat in this? And they said that it was chicken, and she took a bite of it, and she's on her own. She had just left her family and she's on her own with this strange person in a strange country, and she bites it and she knew that it was pork. She knew it. She knew it wasn't chicken. But she was isolated and alone and afraid. What is this going to do to me? This low vibration, terrible food that the spiritual community has told me I shouldn't be eating, and then she had this first reaction to it was terrible. And she had terrible vomiting and diarrhea and, ends up dehydrated in the hospital. Like that was the first time she's ever had this thing. And so now it's just remained as this thing that she's afraid of. And there have been several other instances where she, thought that there, didn't know it was in there. But I'm like, and she hasn't tested this one out yet. But I really think for her that when she realizes, like if she intentionally does it, because every time it was, I don't eat this food, but it ended up being in the food. And she finds out after the fact, oh, it was pork fried rice, not chicken fried rice. Oh, it was, there was ham in the salad and I thought it was just a salad. So every time it was a surprise, it was a shock that led to, her having some type of symptom. And so, it's like when you intentionally do it, when you realize, oh, someone's not going to surprise me with this, this secret food being in there. But she's had experiences where she didn't even find out that there was pork in something. There was this place that we'd go for burgers and you have a burger on the menu, you think it's just beef. And later she finds out that this burger that she's enjoyed multiple times actually had pork in it, but she never had a reaction. Because each of the things too is she either knew that she was eating pork and had the reaction, or found out soon thereafter and then had the reaction. So, so again, the stories are so fun and cool and interesting. And you see each of the factors. Okay, she was totally isolated, foreign country. I'm eating this. Oh, should I tell someone? Each time there was high emotion involved in it. But then when you can do it in a safe environment, right? When I'm choosing, to do it, I'm not, surprised by it. It's not upsetting. You can detach these things. You don't have to be allergic to it forever for the rest of your life.
So when it comes to seasonal allergies, let me touch on that real quick. Is that you have a track related to whatever the allergen is? Let's say it's pollen, because you experienced a conflict when pollen was present.
Exactly. Yeah. Spring and fall, what goes on during those times of year, what happened, and again, there's always a unique story to it. In the fall times, it's fall allergy season. It's like all the kids are saying it stinks that summer's over and I wish I didn't have to go to school. There could be themes like that, but always there's a story that's tied. So the pollen, again, it just got tracked in at a certain moment and now you react to it. And if it's your eyes that itch, there was a visual separation conflict. If it's, drainage and it was a stink conflict, something you couldn't sniff out. So your unique ways because everybody, they say, oh, I have allergies. Well, that tells me nothing. Tell me specifically what your symptoms are. That's always the big thing. Don't tell me your disease name. Don't tell me I have this label. Tell me your specific symptoms. The specific symptoms tell us the story, right? Because we know based on each tissue, what each tissue does. And so when you have a collection of certain symptoms, you had this and this and this, these three conflicts together. And so yes, these three conflicts together can be linked to one track. So there can be, this opens up all three of those programs that were adaptive in that moment. And so that's why you react with all three of those symptoms.
Wow. It makes a lot of sense. My goodness, it really does. So again, if someone were wanting to resolve that specific conflict, let's say they live in a place where like, dude, I have to because I am exposed to that allergen all the time. They would have to find out what the specific symptom is, of course. And then I feel like it'd be kind of hard if they're living in that place seasonally over time to figure out the initial conflict related to that though.
Totally. Yeah. That's part of the difficulty. There was a man that had he had polyps in his nose, so this is like a scent morsel conflict. And the wife was trying desperately. He would only have it in the winter. He'd only have it in the winter when like the heat was on. And they're trying to figure out, okay, what's the correlation to the winter? It's not there any other time. And they're searching and she's like trying to figure this out. But, one time they went on a ski vacation and he didn't have the symptoms with the nose polyps. It was like, okay, so it's still a cold place, but we're, away from home. So he wasn't having the symptom. And she was just doing the detective work. And it was very hard. She was having a very hard time figuring out what this could be. But she's just kind of deducing when it started, how long it's been there, and she realized that, he was married before he was married to her. And she's like, okay, I think that this probably has something carried over from the previous relationship. And, she's thinking. And, she's like, okay, when the heat is on, when it's cold out, okay, what's something he brought from the last relationship that's relevant to that? And it dawned on her, it was this, there's a sheepskin blanket. And she asked him, is there a story with this sheepskin blanket? And he was reflecting. He's like, oh, yes, because he loves this like heavy sheepskin blanket, and the wife's like, it's too heavy for me, but he is obsessed with it. And he goes back to telling the story of his ex-wife, and for the family for Christmas one year, he bought everyone these sheepskin blankets, and he was so excited to give them this like really high quality, but they're very expensive, these sheepskin high quality blankets. And so he, opens it up Christmas morning, and the wife is mad. She's mad that he spent so much money on these blankets, and she gives him hell for it. And he was just, expecting gratitude. He was expecting the morsel of gratitude, but instead he got, criticism and, money talk and all of that. And so, when he, gets divorced from this wife, he's bringing his sheepskin blanket. So it's only in the winter when he's using the sheepskin blanket that he's on the track of the conflict from back then. And so it took a while to figure out what it was. But when you're looking for common denominators and you're looking for when is it there and when is it not there, a lot of times people are like, oh, it's just there all the time. It's not though. Like most of the time there are fluctuations. And if you can pay attention to those subtleties, you can pull the thread and you can find the thing. And once that was brought to the conscious, it was, and he never had an issue with it again after they made the connection. But again, it's not easy. And there are people that have known this information for a really, really long time. There's another story with dandruff, and he had this chronic dandruff. He could not figure out what the dandruff tract was, which is a separation conflict from the head. And it took, he's he's going out of his way to try to figure out what this, and then he realizes one day, oh, I haven't had dandruff in a few months. Well, that's funny. What happened? What changed? And then he realizes, like he does the timeline, he's trying to figure it out, and he goes back and recalls that the thing that it had to have been, and this is again after years of trying to figure out what this was. So this is not just knowing this. It's not all of a sudden you're just going to know all your conflicts. You do have to do the detective work, and sometimes it's like a needle in the haystack. That's why it's very helpful for parents. Keep a journal of your children's symptoms. Keep a journal, keep dates. Because again, these ones they have early on can be tracks later on if it's not fully resolved. And so, again, if you aren't tracking stuff like this, it just fades off into the distant past. And you're like, I have no idea. And that's what the value of knowing when it happened, when you started losing sleep, when you got cold hands, when you started having this symptom, what was going on in your life at that time. Because if you don't have that diary, it's like, oh, I don't even know when that started happening. Yeah, I didn't think much of it. Write it down. Seriously, this is going to be one of the best pieces of advice I can give you, because it's going to help you to pull that thread. But the man with the dandruff, he ended up realizing it was when he went to his high school reunion. And so in high school, he had this huge crush on this girl with long blonde curly hair. And he was just enamored with her. And she had this beautiful angel hair that was he was fixated on. And I think at one point he confessed his love to her and wrote her a note. And then she read the note to the whole class. And it was like this whole big embarrassment of this girl I'll never get with the angel hair. And so the track for him was long blonde hair. And how odd. I mean, when you're out and about, just see. So again, needle in a haystack. How is he ever going to associate his flaky, scalp and dandruff with a woman with long blonde hair? Which is so
well, because it's slapping you right in the face. But at the same time, if you don't have this paradigm, it's like, I just have dandruff, dude. I've always had it.
Exactly. And so it was after he goes to the class reunion. And so the woman that, his ideal woman from his youth, he sees her there and she doesn't look like she did before. And she's got short hair and a different body and so poof, track gone. Right. So this idealized woman with the long blonde hair, he realizes what happened then can happen now. This is irrelevant. And this was past his conscious mind. He didn't have to think about it. It just poof went away when the psyche, when that ancient brain computer that's constantly monitoring what's going on here. What's going on here? Are we still upset about long blonde hair? Okay. Nope. Done. Delete. And it's just program's done. Program terminated without conscious intentionality of trying to do it. That's how it happens. And so again, a person can dig. And so don't stress yourself out trying to dig for these things. Sometimes it'll let it come upon you spontaneously. Get in the flow of life, meditate, sit on the earth, get connected, and trust what I need to see will be shown to me. What I need to see will dawn on me, right? Let these realizations, let these synchronicities show me something that I need to see. And again, don't we have that incredible ability to oh, then someone calls me and then this happens and then that happens. Oh, and then I had the realization, now the allergy's gone. It's like, let it happen that way. Don't force, don't manipulate, don't control. Get in the flow of life and pay attention. Be conscious. Notice resistance that you have to the symptom. Oh, and sometimes people be like, oh, I'm so frustrated with this symptom. Oh, I'm so frustrated with myself. Replace the frustration with curiosity. The frustration is not helping you. It's more, what you resist persists. You're inviting more of what is unwanted into your experience the more that you try to push it away. And so allow it. And again, if you need to, use supplements or even painkillers sometime. I mean, it's like, let yourself be human, have experiences, experiment with different, things to, modify the symptoms using, herbs, using different things that feel good. Because again, what does that do when you're doing, homeopathy or you're doing acupuncture? You're changing your state, right? And maybe something is available to you in that state that isn't available to you in this state. Mm-hmm. And so it's all about a change in your state. And so, yes, can the homeopathy change your state? Yes. Can a massage change your state? Chiropractic, think about what's your thing that you do to help people? That thing is a state changer. And in a different state, different realms of ideas are open to you. And then the thing can pollen, the thing. But the way that the conflict, the way that the symptom goes away is through the brain. The way it got there is through the brain and through the psyche. The way it's going to resolve is through the brain computer, the brain psyche, realizing this isn't relevant, terminate the program. And and when you think about it in that way, it's not a punishment. It's just, again, laws of nature, cause and effect, just the way it works. And when you know it and understand it, you work with it instead of against it. And you come to greater awareness about life and about, how to adapt and how you're going to raise your children. Because goodness gracious, and your children knowing this is the greatest gift ever. I mean, imagine if you've always known this. One of our ladies, she came to our retreat that was earlier this year. And she, was telling us that, how she talks to her daughter about this work and about the little workers that are in her body. It's a construction site. And so when the child has a symptom, she goes, my workers are at work, mommy. They're so yes, it's uncomfortable if I have a little headache or I have a sniffle or my throat is sore, but the child has that model. My body's doing something meaningful and intentional. And there's little workers that are doing a job that's temporary, and it might be uncomfortable for a little while, but this will pass just like it's passed before. And so that child is confident and they're not in fear. I mean, the idea that a child would be in fear of their own body or in fear of health issues is just, again, biological warfare against yourself. Same thing back to, how we even came to know each other through the whole scamdemic, this idea that little things on a doorknob, that you're afraid of little things on a doorknob. I mean, come on, that's terrifying for these children to see these adults wearing masks out in public at the airport. It's like, what's going on? It's just feeding this fear of the scary invisible, the fear of the unknown, and this victimhood of something bad outside me could get me. But when you have that internal resilience and you know that there is no evil in nature, my body only does what makes sense, and my body is constantly monitoring and adapting to everything that is needed. It's a peaceful life.
Beautifully said. I have one more allergy related question, and then we'll do our final concept in this docu-series that we've just filmed. So, my wife and I, as I was preparing for this podcast, actually, we were looking at our kids, and our youngest seems to have sensitive skin relative to our other kids. And it's like, he's constantly being breastfed, so I don't see any separation conflict there. He's a really happy baby, but his skin just does seem to be more sensitive. It seems like he is more prone to just, not any crazy rashes or anything, but if I give him a kiss and he's happy, or if Kylie gives him a kiss and he's happy, it could be that or if a fabric touches his face, there seems to be a little tiny red marks that come up a little bit and they go away right afterwards. Is that fall into the category of German medicine too? Or what would that be?
Well, yeah, I mean, it could just be his way of perceiving the world is more through, the sense of touch and things touching him. And he has a heightened reaction to, a kiss. A kiss is a resolution, right? If I had a little separation conflict and dad comes and gives me a kiss, it's like, the tissue. Because again, these are micro ulcerations. They're
interesting because he does get smile when we give him kisses. So maybe it is resolving.
He must, and again, his, what was his pregnancy life? These early moments, it's just this, the way I'm interfacing with the world and through the skin, it's telling a little story. And like you said, it's not too intense. It's just, we're noticing a little more of a reaction. So he might have a little more of a, sensitivity to, and it's his own unique personality too.
Most healthcare today operates on an outdated mechanistic model, treating the body like a battlefield rather than a self-healing system. You wait months for an appointment only to receive a rush diagnosis that labels you rather than truly understanding your unique health. Even in holistic health, many practitioners rely on endless lab tests and supplement protocols, addressing symptoms instead of the root cause. And the result? Another prescription or supplement regimen that merely suppresses or masks symptoms rather than facilitating true healing, whether the imbalance was physical, emotional, energetic, or a mix of all three. And that's why Dr. Tom Cowan co-founded the New Biology Clinic, to offer something radically different. As one of the most respected natural health doctors in the world, Dr. Cowan has spent decades challenging conventional medicine and advancing a deeper understanding of human biology, water, and natural health. His work isn't just about rejecting the mainstream, it's about offering a more truthful, biologically coherent approach for healing. The New Biology Clinic recognizes that health isn't about fighting disease, it's about restoring balance. You're not a diagnosis, you're an individual with a unique story, and healing should honor that. With virtual consultations available worldwide, the clinic offers a flat-rate monthly membership that gives you direct access to practitioners who take the time to actually listen. Members also get exclusive health live streams, a resource library, and live sessions covering everything from biofield tuning and breathwork to movement and meditation, all designed to support whole body healing. And if you're not ready for a membership, you can book a one-time appointment, sign up for an enrichment-only membership for the healing modalities alone, or schedule a free connection session with one of the care team members to see how the New Biology Clinic can help in your specific situation. This isn't about keeping you dependent on doctors. It's about making you sovereign over your health. Head to newbiologyclinic.com and use code THEWAYFORWARD, and that's spelled The Way, F-O-R-W-A-R-D, for $50 off account activation, or just head to the show notes for more info. If you're a member of The Way Forward, email hello@thewayforward.com for $150 off. Your body already knows how to heal, and New Biology Clinic helps you remember. It makes sense too with him because he, more than our other two, if he's left alone for any amount of time, he's automatically like looking around, where's mom, where's dad? And like he immediately wants us. And when we come back up, he's smiling again, so that makes a lot of sense. Okay. I think I've solved that one. Yeah. Okay. Final concept. So I watched this debate between Daniel Roitis and I forget who the other dude was. And Daniel's a good buddy of mine. And he brought up a lot of good points. And one of them was, and just for context for the audience, the debate was about German medicine. One of the things that he brought up that really stuck with me that makes a lot of sense is, and this is kind of a big piece of Daniel's thing now, is that he points to a lot of indigenous cultures, past civilizations, even modern ones like the Hadza people in Africa, the Maasai tribe in Africa, the Kogi people of Colombia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they don't seem to be dealing with as many symptoms of illness to begin with. And for me, what sort of stands out is like, they are not in modern life. Like they don't do the shit that we do. But from a German new medicine lens, I would imagine, I could be wrong on this too, they're still dealing with a lot of the same conflicts psychologically, right? Or sub-psychologically. I don't even know the appropriate term, but biologically. So with that, I'll give my take and you tell me what you think about it. Is it because they are doing and living that which is more harmonious to their bodies to begin with, living in accordance with nature? They're, of course, exposed to less actual poisons and toxins, possibly. Also, nourished properly, because I also look at nourishment different than just physical food at this point, especially when you understand fourth phase water is what we're likely comprised of. It functions on charge separation, sunlight, putting your bare feet on the earth. Those are things that help enhance the exclusion zone waters of our bodies. So that, for me, actually falls under the category of nourishment. it's like they were naturally in alignment with their circadian rhythm, et cetera, et cetera. Like just not modern life, right? So it naturally creates the conditions to where they can better resolve any conflicts that occur. Would you say that that's accurate?
Yes, those people have the same tissues that we all have. So their tissues function by the same biological code that we all have, that the animals have. And so, but those people, they are living in a more biologically harmonious lifestyle. And they are having conflicts, but they're resolving them swiftly. They are having conflicts and they are having adaptations. So they're not going to get to the point of statistical levels of disease among them but they're having little territorial disputes and they're having, little indigestible morsel conflicts and they're having little bouts of diarrhea and their bodies are still subject to these laws because again, what do the tissues do? We just have to come back. These tissues operate in a certain way by the certain biological code. These people are having conflicts like that, but their lifestyle, because again, indigenous and long, cultures that have been around for a while, they get how it works. Again, the Germanische Heilkunde, the ancient Germanic people, they paid attention to nature. They worshiped nature. They say nature knows how it's supposed to be, right? And that, isn't most every indigenous culture, don't they have these practices, these rituals, this connection with nature, communing with plants, and the plants tell them this, this is what nature wants. This is what nature wants. This is how nature should be. This is how you should build. Your lifestyle should be built around nature, not around people, not around concepts, not around, pieces of paper. We should build life around nature. So the indigenous cultures build life around nature. They have traditions like the thing where they come together and they resolve big disputes. They come together, they have traditions, they have ways of communicating. A lovely course that I'm in right now is, all about biological thinking. And one of the recommendations is like the talking stick. Okay, everyone in the family, we go around and here's the talking stick. Here's your chance to tell everybody what's going on with you. When you're talking, no one else gets to talk. Johnny has a talking stick right now. So everybody in the family right now has to hear what Johnny feels. Johnny, tell us how, and everyone goes around first and says something, what's something bothering you, something upsetting you, something you don't like, something that is on your mind that is unpleasant, that you would like everyone to know about. Let's go around the family and you do this every day. Talking stick time. Tell us what was going on with you. And this isn't for anybody to get into an argument or a fight. No one else talks and no one else justifies. No one says, well, he did this. No, just let Johnny talk. Let Johnny have his time. And then we pass the stick. And then when Susie's talking, we listen to her and everyone is heard. And then you go around the circle one more time when you do the talking stick and say, okay, now tell us something good, something that's good, something that you're grateful for. It's like, get the family talking. And indigenous cultures had practices like this that were just baked in, because they have been around long enough and living in tune with nature harmoniously long enough to know when things fester, right? Stuff festers, right? When things are unresolved. And so they would have practices, they would have ways. Like I know there's, I don't know where I'm, getting this story from, probably a meme, but like when a young man was doing something that was out of, harmony with what the tribe is about, we come around him and we pour love on him and we say, we know that you did this out of survival, right? If you had an aggressive reaction to someone, we know that you were triggered, right? You didn't feel a part of the community. You had a bioaggressive constellation. You had a territorial anger and identity conflict. And then you did something that's uncharacteristic for our people. We don't operate this way, right? Within our own tribe, there's a time for, territorial disputes with the extra, but in our tribe, we don't operate this way. And so we know you must not be feeling loved. You must not be feeling seen. You must not know who you are right now. And this is who you are. You're one of us. And we love you and we see you and we acknowledge you. And that's how they would resolve conflict. And so these people that don't have statistical levels of disease are having micro conflicts, but they have practices and it's built into their culture how to manage. How do we resolve things like this? And so, yeah, that's what's happening in these places that don't have disease because they are having conflicts. They are having little things go on. You're not in their world and knowing every little sneeze and every little, the lady, I was waiting on a shuttle and I was like, oh yeah, the shuttle bus just left. And she looked up and she's like, oh, it's going to be 30 minutes. And she goes, hachoo, like she's her body is under the same biological code as mine. She doesn't know about it. She wasn't conscious of it, but she had a stink conflict and her biology adapted. It's just how it works. And so that's the thing is we're all under that same code. Our tissues are all built out of the same stuff. when you know what the purpose of the tissue is, you know how it adapts, and it happens. Doesn't matter where in this world you are, you're under the same code.
Right. They're just not in chronic conflict active phases or chronic tracks.
Right. There's not, is there high rates of divorce in these cultures? Is there high rates of children being left in daycares in these cultures? Is there a high rate of, it's like, no. And when we do start having disputes among tribes and things, that's when we start having more conflicts, right? When there's a threat to resources, when there's a threat to survival. That's what these biological codes are about, threats to survival. And so if our survival, right, we know how we live, we know how we farm, we know how we garden, we know where our water is, we know where our food is, we know where our children are. That's a peaceful life. That's a beautiful life. That's what we're all trying to move towards, right? Yeah. Securing our resources and living harmoniously among one another. That doesn't mean no conflict. That just doesn't mean unbiologically long conflicts that go on for months and years and on the track, off the track, and we're having all of these different, and then we're piling on more conflicts, and then we're going into the medical system, which is terrifying, and we're getting, so many diagnosis shocks, and they're saying, back to the allergy story, a woman who was like allergic to so many different things because of clearly conflict. You see the story, she was the kind that couldn't walk by, someone in the hallway with a bag of takeout. Her whole throat would start swelling because of she couldn't go in a pool because of corn derivatives and chlorine in the pool. It was like that intense. And she said after she went in and had an allergy, she had a few allergies, but then she went in to have an allergy test done. And they're like, yeah, you're allergic to everything. You're like, and she said after that, it was so heightened. And so now these families that have these children that go and have these allergy tests done, and they're like, yeah, your child's allergic to everything. And they're very sensitive. Again, like, what is that but a victim label? You're very sensitive. There's something wrong with you. You react to everything. We have to put you in a plastic bubble. I mean, this woman was down to eating 12 different foods. They said, oh yeah, you have some genetic condition that anytime you eat something, your body just builds antibodies against it. And it's just a whole absurd thing. But she's like, it was after getting that allergy test that everything got so much worse, because then I had this feeling, I'm fragile. The world is dangerous. I can't even walk in the hallway. I can't go anywhere where there's food. I can't go anywhere where there's food. And again, thinking that I have some inflammatory against myself, like something wrong with my body, versus what we've been clarifying today. You have a track that traces back to a specific moment in time where you were caught off guard and the specific adaptation program was activated. This food got tracked in. Something that's interesting is you can have an extension track. So let's say child has a conflict because, the cat jumps into the bassinet. And the baby's like being suffocated. The cat doesn't know. It just jumps in there. And so, but the baby has a scare fright conflict because it can't breathe and the cat's on its face. And so now the cat is tracked in with a scare fright, right? And so then later on, if the child is so excited to see a little dog and is petting the dog and its mind is all, fixated on the dog, and then a cat walks by. And so the cat walks by when the dog is here. We open up that first program, dog gets tracked into. And then we're in the horse barn and we're saying hi to the horse, and then the dog walks by. So those are called extension tracks. And so that's where a person kind of like ends up being like allergic to so many different things, because one thing is present, the program opens up, another thing gets flagged. And so that's a way that it can work. It's kind of like metadata in the computer, right? It's like flag, right? And that's what's so interesting about like the brain computer, all of like the physical computers that we use, like the whole NLP thing is like they use like the model of how this works to how they built these systems and programs. And so a lot of these analogies are really, pretty interesting of how they track on to the biological experience.
Wild. It also makes sense of like when we were talking about indigenous cultures again, Native Americans, smallpox, that was a separation conflict because they didn't want to be close to the people who were coming over and taking their territory. It's actually
attack with the smallpox, because like the pox, attack conflict. And there could be separation as well. So but like with a pox, that's like an attack, feeling attacked.
Oh, so it's even more specific.
Yeah, even more specific.
Even more specific. Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Oh, there was one thing I did. I was like, I think Alec will like this, because it was in a 2001. They actually did, it's a very small study, but it's kind of a cool study to talk about tracks and how an emotional experience could initiate symptoms. And so it was in 2001, the Journal of Psychotherapy and Psychosomatics. And it was like a small sample size. They wanted basically people who had a history of herpes labialis, air quotes. This is the symptom of like a cold sore on your outer lip, that they label, this is the herpes virus. And so they wanted to see these people that basically had this cold sore outbreak in response to disgust, in response to like dirty dishes. And so they asked the people, like dirty dishes or disgust, like, and there was a certain number of people they're like, yeah, I will get an outbreak of a cold sore after I encounter dirty dishes, or like this kind of like feeling of disgust at looking at dirty dishes. And so they did they did the control group of 10 and then the experimental group of 10. And the control group were shown only images of like neutral images of just like things that were clean dishes.
And these are people who typically also broke out.
That also broke out. So everybody in the group were people that break out with a herpes, mouth cold sore in response to dirty dishes. And so then, in the experimental group, they showed them pictures of dirty dishes, and they could interact with dirty dishes too. And so of the control group, within 48 hours, 4 of the 10 broke out in a cold sore, which for that study size was statistically significant. And so they found that, this is more likely to be that this feeling of disgust over the dirty dishes does something to cause the manifestation, the appearance of the herpes labialis, the cold sore. And so for us, we know exactly what the story is, and it makes perfect sense that that's a track. So this person, and I remember this was like a thing when I was in high school, that, don't drink off her bottle if she's got a cold sore. Oh, that friend, she's got, a mouth sore. And so you don't want to get it. And so the idea that a dirty dish, that you accidentally drank off a dirty dish, what do you have in that moment? A separation conflict. And that's what causes the ulcer. That's what creates the thing called the cold sore. And what they label, they zoom in and they say, it's a, everything, in the 4th biological law, everything that falls under the category of, quote, viruses are all ectodermal adaptations. And so in the ectoderm, bacteria don't operate in the ectodermal layer. It's only in the old brain and in the mesoderm. Like, it doesn't operate in the ectodermal layer. And so, what they call viruses are, nucleic acid compounds that are just there, that are either helping with the breakdown or the buildup of the tissue during the adaptation phase. So the thing that they label as a virus is simply, it's an ectodermal adaptation. So it's evidence that some type of ectodermal adaptation has occurred. And so for this case, it's a separation conflict. I wanted to separate from this dirty dish. I shouldn't have touched that to my mouth, right? Because someone could have something yucky, or even just, a dirty dish. Have you ever had a dirty dish and been like, who put their, that's disgusting. I want to separate from this. That's the cold sore. And once again, highly acute, dramatic, caught off guard, unexpected, turn the program on. What's the track? The dirty dish.
Wow. Okay. I think I'm all out of questions now. Final question. If someone is wanting to study, how do you say it in German again?
Germanische Heilkunde.
I'm going to let you say that. If someone's wanting to study that, where do you recommend they go? And I'll link it in the show notes too.
Yeah. So Dr. Hammer had a approved lecturer who, lectured around Europe on his behalf, Helmut Pilhar, who has a very interesting story that maybe we'll get into another time about his daughter who had a liver cancer. And, he was chased around Europe forcing her to have chemotherapy. But that's how he got involved with Dr. Hammer. And so he ended up, lecturing all over for Dr. Hammer. And so, I recommend that there's a study bundle of 60 of Helmut's videos. And for my opinion,
are they in English?
They are in English. So they were translated into English. And so they're available through GHK-Academy. And so I recommend self-studying those. And there's also, when you sign up through that, there's a monthly webinar. And then I also, when I teach, and I reference those videos a lot. And so when I do my courses, I want people to go back to those original stories. Many of them I shared today, these original just kind of stories that Dr. Hammer, he experienced and he witnessed. And so when you see how it operates, you learn the basics, you learn the fundamentals. There's a basics bundle with all the biological laws, and then there's modules for each individual symptom, each individual organ system rather. And then you learn. You see how the larynx works. You see how the outer skin, the dermis. You pay attention to all these different organs and systems, and then you're like, I know the code. And when someone has a symptom, you become, it seems like you're a fly in the wall. How did you know that I had that? Because I just know biology. I know the code. I know how it works.
You just be like, I'm psychic. You are. So I think we all are at some level. Yeah. This was epic. Oh my gosh. This has got to be the longest episode now, like for sure.
This is going to be like the quintessential. Send this. If someone wants to know, send them this, because, and I appreciate you so much for being open to putting this on your platform, because this is knowledge that it is everybody who doesn't need to know. Everybody needs to understand that your tissues have a function and a purpose, and not any of this is working against you. There's nothing to fear in nature, right? This fifth biological law, this is such a game changer when you deeply know it. And so many people are already living it, and already teaching it in so many different ways. But we need to all use the language of endoderm, mesoderm, ectoderm. We need to understand the brain layers and the tissues and how these tissues operate, because this is the biological code. You can call it all, you can give it different names, but let's get to the fundamentals. Because once every holistic and alternative practitioner, I know that you guys are listening, right, you learn the tissue layers and you learn what you've been doing to help people. It is helping people, but it's helping people. Like when I transitioned into this after having been in the world of lifestyle modification, holistic lifestyle modification and chiropractic work, I was like, oh, so the stuff I was doing, it was helping people. But there were times it didn't. And I understand now why it did for some people and when it didn't. And now I know specifically how I would have reworked the way that I communicate and share about like what this is doing and what that's doing and how the nutrition is supporting you. Like you said, this is all nourishment. We need the nourishment of the sun and the earth, and we need the nourishment of community. We need the nourishment of all these different things, but it's not to prevent disease. Rather than, oh, you need to not eat that because that's going to cause something bad. You do need to eat this because this is going to prevent something. It's a completely different paradigm and understanding that is rooted in biological code, the nature that applies to us, the plants, the animals, the indigenous, all the people. Everybody has these tissues. These are the building blocks of what you're made out of. Everybody's made out of this stuff. Do you know how this stuff works? And so I really just appreciate you allowing me to come on and share all of this, because when I found this, I was like, I felt like everyone needs to understand how the body works from this lens.
It was epic. It was amazing. I got to give you a handshake because I was like, I'll give you a hug after. But that was officially the longest episode ever of The Way Forward. Thank you so much, Melissa.
Thank you,
this
Alex.
was great.
It was fun.